Welcome to the NLC. You've heard the talk, watched the scrims and seen the tweets. Streamers, LEC players, MSI champions.
Dropping the ultimate onto Yanko.
But all that matters is what you do on the Rift.
And Hurt is going to be killed by some random bloke from Hungary. MSI champion, welcome to the NLC.
There's only one league like this, so what more do you need to know? Brought to you by Arozzi, the NLC is hitting your screen right now.
And welcome everyone to Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship. We hit Winter Split and we're hitting playoffs with Fearless Draft. I'm so hyped for everyone that is joining us. We have big matches today. I know everybody's sitting on that side. So it's with a great heart that I say welcome everybody, join the show, and let's see what we have for today. My name is Alexander Maya, I will be your host, and we have a lovely desk today to guide us and help us understand the matches we have, best of 3 cities, and it's playoffs, so it's do or die. It's time to hit the bracket. Let's talk with the desk, let's talk with Foxdrop and Duckling. Welcome to the show.
What up? I'm excited. It's playoffs, and we finally get to see Los Stones in the best of series, which is going to be good. It's going to be banger today for sure.
Yeah. I am very, very excited, right? These big teams already heading off. Like, I think we have some matchups that, while I do predict it will be quite one-sided, I think there can be surprises in here. So I'm excited to open the mystery box really of playoffs and see what can happen. Who will be the miracle story this time around, right?
The mystery box. I love the way you phrase it. And also, if you want to know what's in the box, well, let's show you the schedule, because playoffs just hit the mark, and look at this, it's a big one. We got the seeding stage doing play days, we had 4 of them, and now we can jump into a complicated situation. Let's start with Los Ratones versus DMG. This is the first series we're going to be watching today. Then we're going to turn over to Ready Sack versus Bulldogs, and that's everything today. Tomorrow it's going to be Rich Gang versus Verdant, and then Nord versus Venom Crest. We start on the upper bracket, and then we also have the lower bracket. The teams that were not capable of getting as many points as the ones above are already on the lower bracket. On the lower bracket, it's do or die. If you lose, you're out. So the league is essentially get the seed, get priority. You can't do it anymore, you're out. You're promoted to viewer. It's a complicated one.
Yeah, this is it, right? And with the upper bracket starting today, anyone who plays today will have another chance, even if they lose. So yeah, it's not all quite do or die just now, right from the get-go. But there's not a huge amount of wiggle room if you fail today. Like, you'll be on your last straw. So both teams, both series, the teams from both series will want to get off to a good start.
It's that extra life, isn't it? Like the extra life of okay, if I lose, I'm not going to be kicked, but I really want to get this extra life for more play days. So yeah, we can't lose today. I understand. Duckling, how are you feeling? Look at you with the shirt and everything.
Yeah. I mean, I've dressed up, right? It's a big day, right? I'm really, really excited. It feels like with the new seeding stage, these teams normally, right, they have time to bed in and really find their grooves. This time around, though, it's very much, if you didn't hit the ground running, you are now being punished for it, right? DMG, one of the teams, for example, which I had quite high expectations for, they haven't shown up yet, and while they didn't go down to the losers bracket immediately, they're playing Los Ratones in the first matchup, probably one of the hardest, if not the hardest team you can play against. So they make their bed, now they have to sleep in it, and I mean, I'm excited to see if they can cause the upset, or at the very least, just ruffle some feathers.
I like the way you put it in. And also, let's talk about what we have. What we had. Actually, I want to look into the recap. I want to understand how we got here as well. You were talking about, well, you had to make the bed, now you have to sleep on it. So let's talk about this as soon as possible. But apparently, we also have another thing prepared as well. I'm looking into this one. So we're going to start with the first one, Los Ratones versus DMG. As you put it, Duckling, it's going to be a hard one for DMG because the way they presented themselves on plays days was a complicated one. Los Ratones, on the other hand, they're undefeated so far. So with that in mind, how about we talk with someone from DMG live before we go into Champion Select? So with that in mind, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon. And we are back, and this is live, by the way. Bucci, welcome to the stream. Hope you're ready. You have 30 minutes before the showdown. I know we should chat about a lot of things, Bucci, but can we see a video before?
Sure.
Okay.
Which
Let's
video are you
go
talking
this way,
about?
because you finally are able to defeat Baus. But if you lose versus Baus, I would like you to make a video apologizing to Baus.
I mean, sure. I mean, like, as long as, like, listen, if I win, I want Rat Slayer in my name. Like, Gucci Rat Slayer. That is gonna be my name then. Like, deal?
I love it.
Wait. Like, what they do, like, in the chat. Deal? Like the rats, you know.
Okay. He's the Rat Slayer. But if you lose, you know.
Yeah, and then I do my apology video, and I will apologize to Baus. I will apologize to all the rats. Then I will just humbly step back and call him the superior top laner.
The superior top laner. Bucci, to start this off, obviously this is friendly banter. I know you have a lot of respect towards Los Ratones and the entire community and all that, but welcome to this one. So, Bucci, I saw the talk of, hey, I want the Rat Slayer icon. I like it. But the way things went during groups, are we confident?
I mean, of course we're confident. You know, like you can say it's like it's supposed to happen, this matchup. So the sooner the better, you know. So like, I mean, like what better than go into playoffs, win against Los Ratones, get the Rat Slayer name from the beginning, and like keep it throughout the tournament, you know.
But the way they've been playing, it's really complicated to look into that team and say, hey, this is going to be an easy one. It's not even going to be an easy one. Bucci, are you comfortable for today?
Of course, you know, like, I mean, yeah, we had a bit of a rough last week. I mean, the week before as well, I would say. But, I mean, what can we do? You know, we got to look forward. We have a tough opponent, but we're here to play. We're here to win. I'm here to claim my title as Rat Slayer, obviously. I mean, that's about it, you know. In my eyes.
I know you understand as well, there's a big community for Los Ratones, and it's to be expected. So a lot of people will be cheering against you today. What do you have to say to the non-believers? How can you make this, hey, everyone, I know you're cheering for Los Ratones, but hey, we're still the MG, we're a good team. What do you have to say to them?
You know, I mean, there's a lot of rats out there, you know. They're gonna get, I mean, I will promise you this. You know, we will make a match today. We will beat your boys, and then otherwise I will keep my promise and do that video. Like, I can't really reveal any strategies or something. Like, they are the ones who do that. You know, they are the ones who stream their scrims and everything. Like, so I don't really do that. You know.
Okay. Hey, Bucci, best of luck. Focus. And from what I saw in the previous split, the Bucci of 2024, I expect to see it today. The fearless and menacing top laner. I know you got it in you, so show me. Cause
yeah, I will show you.
You're facing a big one today.
I know. All right. Thank you, Archer.
Thank you. I'll see you soon. Best of luck. It's obviously it's a tough matchup, and Bucci feels confident. I understand, but when you look into the squad, we gotta be honest. It's not an easy one. Come on, we look into the numbers. We gotta be realistic. No.
Yeah, it is. It is probably the hardest matchup, right? And as I said before, this feels like DMG. You know, this is due to their own failure to really hit the ground running this year after they had such a great summer split in 2024, really turning some heads. In particular, I was looking at Pizza and Bucci to be the two members to really step up and lead the way for this team. And while that hasn't happened yet, we both know, or we all know, what they can offer and what they can play up to in the NLC scene. So they have to do it here, or at the very least show a better form of themselves. Otherwise, I'm gonna be honest, I will be quite worried for DMG prospects of doing good this split.
I agree. Fox, your thoughts?
Same thing. I want to echo Darklin's statements. I had my eyes on the same two players that Darklin highlighted there. You know, we saw Bucci, we saw Bitzer last split, right? And they did well on NLC. There were shining stars on their teams, even though their teams didn't necessarily perform that well. In my opinion, it's even harder to look good on a team that isn't doing very well, right? And they were always shining parts of their team, and I just thought the play style between these two guys as well would be great, but it just hasn't quite come to fruition just yet. And on the other side, obviously, the Ratones, like, they ain't dropped a game yet, you know, like they kind of got a little bit close last week versus Verdant, right? Like it was pretty close, but even then the quality of that side is just, man, like it is a massive underdog story here. Like look at this from Group A, right? The first 2 weeks, like Los Ratones just, it's not just a 4-0, but 3 of those games were heavily one-sided, and the one which was a little less one-sided, as soon as the Rats got like a whiff of blood in that game, it was over in like 3 minutes, right? Like it was insane. Like the caliber of this team just cannot be understated.
I love the way you brought it up, the whiff of like any sort of weakness. And for those of you who actually follow them and get to see the behind the scenes, the communication, you remember the players saying, no, calm down, we got the macro, they're making mistakes, we got this. It doesn't matter. We've seen games from them where they're so far behind in kills and they're like, doesn't matter, we got this. Their confidence as well, it's ridiculous. Tell me, Duckling.
Yeah, and I think that really highlights the main strength of Los Ratones, because while they have world-class level individual micro players, the best part about them is their macro. I want to say, if you really was to get down to it, Baus is actually the biggest strength in my eye, and how they play around his playstyle. Because the way Baus constantly pushes their opponent's decision-making to the brink, when you then have 4 other very good players who can capitalize on that to the absolute maximum, it makes it so hard to outplay Los Ratones, because even if you beat them in a hands check, you're gonna lose across the map. And that's why I think Baus and the way they've managed to play around Baus is actually Los Ratones' biggest strength in my eyes.
Okay, we're diving into this one already, but we still have a few things before we move on into the head-to-head between both teams. So, what I want to do is give you an opportunity back at home to participate on the show itself. And you might be wondering, like, what do you mean? Head on to Twitter, hashtag NLCLOL25. NLCLOL25. Send us your tweets with, who do you think is going to win? Why do you think this team is gonna win? Or maybe share a picture of your dog, your pet. We'll write them up. How are you watching NLC? Like, how's your setup? Maybe we can try to find the chair and give it back to you, because I don't know. I don't see a chair on Foxtrot. Like, that chair doesn't even look like a chair. So with that in mind, send this our way. How are you watching? How are you feeling? And then we'll try to show it on the live stream itself. So participate with us, because this show is also your house. It's not my house. It's not their house. It's all our houses. This is a big community, and I would love to hear from you, because you're part of that community. With that in mind, let's talk about what's going to happen today. DMG and Los Ratones. But are you aware of how they got here? Take a piece and take a look. DMG has always been known as the team that builds up regional talent.
He's getting dived in the top side, going forward, trying to take down Malky, but will fall to Kiki, who isn't able to survive.
Promoting in-house development, organizing community tournaments, and doing their best to give their players a shot at the highest stage. But this year, the stage at NLC is bigger than ever.
Interesting one. Bitse who's potentially not going to be a fan of what DMG are doing to him. Bitse just jumps on top of him.
The talent is there, but the synergy is still a work in progress. Right now, there's no more time for that. In the group stage, they managed just 1 win.
Will fall to Bizguard as Bitse and Bucci are going onto the backline. Facey's been able to get a kill on the Jarvan as well, and Zuhi pops the Emperor's Divide.
Even though these players have experience in word the talk of the town on the previous split, such as Bucci domination on top lane, questions have been raised, and so far the only answer has been the determination to push forward. On the other side, they face an opponent that made all questions disappear within a day. Introductions aren't necessary when your players have faced world champions in their first big match. Not only that, but their competitive experience matches their solo queue prowess.
That's a little harsh with the phrasing, but hey, it made more sense with the name of the ultimate. Bounce keeps farming. He's not backing away, of course he's not.
Solo queue is a different battlefield, but keep in mind all these players have stepped on giant stages. A team known as Los Ratones rises. 4 wins, no losses, as Baus says, 100% win rate professionally. They've had their slips within the rift, but their power has been undeniable. And that adaptability only gets stronger. You might say this is a David versus Goliath match, but didn't David win in the original story? DMG has 1 chance to shake the cage. The Rats are hard to keep locked in. Can they do it? Or will the rat reign unchallenged? The table is set and we're about to get into a big dinner. But before that, how about an introduction? How about something a little bit more sugary? Oh! Oh, what is this? What is
Oh.
this? This is a game show! We have a game for you, Desk. And we also have a game for you back in the chat. So, if you know the answer, please type it in. And if you're the best, I don't know, let me know. I'll try to give you like a pastel de nata, which is something from Portugal. I don't know. For the desk, let's have fun. Who wants to be a challenger? I'll have a few questions for both of you. And the first one to raise your hand, I'll let you answer. If you get it correct, you get a point. If you make a mistake, I might steal a point from you. I might. I'm not saying I will. I might. Are we ready to rumble?
Yeah, I didn't do very well this last time, so...
I didn't do that one either last time, Foxtrot. Last time I was on a game show, I think there was some shenanigans happening and some strings being pulled. So I'm nervous, you know, I can feel my heart pounding, but, you know, that's the spirit of competition, right? I'm here to see if I can get my revenge.
Hey, you keep saying you won NLC, so might as well show
I
us,
did,
okay?
I did.
Duckling?
I have an NLC
You
title.
have to
It's right
prove
behind
it.
me in my
Prove
cabinet.
it to me. First question of the game. Who's the player with the highest KDA in the NLC so far? Is it Reckless, Aha, Eski, or Crowny? Duckling.
It has to be Teed. It has to be Crowny. He doesn't die.
He knows it. He knows it. You want to lock it in?
Yeah, I'm locking that in.
Good job. First mistake of the day. Foxtrot, do you want to take a shot? It's not even
yeah.
close.
Not even close. I mean, I'll go with Reckless then. I don't know. It's got to be someone from the
Ah,
Rams.
he knows it has to be from Los Ratones. So the answer, let's lock it in. It's Eski with 18.
What? No,
Oh,
you're joking.
Yeah. Gotcha.
What?
Gotcha.
Wow. Okay. Fair enough. And I mean, I've been the one hyping. I've been the one hyping Rich Gang up.
Fair
I've been
play,
hyping
fair
them
play.
up, Rich Gang, man. And I didn't
Let's
even
go
get that.
for the second one. Which champion has the most amount of losses on the Arozzi NLC winter split? Okay? I'm putting in the question. There you go. Now we're getting it. First one, Varus, Cassante, Ezreal, Victor. Foxtrot, the teacher. He knows it.
I'm saying it's Ez. I'm saying Ezreal.
Wait, for real?
For real.
You're the teacher, but okay. Should I lock it in?
I don't.
No,
yeah,
I'm just following what he wants.
No, but I don't trust the way you do that. You're trying to bait me into not locking it in. So I'm locking
100%.
it
You
in.
want to lock it in? Should I lock
I
it
want to
in?
lock it in.
He's telling me.
Ah, man, we're going to lock it in Ezreal in the correct answer. Duckling, you want to take a shot?
Yeah, I was thinking Cassandra to be honest.
No,
I
shut
feel
up.
like-
It's Ezreal, by the way, so you got it correct. What point you belong in the museum?
This is it though, because Ezreal is the poor man's ADC. Like once you've secured your first pick ADC, if it's Varus or Kalista or whatever, you take the scraps. And the next one down is Ez, and it just never seems to work quite as well.
Hey, 1 point for nothing, Duckling. Come on, step it up. No trap so far for you, Duckling.
That's fair.
So
I've just
far.
been bad. I've just been playing bad.
Third one. Yonkers played in Hawkcut in which of the following years?
Yeah, I know this.
2023, 2024, 2025. Duckling raised
That's
his
2014. I'm 100% sure.
2014.
Yeah, it's 2014. He switched to H2K in 2015.
2014, okay.
2014. I'm going C 2014.
Let's go. Let's
Okay.
lock it in. I'm just asking.
Yeah, lock it in, lock it in. I'm 100%
Lock it in, lock it in, lock it in.
That is right.
2014. It's exactly correct. Good job.
I know I have my esports knowledge unlocked, dude. I have that unlocked.
I like it. So with that in mind, let's do another one, okay? Let's do another one. Let's see if Duckling is capable of getting his knowledge. Which team has the lowest game duration in NLC 2025 Bundesliga? DMG, Chaos, the Ready Sack, Los Ratones. Oh, is that a hand raise? Foxtrot.
Yeah,
Is
this
that
is
it?
my hand raise.
Oh, I
'Cause
was
my,
confused.
See,
Okay,
my
sorry.
camera's in a weird spot, so if I actually
I
raise
think
my hand,
I
you
made
can't
mine pretty
tell.
clear.
I don't
Okay.
know. Should it be
Go
Duckling?
on,
Should
give
it
it
be
to
Fox?
Duckling, because you know he struggles in.
I am
production
gonna
told
go-
me Duckling. Duckling.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna say B, and I think it's Chaos. And I know this is gonna sound a bit self-deprecating, but I think it's because they lose so quickly.
That's a bit rude.
Are you
man.
sure
I'm
you
sorry.
wanna
I
lock
love
that
you,
in?
Chaos. I love you, but man, I think it's Chaos. I'm sorry.
Should I lock it in?
Yeah,
Do you
lock
wanna
it
do
in.
That?
I'll
Are you
apologize. Yeah, lock it in.
Okay, I'm gonna do this once. I will allow you to change the answer if you want to.
You did
Not
this to me
bringing any
last
sort of
time.
PTSD. I'm just
did-
saying, if
you
you
are
want to lock
bringing
it
it
in, I'll
up,
lock it
man.
in. I'm just asking, do you want to lock it in?
Yeah, I'm sticking with my guts. I'm standing by the
I'm
man I
talking
am.
about. Duckling, I like the confidence, and I like what you said,
But it's wrong.
it's wrong.
But it's wrong. Look, listen, I'm on to you. I'm on to you. Every answer so far has been C, so it's got to be the Ruddy Sag.
No, but surely not.
Wait,
That's
no,
some
it
pretty
hasn't.
decently long games.
Has
Yankos
it?
2014, Ezreal was
Yeah,
C,
yeah, but-
and I don't know what, and Eski was C as well. So Ruddy Sag, lock it in.
Yes,
I
it
mean, I know
is.
I'm right, so I'm literally, I've read you like a book,
The
bro.
ready sack.
Is it actually though?
It is.
It is.
I
Okay,
thought they had
well,
some
yeah.
longer games, to be honest. I thought
I
they had
was
some pretty long games.
wondering when someone would finally get this. Question number 4 has been made, and now we get to the hardest one.
How many
Bulldogs
points is
had
this
an
game?
interesting interview on day 1. What was the name of the dog?
Oh, easy.
Toby!
Know me.
Thomas. Tommy.
Toby.
Kissing.
Toby then. It's A. It's A.
Okay, Duckling,
wait,
I don't
wait,
think
wait,
you
hold
raised
on.
your hand.
No.
I haven't raised
I
my
think it's
hand.
Foxtrot.
Yeah, fuck
It's not.
no.
It's C. It's C. It's C. It's C.
You think I would do it again now?
Yeah,
He would
No,
definitely,
but
he
it
would
is.
definitely
It
do it
is
again. We
Toby.
both know that. We both know that.
It's Tomy. I thought it was Nomi, and the fact that Nomi's not on there means it must be Tomy. So
Come on,
Tomy or whatever.
Tommy or Toby?
It's not Toby. It's Tomy.
Tommy.
It's Tommy?
Yeah, it's
The answer
C.
Please
is
tell
I think
him
you
it's
guys
wrong.
have spelled it
Kissing.
wrong, but I think that's his.
Can I get a, like a
Okay.
backup? Can I get a? Did you say the answer, or could I get a backup guess?
Okay. Give me a backup answer if possible. Okay.
I mean, I would have gone Kasing D because it's fun.
No, I just said Kasing because Kasing was watching the interview on the chat and he said his name should be Kasing.
I thought Cayman would be the type to say that, like, oh, that's my dog. It's you know Kasing, but okay.
No.
Was it right?
Just
Was
giving
the answer
praises
right from
to
Foxtrot?
Kasing. Foxtrot went for C, right?
C, yeah, for C.
Yeah.
Okay. Backup
Is it
answer.
C?
Come on, Duckling.
Backup answer. It's Tommy. Come, dude,
Because the production was
I'm
about
never
to put
participating in a
Kasing.
game show again. Even when you don't bring it against me, I just get smacked, man.
What do I do? I tried to make it easy. I brought in esports knowledge, NLC knowledge. Come on, man.
Yeah, and I like to say I know the teams like you know the palm of my hand, but apparently,
Apparently you don't.
apparently I
That
don't.
means
Yeah.
Foxtrot, you're the winner for this one, and you're tied up with Middlecott with 1-1. The winner, I'm gonna let everybody know. Okay, I provided this. The individual who wins game shows will be invited, and everything will be recorded on a one-on-one romantic dinner with all-you-can-eat sushi.
With who?
Me.
Can I change my answer? It's B.
I'll gladly take numbers. Take C, Ashram. You know, I do like sushi. I'm a big nigiri fan, to be honest. I do like gunkans as well. They're pretty good, especially you know the ones where they have like the little fish.
My question for you is, who are you a fan of? Which team? Because they're about to hit the rift. We have a few minutes
Hell
before
yeah.
the big match, so let's talk about both teams. We're going deep into the analysis. Might as well understand how they play and how can they thrive. We know Los Ratones 4-0, undefeated. They've been unshakable. As you stated, Fox, there was a moment. But the thing is, it didn't last a long time. For DMG, they've had constant moments of what is happening. So let's talk about DMG. Let's start with them. Where can they win this match from? I want to understand that if possible.
Yeah, well, you saw in the interview with Bucci, he said he's a superior top laner. I think that's a bold call to make, especially considering, what Darkling even said on the desk. Like, the macro of Los Verdones has been very solid, and a lot of that comes down to the fact that Balf draws so much attention to himself top, that the rest of the team then goes around the map and just does whatever they want and takes whatever they want. So I actually think that it's going to be tough to, you know, that top gap is gonna be tough to materialize. However, I will say in the game against Verdant, in my opinion, the average
This
deaths
is not
number
fair,
one.
okay?
Is that really? Yeah, okay. I guess that's.
It's
a
not
number
fair.
one
I
stat.
saw
Yeah,
the
sure.
number and I was like, wait, he's average kills like the best, and that's not fair.
that's
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
crazy.
he's the best at dying. Is that really? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that
okay,
definitely sounds true.
He brings more, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
So much more.
I mean, the way that the thing is, right, and it's something we just touched upon briefly, it's the way that he requires attention constantly from the opponents, and especially at this level, right, where teams, they aren't always perfect in their decision making, and there will be some, windows that people can capitalize on, and Baus always forces these split-second decisions to be made, and, from that, windows will open, and that's what Lost Ratones are really good at utilizing. So Baus is really the one opening the door for the rest of Lost Ratones to capitalize on the window that he's opening.
I like it, and when I saw all those VODs, I was wondering, like, how can they use this unique gameplay and playstyle? And apparently they've been thriving on it. If they call all the attention towards the lane, they instantly go for another objective. They instantly go for something else. And with this in mind, by the way, feats of strength are different, correct? If I'm not mistaken, we're playing with a version where you have to get 3 kills. It's no longer the first one.
Yeah.
So things are different. This is important.
Yeah, yeah. But that actually just works in the Rat's favor, no? Like,
Yeah.
if Baus is gonna die for first blood every game, it's not as big a deal anymore, right? Because the first blood isn't one of those win cons or those feat of strength conditions anymore. You need 3 kills, as you say. So, yeah, I think honestly, it's definitely a David versus Goliath kind of situation here. I mean, we did see Verdant do. They certainly made Lost Adonis bleed, but I think DMG have just had far too many struggles so far in the group stage. They have had a week to like regroup though, right? So
Yeah.
perhaps in that time they kind of figured out what to do. And look, let's be honest, like if the most amount of tape on any team in the NLC belongs to Los Ratones because they stream all of their scrims, all of their action, right? So if you're going to devise some strategies by doing your research, then yeah, that could be something as well.
Like, I think the way you could best phrase it, that Verdant versus Lost Ratones game, it was very much, like Avengers Infinity War against Thanos, with everyone fighting tooth and nail, Iron Man, right? And it was all that for a drop of blood. All that for just a little bit of, we can hurt them, but you can't beat them.
Yeah.
And I genuinely believe that there was never a second of doubt that Lost Ratones would come out on top of that game, simply due to their superior macro. And until some team manages to match them on decision making and match them on macro, I have a hard time believing teams will beat them. Yes, they can beat them individually on small macro fights. Yes, they might win some team fights. And obviously, I would say if you're DMG, you're looking for a way to cheese this, right? You're looking for some different strats that Lost Ratones aren't expecting, because I don't think any team currently can beat them straight 1-to-1 in terms of macro. So you need to find something different. You need to find that little gateway, that little window where you can have something that they aren't prepared for that you can then utilize.
Okay, I'm listening to both of you, and now I wonder, is everyone in the casting team agreeing with that statement? We did some predictions before we started off this week for both matches for today. So if possible, can we bring up predictions? Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
It tells quite a tale, right? As me, I'm normally, the biggest DMG believer. You saw me pull out the DMG shirt earlier this split. I have a
not
lot of
wearing
faith.
it.
I'm not wearing it underneath my shirt this time around. And that tells the story of how much favorites Lost Ratones are, right? They are really, really favorites here. They are expected to get this 2-0 in the bag and show some clean League of Legends gameplay. But I'm personally holding out a bit of hope here to Bucci will step up, Pizza will show himself again, or, B-Score has actually been quite good so far this split. Their young rookie, their biggest variable in my eyes. He's also looked pretty decent. Solo kill leader, for example, just up against the Ready Sack. So the thing is, DMG, they don't have a bad roster. They have the players, but so far Lost Ratones have simply been a level above anyone, and yeah, it's hard to believe in the impossible when it feels, very much impossible.
Agree 100%. Also, for those of you back at home, I would like to know your prediction as well. Type in on the chat so we can be aware of where you're standing. And talking about Fearless Draft, this is the first time we're going to be looking into this Fearless Draft, at least on the NLC. It's going to be massive. Is the MG ready? Because we know Los Ratones are ready. They've been screaming non-stop versus so many teams, and they're comfortable with a lot of champions. We do have a specific graphic as well for the Fearless Draft. We'll try to go along with you and try to explain it to you as well. It might be complicated for us at beginning as well, so bear with us and join us on this one. I would like to highlight that Unending Despair is available again. It wasn't available on the previous week. Now it has been fixed, but Mel, who has been released recently, is not available. So no bouncing back and forth, some spells and all that. Nah, none of that. We have the normal champion so far, and until she's available, because I know she's going to be disabled throughout the entire patch. So until she's available, I'll let you know. But until then, still have a lot of champions to go. And talking about champion pool, I think Bucci, which is one of the highlights for the MG, hasn't showed a lot in terms of champion pool. Cassante and the same old, same old. I mean, those champions are going to be gone in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, for sure. I want to see Bucci not necessarily actually pick the Cassante. I want to see him go back to the carry that we knew he could be, or we saw back in summer 2024, right? Something where if you get a few kills early on, you can snowball, or you can really have impact on the map. His Cassante has been incredible in the past, but it hasn't really shown up to the level this split. So I'm hoping that DMG, they put out something different. They get Bucci on a carry, because while he has looked not up to the task of the split, we all know what his ceiling is, and that is very, very good. So we are hoping that he can reach that high today and hit the ground running in playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I agree on the Bucci front. Like, this is a guy who, we go back to last year in the NLC, was ahead at 15 like 85% of the time. Right, like he's a dominant top laner in the lane phase, and a lot of that comes down to champion pool too, right? He likes to pick those more lane dominant champs, and that is a good win condition for his squad. And I really do think it's something we've not really touched on too much here, but new to the playoffs now is this fearless draft, which changes everything as far as draft goes, right? And so it really does just impact the whole dynamic of everything. Like, I mean, Los Atones, we know it probably has like a massive champion pool anyway, but they haven't had to show a lot so far, right? Like Crowny and Nemesis, two of their hardest carries, in 4 games, we only played 2 different champions, right? They've got a lot of repeat in there. So exactly, this is now where we see the breadth of the champion pools come through. And again, I think Asante will be a big contested pick here in our first game for sure.
Ready to rumble.
Okay.
Cassante is out. They know it, so might as well remove it. I don't know if they want to let the rumble as well go through, because I know Baus is not the biggest fan of that champion, although he has been practicing. He also has a lot of other picks, including, and this is on him, he brought it up, the Pantheon. I've seen the Baus playing with Pantheon. Any 1v1, Spear Shot, and he got most of the wins. I'm just saying, Spear Shot is probably the greatest Pantheon in the world. I love him. So yeah, keep that in mind. Jace, Maokai, Skarner, okay, is removed. But you're removing those stable bands. You're not even looking into Los Ratones, what they can bring. That Galio from Nemesis, that's a fear pick. And I think they're gonna... Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think that's a really smart ban, right? Because it's something that makes playing the map harder to execute here for Los Ratones, removing that. So I think that's a really smart choice, as the call gets insta-locked. Makes sense. We've all seen Crowny's great performances this seeding stage on it. Now on to DMG, and that's when it gets more exciting to me. Obviously, you're likely to match an AD carry here, but I would like to see some priority on the top lane. Yes, your last pick, but I want to see if you have someone in mind that you think Bucci can carry on, let him have it. The Wukong, strong jungler secured early on, makes sense. Good stat checker, good in the meta. So yeah, that's what makes sense.
I think also we're going to have to play some mind games here in draft, okay? Because bear in mind, this is not just fearless. We've got to have like pure fearless form, okay? So in the past, when you've seen fearless, if your team has picked a champion, your team can't play that champion again, right? But this version of fearless, if any team has picked a champion, no one can play it. Right, so you want to play champions that the other team wants to play too, because then they are not going to get their hands on it in future either. So there's a lot of mind games coming through here. Obviously in game number 1 you'll see a lot of power picks, but once we get further down the series, that's when things start getting hairy, and you've kind of not just got to think about this game, but a few games down the line too. And we've seen, to start with a Corki and Vi, big power picks here. The Corki most likely going to Crowny in that bot side. He's been nothing short of superb on that champion. Some crazy powerful champions already being locked in.
The Victor is available, but Nemesis was talking about how high item dependent that champion can be. And if you bring it up,
okay.
Right off the bat.
Makes sense,
like
right?
this.
Matching the top lane and knowing that the Rumble will be going up against it. So knowing that matchup, you feel safe to lock it in for Baus. Very excited. to see that the AD carry is the obvious match here, since now of the mid laners and support missing. Would expect both of those pools to get trimmed out here in the ban phase. I think Lost Ratone's best move would probably to try and, unsettle Biscorp, right? He's the rookie, he's the young one, and, banning out maybe his pocket pick Hui or the Orianna, something he would feel comfortable on would be a good idea in my opinion, while DMG clearly trying to put Reckless on something that can't really dictate the engages, it seems, with the early stuff.
This is important because as soon as you know Rumble is picked and the way the lanes are going, you can insta-swap the lanes and Gragas can survive that early dive nowadays. Rumble might not be the case. And I think that's something they discussed as well. I study Los Ratones like I was back in school and I'm like addicted to study. So I think this could be a lane swap. We should be on the lookout for champions that can enable that lane swap and accelerate it as well. Because if you get a fast win on the first game, you put DMG confused, that should be big. It should be big.
Yeah, especially in the best of 3, baby. You don't have a lot of time to mix that up, right? If you lose this first one, then it's match point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're seeing a lot of the engage supports, the big tanky supports, the go button supports being taken off the board here as well. So Alistair Rel being gone. We saw like the Nautilus and the Rakan. Leona's another one, but she's now being taken too. So maybe we're seeing some teams go towards that. The Gragas for Los Ratones I think is a really smart pick too, because it was one of Bucci's most played champions last year. We know he can pilot that, so it's a good pick for Baus, and it denies Bucci in this pure fearless form. We are seeing that Rakan go down, so we are getting some more of that group up, get some of that engage, really, really powerful alongside the Wukong, alongside the Rumble. And I mean, to be fair, it is the Reckless special, and getting that disengage versus all that engage is not
it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
All right, okay, we're getting some Reckless Janna here.
That's crazy. Really looking forward to that. It makes so much sense in the comp, right? That disengage it offers against, as soon as the Rakan and the Wukong looking for those angles can so easily be denied and really split up the fight again, and that could really leave DMG scrambling to try and play it. I mean, so far, I really like what Los Ratones is going on. I think likely to go for the lane swap, right, and try and play around this Rumble and Pizza. The Nemesis locking in that Ari. Great to see him on something more mobile, where he can play a different wall than on the Galio we've seen so much of. Now though, my biggest question mark: what will Biscorp be playing here? The biggest game of this young rookie's career. Likely to go on something comfortable. I was thinking the Hui, but the problem is much of his champion pool pretty mobile, and I mean you can very easily be caught out on something like the Orianna. So a lot of pressure on him. Although against Roddy Sack, he did put up a pretty good game on the Orianna, so understandable to lock that in as the young rookie going up against these superstars.
This will be the first game of playoffs. Los Ratones versus DMG, the first one of the series as well. This looks hot. This looks really, really hot. But in order to see this game, we need to toss it to the Summoners Rift. So we'll be right back.
Hello everybody, we're getting ready to go into our first game of this best of 5. Me and Trouble watching the Champ Select, and we have some stuff we want to kind of discuss here. I think the big one is the lane swapping that we're expecting out from Los Ratones. Trouble, I mean, break it down. What are we expecting in this game?
Well, I was actually also expecting a Sion right there, but Baus is like, listen, if you're going to make it that easy off the get-go, I'm just going to choose a different champion, This is Fearless at the end of the day, so we're going to have another, hopefully, 2 games to go through. I feel like this is a very lane swappable game for Los Ratones. They've got such strong laners to defend against dives. And also on the other side, you've got a Rumble. Remember what happened last time Miatek picked Rumble into a lane swap position? I think he went like 0-5 in 10 minutes. So we're going to have to wait and see if Bucci can actually hold on his own and how the team in general reacts around a possible lane swap.
Yeah, and one of the things that I kind of noticed as well from the Champ Select and from how everything looks, it looks to me like DMG, they're more teamfight orientated. You've got the Wukong, you've got the Rumble, you have a lot of AoE capabilities to just cluster in for a big 5v5. But to me, that Los Ratones doesn't really look like a team that's going to be all that interested in the 5v5s. It looks a lot more skirmishy, a lot more tower divey. You know, you got the Vi, you got the Ari. It's going to be about these small skirmishes and getting advantage on the map off that, rather than going in for those 5v5s. I think early, we should keep our eyes on, if this lane swap happens, where that attention's going to go. And then something that we talked about a little bit off camera is the Biles is so good at pulling attention towards him, and then his team are just so good at them doing something on the other side of the map away from where all that action's going on. So I feel like that's probably going to be the game plan. A little bit of a yo-yo effect here from Los Ratones, like we saw them do in the group stages.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like every single one of their members is pretty safe with the picks, like we've seen, especially after Ari after level 6, very safe over in the mid lane as well. But Brain, we're jumping straight into our first Fearless game of the entire year here for the NLC. And let's see if actually, usually we see very early on in the game, if there are teams that are going to be lane swapping, teams will be bunching up as 5 members to try and get as deep inside the enemy jungle to drop wards towards the lanes to see where the AD carries are going to end up.
What's interesting is Biles is actually topside. He looks like he might not be going for that lane swap. I think he's just going to play the Gragas as the great neutralizer that we know him. Champion is very good at just kind of catching waves under tower and then not really ever having that much kill threat on him. So looks like that's going to be the game plan here for the side of Los Ratones, and not quite what we expected. So now, as we transition away from the idea of a lane swap, what do we think is going to be the game plan?
Well, first of all, I also wanted to mention that Reckless on a Janna. What in the 2018 flashback is this? Absolutely one of his favorite champions. He's mentioned it himself as well. Now, when it comes to the game plan, back to your question, I feel like DMG have a pretty good engage-heavy team fighting composition with the Wukong, with the Wongbo combo together with the Orianna ultimate, the big laying of the red carpet coming in from Rumble. There's a ton of damage from DMG. However, Los Ratones, due to the nature of the composition and how slippery they are as champions and all of the utility that Janna provides to the composition, DMG are going to really have to make that damage stick. So flanks from Kalmsky onto the Rakan, flanks from Bitche, finding the backline, CC that's going to drop onto members. They need to make sure they pin down one member and take them out. Not like that.
Well, we see an immediate fight. Crowny goes for the Valkyrie forward. Karmsky going low. Reckless is just looking to finish it up. The shield comes in. The auto attack doesn't quite finish it. Karmsky is able to survive as Crowny has to jump away with the flash barrier used as well. Now Fitski is eating a fair amount of damage here from Reckless on return, but with the pots going away and ticking the health bars back up, it looks like everyone's going to be chill for now. But I want to turn your attention to the minimap, because look at where the junglers are. Velja just skipping his red side and is actually looking to come in. There is a ward above him, though. Los Ratones, let's see if they can find this first blood with the Vi.
He got spotted, but I think it's way too late. There is no flash on Rakan, so W is the only way Kamsky can actually get away from it. Velia sniffers that something is actually not going right here. Have been spotted, and he's probably just going to continue clearing the bot side of his jungle. However, job well done right here from the DMG bot lane. They do not get ganked, they do not get flanked, and also they have wasted time, very precious time, of that Vi in the early game. As you can see on the minimap, as you mentioned earlier on, Bitze already done with his full clear on the right side of the map. And now he's going to be able to go back to base, refresh, grab some few components over in the early game, and potentially try to get some impact on the map early on.
He may have a little sniff around to see if there's a gank on boss, but I don't think that's going to be happening. He's going to turn his attention towards the crab. Does now mean that Velja, after that play bot lane, is down on tempo to Bitsy. Bitsy will be back on the map with a buy before he is, as Bucci losing a lot of HP, but I mean, he's still got a reset to go, and Biles actually lost a fair amount of HP just taking that trade there versus Bucci. So let's try and maybe grab one more wave off and then maybe get another reset in, which is a little bit awkward.
Actually, that's great for Bitzer right here, because he can actually double crab. DMG have pushed out their lanes with Fiegelos pushing pretty even over in the bot lane, but since the supports have reset right here, Kamsky is the first one to get onto the map. He gets to move deep into the jungle, play some wards down. Bitzer is pretty much free to take both the Scuttle Crabs right here. So Velia's early game aggression has costed him a little bit. The 2 Scuttle Crabs from now on However, I'm a very firm believer that Vi sucks. I'm just gonna say it as it is. Like, this champion is just a plain solo queue champ. However, if you do have the right kind of mid laner, Vi is great. The two mid laners that pair up so nicely with her are Talia and Vi. And Ari. Ari, because she can dive deep with the Vi and assassinate a target, and to Talia, it's just so much CC to put on top of the Vi CC that someone will die in that duration. Right here, Nemesis is playing the Ari, so I'm expecting to see Velia farm all the way to level 6 and then potentially have his eyes. Uchi up in the top lane, Biscard in the mid lane. Both of these carries extremely immortal.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, taking a quick look at current like economy, almost not money. I mean, like summoner spells and stuff. Obviously, with Sky burning that flash in that previous fight, Crowny has got their barrier back since that last fight happened, but is still down a flash, so they're susceptible to something like a Bitsy gank, depending on where Vilja goes. And again, DMG are probably aware that Vilja's going to be looking towards mid or top. He's going to be looking towards his solo lanes as his gank opportunities. So it means that the bot lane then becomes a little bit more susceptible to go for a gank. Now, the big question is he needs to do that before Reckless hits 6. Monsoon is such an amazing disengage tool that could just heavily shut down any kill potential on Crowny. Been able to pick himself up a plate as Dragon and Grubs are getting traded across the board. Plate went over because Sky did rotate over. Actually, said it Fateski as well. They went topside.
Yeah, they're going towards the Void Grabs. They're going to trade neutral objectives on the map. The Dragon just went over Velia for Los Ratones, and now it's getting all three of the Void Grabs, rather. The bot lane has been a little bit unanswered. It took a little bit for Bucci to actually get that reset in, get towards that bot lane, but he is over there together with Sky. They're going to push out the wave. Now, that's a couple of turret plates already going to Crowny. Now, even though I'm a firm belief that Bao is probably the best player in this Los Ratones lineup, Crowny, whenever given the resources, he has proven to be one of the best carries on this particular team. So shoving basically turret platings down his throat and getting that 4K to 1, 2, 3 level item spike is going to be great for the later on objectives we're going to be trying to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually really like Crowny and Reckless pair, just because I think when Reckless was an ADC, that he had a very similar playstyle to Crowny. You know, very kind of gold intensive, wants to get lots of gold and then kind of carry the later fights. And Biles and Nemesis do a really good job of bridging that gap, but Reckless as a support playing with Crowny, who plays a somewhat similar style to him back when he was an ADC, he knows exactly what his ADC wants and knows exactly then how to play with that ADC. I think it's a really big brain pairing. I think they're really suited for each other.
Also, I love the fact that Reckless is also matching Velia's timers on the map. You saw the second they reset right there. Velia headed towards the top side crab. Reckless was there. They bullied Bitter off of it, even though Bitter did hit that level 6 first. Getting bullied off of the Scuttle Crab gave the level 6 over to Velia as well, if I'm not wrong. So there was a chance for a fight right there, and I'm pretty sure this map is gonna break open real quickly. The ultimates from both sides are so team fight heavy. And a quick reminder, feat of strength was changed slightly. First blood now doesn't give you 1 or 3 feats of strength. It needs to be the team that gets first 3 kills before the other. Baus?
Baus, he's going low, but no, he's not. What a turnaround! First blood in his pocket, free time on the tower. I thought Baus put himself in a dangerous position. He didn't.
Oh no, I think Biscard put himself in a very dangerous position indeed.
Yeah, Charm connects, ults in as well. He does get the shockwave off, but Nemesis can continue some damage forwards. Flashing forward with that Cyclone. Nemesis able to break away thanks to the Foxfire. The movement speed that gave him. Now they get the Vault Breaker down into another Charm. Bitsy going low, and Velja secures himself the kill. Nemesis didn't refresh his ultimate though, so they're not going to be able to chase any further.
They still have flashes if they want to be fancy and try to go for another kill. Sky again on the map to try and dissuade the situation. However, great stuff. We mentioned, the flash.
Nice flash
from Velia right there. And we said it. By level 6, where are you going to look for? You're going to look for either the Rumble or you're going to look for that Orianna. Great pairing together with the Ari, and they're too slippery. You'll see over in the replay that by the time Bitter is in, Nemesis is out. You have to chase him through the minion wave. You're taking too much damage. Orianna cannot join. So great stuff right there from Los Ratones to pull up about 1,700 gold in the lead, 9 minutes in.
And like we said, it's more skirmish heavy. That's exactly what we wanted to see here from Los Ratones, and doing a great job of that. Also, we did talk about how we wanted to see a lane swap. We did get it, Trouble, but quite a bit later into the game. So they look like they neutralized that top lane as much as possible until Biles felt comfortable to do what he does.
Hey, listen. They put that Ezreal, they put Fade Skeet down in the bot lane. He's like, listen, he's going to push the wave, it's fine. Use your skill surge, use True Shot Barrage, push the wave back at him. Bao solo killed him. You cannot leave this Ezreal alone with this Gragas, especially since Baus is going for the complete bomba build right here. You see Lost Chapter already in, very close to first item completion. Baus guys chasing around the map. But this is what the Baus does. That's why I said he's probably the best player in this team, because he does that to the other teams.
He gets the phase rush, he gets the E out. I mean, there is... Faceke's not even nearby, Baus.
No way, right?
There's no way. He's ignited, so they got the vision, so they know exactly where he's going. Puts the barrel down, gets the blast cone out. He's got the full collapse on. Goes for the flash. How does he do it? How does he get away with it every time?
Look on the other side of the map. Look on the other side of the map. Whilst you know this like funny carnival music that's playing at the back of your mind. That's what it sounded like. Seeing Bao sort of go from enemy bot quadrant of the jungle, around the towers, tanking tier 2, tanking tier 1, getting into the jungle, grabbing the blast cone. That gave so much free time to the Corki over in the top lane. They got in the first tower of the game just because Baus can pressure like this around the map with just his presence, just by existing. You got the second Void Grubs, which stops the stacking from DMG, who got the first 3, and also a first tower on the top side. And guess what? You are now so close as Los Ratones to the first feat of strength of our playoffs.
Absolutely. Actually, they should have it now, actually, because they've got tower and they've got first blood.
They need one more objective, I believe. Yeah.
No, because you only need 2 of the 3.
First blood is no longer a thing.
They changed it. It's first 3 kills, isn't it? Yes. I totally forgot we changed it. Well, I think that might be the third kill they're looking for. Biscard locked in place. Feat of strength unlocked. Beautiful kill there from Los Ratones. And yeah, it just keeps arcing back to what we were talking about. Baus brings attention towards him and his team go and do something else on the other side of the map. Make it work for them. And the fact he got away from that and didn't die is absolutely insane. He played that so well. Nemesis is able to soak up some of this pressure. And there it is. Another turret in the pocket of Los Ratones. These guys are looking incredibly strong right now.
Also, you were mentioning earlier on how skirmish heavy Los Ratones' composition is right here. You've got 3 very, very strong first items coming through from Los Ratones. Of course, they see jumping, they can engage jumping, they can dive jumping. It's not just the skirmish ability that they have, but also how mobile they are around the map and how they can pretty much jump 3 screens, all of them. Well, except Janna. Okay, I'll take her out. But 4 out of 5 members can literally jump from half a screen away onto any member from DMG. So DMG are going to have to be extremely careful with their vision.
Big charm. Facekey goes down, and that is just enough to secure the kill and some tower plates for themselves. This could easily be a 13-14 plater here from the side of Los Ratones as Baus gets a carpet laid for his escape. Velia coming in, looking for Bitsy. Does go for the Q over the wall. We'll see if there's anything going to come of that. As right now, I was watching Crowdy farm. Looks like a flash came out from Bitsy to get over the wall to safety, but Velia blowing up that monkey, doing serious damage to him. And Los Ratones, they just control the tempo on the map. Bucci goes forwards with a flash onto Baus. Baus is able to walk away. That is going to be all the plates. 15 plates over to the side of Los Ratones. They have a 6,000 gold lead. Almost 7, actually.
Wow, okay. I feel like the Des was talking about this earlier as well. The macro that's coming in from Los Ratones is just so suffocating for a lot of the teams in the NLC. We did mention how, in general, the NLC stepped up with all of the incredible players coming in that we all know from LEC, from other Tier 1 leagues. However, all the other teams are going to have to step it up too. That was a fantastic old charm landing from Nemesis, and the tornado on Kalmskai's W on that Rakan as well. Reckless cancelling out any potential dissuasion right there. Oh, and he ends up hitting another one. He's just had insult to injury at this point for DMG.
He's so clean with it. You can still see that Swifties are absolutely broken with feat of strength. 3 players running around with Swifties right now on the side of Los Ratones. Also started work on those second items. Baus has his Cosmic Drive finished up. You got the Sundered Sky onto Velia, where on the other side, you know, Biscard hasn't even got a fully stacked Archangels. There's no Triforce onto Fateski. It's a Leandries and a Triforce onto Bucci and onto Bitsy, but like they are lagging on the item front. It's 28, almost 29,000 damage gold in the pocket of Los Ratones to the 22,000 that DMG have.
I mean, it is possible that DMG can make a pick, right? They have a lot of burst damage with,
Yeah.
With the ultimates from Rumble, Wukong, or Rihanna if they land at the same time on one person. And Reckless is nowhere to be seen around that area. Oh, Nemesis.
Well, Bucci hit by the charm, caught with a knockup, CC'd for days, and down he goes. Now, Baus has
Baus.
got 2 on him.
No
One
way.
of those is a monkey clone, but the phase rush is giving him the movement speed, the Q slow onto Bitsy. He just keeps getting away. He's so hard to pin down.
This must be so frustrating for DMG to deal with. Baus is just literally running circles around them, and he's 900 gold up. He's doing this, and he's 900 gold up. They played a fantastic graphic earlier on the desk as well. This guy has 5.5 average deaths. He dies more than 5 times every single game. And he's still up in CS. And he doesn't go minus a gold at 15. The team knows exactly how to play around the pressure that he creates around the map. And for DMG, this must be so frustrating, not understanding how to deal with it. Oh, it's a, you can't be scared of a Janna.
Oh, well, the
Come on,
problem
man.
is typically if Janna's there, someone else is also there. Bitsy didn't realise, but there actually wasn't anyone else there. But again, lack of vision due to them being so heavily shoved in. They've lost 2 tier 2 towers. They're about to lose their third as well, as Los Ratones are just going to open up onto this one. We are 16 minutes into the game, and the only towers that are going to be remaining after this one are the base towers. This is an unbelievable just masterclass from Los Ratones on how to play a very aggressive game and using your map rotations and using the Baus to be able to eat all of the pressure on the map.
That is a 10,000 gold lead 17 minutes in. DMG started the Rift Herald, Baus spotted them, and then they just bailed. Baus is 3 levels up on Bitze. Baus is 5 levels up on Kamsky. Simply just one Bomba ult is just gonna delete everyone. And honestly, if you're gonna go for the Bomba build, come on, man, give us the Ludens at least.
Do you know
Like,
what's
make it proper
crazy?
Bomba.
Oh, wow, Nemesis, good charm. We haven't actually seen Reckless use Monsoon once. That's how clean these fights have been. They haven't had to have the healing and the big knockback from the Janna. At this point, Reckless might as well burn a flash and do like the Insect Monsoon if he can. Because he's just not getting the opportunity to use that.
I don't think there have been any fights, to be honest. I feel like this has
Well,
been
there's
a
been
very...
skirmishes, but it's been
Yeah,
picks.
I feel like this has been very one-sided, where it's like, oh, Los Ratones locking a target, target acquired, target dead.
That's
Move
the thing,
on.
yeah.
It's like,
They haven't had to worry about their health bar because they're killing one person at a time with like 3 people. It's always very, very well calculated by Los Ratones, and it's paying off. I mean, look at this. They're moving on to their third items, while the first items have only just been finished up for DMG. You now got a Zeal. Actually, Cranny's almost got his rapid fire cannon. Like that base, he bought a Zeal and the slingshot. He is so strong right now. Only Reckless has upgraded his boots, though. No one else has gone for their tier 3 boots. I guess when you're just this far ahead, you just want to slam money on items and just get complete items.
I mean, it also counts, right? Especially when you can move faster around the map.
Yeah.
Oh, they found Bitze in his jungle. He forgot this is not his jungle anymore.
Yeah, Bucci thought that he was going to finally get his pick on Biles, but Biles is able to lock him down, throws down the cask as well, as in comes the backup. Carpet's laid down, but it's not really doing too much as Biles secures himself his second kill of the game. And DMG are just left scratching their head on what to do versus this team. They are just unbelievably formidable, as Biles may just be the first death for his team. No! There's the Monsoon! True Shot Barrage comes out. 0 deaths still. Los Ratones holding on fast.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like he's ruined his death's average stats right now by
he's killing it.
by just refusing to die. Also, Reckless using his ultimate, as you mentioned, for the first time the entire game. And I actually wanted to say that obviously Los Ratones are coming into the NLC as the pure favorites of the entire tournament, and that is fair enough, especially with the names they're provided in their roster. However, I want to see if they actually do get excited when they do get ahead. They're like 10k gold in the lead, more than 10k at this point gold in the lead. Do you get excited? Do you overextend? Do you make silly plays? Does the Baus E into 5 people? He does, because he has the whole cavalry behind him. Oh.
Well, the cast comes out, but they're going to continue to chase forwards here. That is the lockdown onto the Ezreal. He just disappears off the map. Nowhere to see. Absolute annihilation.
All right, deep breaths, CMG. It's sad to say, but the game is pretty much over right here. I feel like DMG need to go back to the drawing board. You do have at least
Is
another
Bitsy catching the wave?
game. I think he's just catching his jungle. Not that he knows that everyone is
done.
busy.
He's done. Yeah, I
like,
think you're
listen,
right.
This is the first time my jungle is unattended. I'm going to spell.
Hey man, that gets him closer to that
Yes.
well, half an item. It's not much. True Shot Barrage does clip onto Crowny. Baus finds himself caught out by Bitsy, throws out the casket, in comes the cavalry. Immediate lockdown onto Monkey. Bizguard has to go golden, but it's not going to last for long as they chase forwards. Reckless is going to be the one to get that little kill as they continue to chase forward. Baus taking a couple of tower shots. Down goes another inhibitor. Nemesis throws a charm out. Doesn't hit onto Fateski. They take the portal out to safety. Crowny's going to take a pink ward on the way out as well. 10-0, 21 minutes, 2 inhibitors down. I don't think there was ever any doubt, but if there had been, this should be the nail in that coffin.
Yeah, that is clean League of Legends coming in from Los Ratones. Of course, DMG are coming in, not as the favorites, as we're seeing this one more time. Baus walking up forward, threatening, seeing if he can catch anyone. He catches 3 people with the ultimate right there. Beautiful stuff. 2 people, sorry. The ultimate coming in, and Los Ratones instantly diving in, winning that fight. Of course, they're literally just slapping them in the face with their wallets at this point. They have like +3 items almost on every member of DMG. And again, DMG, they're not coming in as evens or as the favorites or as dark horses or as upsets or whatever you want to call it. And they went 1-3 in their group, and the only team that they managed to pick up a win after was Chaos. Now, Bitsa, do you want to try your luck?
He's thinking about it. Does get spotted out by the ward. Charm goes wide. That should just be the secure onto Atakan. As that monkey's in danger. They find the knock-up on Ibuchi as well. And Dragon's not necessary. The teleports from Baus into the base. As DMG may try and go for a quick collapse, but Bizguard forced to flash away, being chased down by the fat man, hit by the cast. Charm lands onto Calm Sky as well, inside his base. There's a robot being absolutely devoured up there. They haven't even used the Herald yet. It's only just thrown down. Kalmsky forced back onto the fountain as Baus secures his kill. Down goes tower number 1. Tower number 2 should be quick to follow, as the Monsoon is just going to heal everybody up here from the side of Reckless. 13-0. An absolute masterclass of a game coming in from the side of Los Ratones in this best of. Okay, Baus decides to int the score. It's a 13-1, but an unbelievably clean game from them. 23 minutes to close out game 1 of this best of 3.
That was incredibly clean League of Legends coming from Los Ratones, and thankfully, Baus decides to save a little bit of his stats on average death. Nowhere near his casual. He's a 5.5er. And that was just 1 death in this particular one. But what a clean game. Like, they didn't even have to lane swap in the early game to suffocate the Rumble. I feel like we said it, level 6, you've got Vi, you've got Ari, insta-hit that mid lane. Velia had a little bit of a whoopsie in the early, which wasn't even necessarily his whoopsie. They saw that the bot lane was chucked. He tried to make a play down bot lane, didn't work out. And I think these are the little moments and windows that teams need to take away to try and make plays when you have put someone behind on Los Ratones. And that someone will most likely be Velia, who is more of a rookie than anyone else on this roster. Wasn't the case for DMG. Very clean game for Los Ratones.
Unbelievably clean game. I mean, it is still a best of 3, so there's still 2 more games, but this now, as Archer was saying on the desk, or I think it was Foxy, either way, you have your back to the wall now after this first game, because it is match point, and after a game that clean, you've got to be scary. I think we saw why everybody on the desk and me and you voted for this to be a 2-0 for Los Ratones. They look clean as hell. We're going to pass it over to the desk, though, to break that game down, so Archer, over to you.
Oh, yeah. That was That was spicy. And we heard from Bucci saying, I'll make an apology video. Oh boy, think about the script because things are looking tight. No. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's be serious about it. No lane swap was required.
Not at the beginning, at the very least.
Let's start.
I think
Let's start. Yeah.
they got baited by the Baus global taunt. I don't know how teams keep falling into this trap, but just stop trying to kill Baus. Let him mind his own business. He'll happily sit there and farm on his own. This was something me and Foxtrap discussed in the green room, right? Just before the 8th minute mark, what was Baus doing? Just before those grubbies were spawning, well, Baus is proxy farming. Did DMG walk right into the waiting trap? Yes, they did. And what did that mean? Well, not only did Baus escape, he did also, yeah, this was early as well. Like, this was the beginning of the end, you could say. A nice little solo bolo to start of the day. Gragas, incredibly fun champ. Baus having mastered it to perfection. This feels like, you know, the Zeus play against Hansama at Worlds last year as well.
Those minions as well. What the heck?
Yeah. Lost for
Just two little
minions, man.
agents.
Even they, I mean, small little rats there
Yeah.
in the minion wave.
Yeah, I mean, when you can solo kill the ADC for first blood, that's always a positive sign. Yeah, for sure. And Baus just did Baus things again. It feels almost just. I'm almost annoyed. I find myself annoying saying this, but it's again. Baus is doing Baus things, and I just don't get why
the
teams are so
Messi.
gravitated towards
The Messi
him.
of League of Legends, man. I mean, the thing
Why?
is, it feels very much like watching genuinely like Barcelona back in 2014 when Atletico Bilbao and these teams would send 10 members to just try and bodyguard him. And it wasn't enough. I mean, still, you see these situations, right? 3-4 members trying to get something by killing Baus, and he escapes. I mean, you catch yourself being frustrated, like, how does this keep happening? You're sitting here. This is the 5th, 6th team now trying to do this, and you say they can't keep getting away with this, but they keep getting away with it. And even cleaner. This game was phenomenally clean. 50 minutes in, there were no outer and tier 2 turrets remaining. It was only the base. What world are we living in? Is this SKT like back in the, I mean, even currently at Worlds or whatever, but this is the situation we were talking about. Grubs are about to spawn, and look at Baus. He'll gladly take the whole wave. Ibiza is investing his time walking right into the trap, and he just walks away. And look at the minimap. Look at the minimap. What is Velya doing? He's about to start the grubs that are spawning. Ibiza, he's on holiday. He's nowhere to be seen. Baus escapes, plates go over to Crowny. They get everything, man. They get the cake, the food, they eat the whole table too, man. They get everything.
Even
That's
pings
it.
the ward. He doesn't even care.
Thanks.
He pings the ward like, 5 gold.
Like, they can't keep getting away with it, man. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, if your strategy there is like you're sacking top side and putting Bucci weak side as Rumble, firstly that's kind of odd, but still, if that is your strategy, then you want to do something on the bot side of the map, and Baus is your best chance of doing that. But that was just that. That's not how you do it. So that is really not how you try and get in there. And yeah, it's just like, man, I don't know, dude. He keeps getting away with it, as you said. And when you come into the next game, like, Baus's strategy often means that he dies a lot, and his direct lane opponent will get strong.
Yeah.
But it means that, you know, on the rest of the map, it's worth it, right? That's kind of the idea. Is like, yes,
Yeah,
bad
very
things
good way to
happen,
phrase it.
but it's worth it. But there were just no trade-offs for Los Adonis this game. DMG were getting nothing, right?
Couldn't even get the Hail Mary, right? Couldn't even make it a 50-50. You can see the thumbs up thrown out from Pizza as well. I mean, this was fit.
Oh, it's tipping.
He just TP'd.
The thing is,
TP'd.
the macro
him.
here was incredible. And the thing is, Baus, he is the obvious choice to try and get something guaranteed because Lost Returns are genuinely just good at macro. So the easiest choice is to try and catch the guy who is, you know, in between your tier 2 and tier 3 turrets. And when you even fail to do that and lose, 500, 600 gold worth of things on the other side of the map, the game can very quickly be decided. We had a dancing shitty, but obviously Baus, right, couldn't end his game without a death in the calendar, dies in the fountain. I mean, I can't
That's
believe we're sitting here
classic.
analyzing this. I don't know how to beat Lost Returns, man, but you can't keep falling for this Baus traps. It
No
doesn't
one
work.
does.
It doesn't work. They all fall for it. He has a global taunt, Asha.
What the heck?
Look at it. Look at the
Bruh.
damage.
And you know it, okay? I've been watching this individual ever since 2019, if I'm not mistaken. A long time viewer. That was it 2020. I don't know, it was a long time from the beginning of YouTube, of his YouTube. But the idea is, I could hear his voice when he got ganked by 5 and he escaped. He was saying, "On me, guys." I know he said that. And then he needs to die at least once, and he does the arm thing just to be, oh, yo. And he's just happy. And at the end, he's like, look at the damage, look at the damage. He's gonna say it. The global taunt is a reality. It's like he is Teemo in real life. They have to go for him because there's a global taunt. But he's comfortable with that. Meanwhile, his team is just taking objective after objective because you have someone like Heckless knowing like, hey, we do this, we do that, we do this. This is a complicated situation. I look at DMG, and obviously I'm praising Los Ratones, but we have to look into the big picture. 23 minutes. DMG are against the ropes. As a broadcast, we have to look into this and say, what can they do? And so far, no team has been able to get a slimmer of an answer towards that. What can they do with 10 minutes?
Dude, this is the point here, Archer, mate. Like, I was thinking this too, and I was looking at that goal graph. I'm like, okay, so yeah, we've glazed Ratones, deservedly so, right,
100%.
for their first game.
But
yeah, exactly. So then you got to turn the fact it's best of 3. All right, so how did DMG turn this around? What are they looking for next game? I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like they just got they got wrecked. Like that was the most dominant Los Ratones game we've seen so far, which is saying something because they're undefeated so far as well. The only positive I take from that is Baus can't play Gragas again. Sorry, like Fearless won't let that happen. So yeah, I don't put so much attention towards Baus.
yeah,
And try and play the rest of the map. I do think, like, you know, for DMG they did get some objective trades, so they were able to get the early 3 grubs. They traded grubs for Dragon a bit later on as well. So there are some cool things going on there, but it was just tough, man. It was just tough thing to build off of that. And again, I think you just got to ignore Baus as best you can.
because he still has Ambessa, he can play the Pantheon, he can play the Cyan. We know that there's a lot of champions he can still bring into the top side, so it's a complicated situation. I remember I was flamed, and this is exactly... Trouble was there. On NLC Studio, they flamed me because they said, like, Baus, there was a pro player there. It was like, Baus, I don't like to play with him or versus him on solo queue. He's just a feed. And I'm like, no, I don't know, man. Then he went to Korea, and he got top of the rank. He knows what he's doing. This is a playstyle that it's really complicated to deal with because it's, like, unique. And as DMG, if you're relying on Bucci, what can you do? It's the Messi of League.
Yeah, I mean the Messi of League, right? And I think the beauty is you can definitely see some analogies to the Bowsy emoji, right? Where he just dribbles around like 2008 Ronaldo at Manchester United, because he dribbles around 3-4 members when he escapes these situations. I don't think my solution here will work, but I think it will do something different because it feels like teams are trying the same thing over and over again, and it's to get a goal lead off Baus overextending and then trying to capitalize off that. What I'd rather see, to be honest, is them, you know, ignore Baus. Just let him do that proxy farming and then try and play the 4v4 on the map. The problem is, though, Los Ratones and the other 4 members have, you know, very good mechanical individuals and people who know what they're doing. So you're having to hand-check them, but at the very least you're testing them on a different parameter that we haven't seen them being tested on really yet, because so far everyone is testing them on what can you do while we get Baus. And so far, they've passed every single test. So I'd ignore Baus. I'd ignore him completely, act like he isn't in the game, and then try and play the 4v4 across the map. It will be hard, and you will still have your backs against the wall, but you'll be trying something different, because the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. And just, yeah, I want to see something new.
I like that. I like that idea. I like it. Let's see if DMG are capable of pulling that one out of the pocket, because they have one more chance before they're being tossed to lower bracket where you die, you're gone, promoted to viewer, and that's the end of your league for Winter Split. It's not the end for us. We still have a little break before we tune in for the second game, and probably the decisive one. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. everyone! Game 2 of the first series of playoffs! We just started the league and we're already on playoffs. This is confusing, but I love it! Fearless trap, so whatever you saw in the previous game, it's gone. No longer allowed. Banned. Removed from existence. And also, it's gonna be up on our graphic, which may be a little bit confusing, but please bear with us, because we're also trying to understand how it works. I'm a top planer, so intelligence is not my, strong suit. With this in mind, though, Los Ratones is one game away from jumping into another part of the winners brackets, getting that extra life secured. With that in mind, I need you to tell me, are you watching this? Hashtag NLC LOL25 on Twitter. Like hashtag, you go in, you type in, how are you watching? Why are you watching? Who are you rooting for? And we'll try to bring your tweet into the live feed. You want to do it? Yes! And if you want one of these beauties, head on to the site. Thank you, Duckling. Fox, can you... You go on to the site of Arozzi and you type in NLC LOL. And that's a discount for you. 50%. You ready for that one? We're about to jump into Champions League. Look at this! The timing was perfect. Oh, look at those things on the top. You're not allowed to play these.
So these are the champions banned, right? And as Foxtrot explained earlier, it is hardcore fearless. So any champ that has been picked, even if your team didn't get to log it in, is banned. So let's just take for an example, Bucci can't play the Gragas, but Baus can't play the Rumble either. These champs are banned for both teams now. Looking at the ban so far though, they seem to be staying the same. The Skarner ban makes sense. We've seen the Cassante before from Los Ratones. The Galio as well, really something to try and limit the macro of Los Ratones. So the bans, I expect them to stick the same because they will still be able to be played, right? Until they've been played, they aren't banned, so they will need to be banned every game. I think the Kalista could be left open, to be honest, but it would also make sense to ban it as instead they go for the Varus.
Yeah, alright, so that's it. I think bot lane's going to be the focus here. Varus taken away. No Corki, no Ezreal from the previous game as well. Yeah, so Kalista is just the easy lock-in here. So if you're Los Ratones, you're going to be looking at some aggressive supports as well to pair up with that Kalista, someone that you can throw in and have some pressure in the bot lane. I mean, this would just be so like fire with fire, would it not? If you take this Draven here,
I think
it's very risky.
Yeah, I think you need to do it, right? You got absolutely stomped in the first game. If not now, then when?
There it is.
The question.
Draven Renata?
Yeah, that is Fateski's pocket pick, right? He is a big Draven player. So I like this. It might be desperation and no guarantee it will work out, but it is something different. It is something to try and play around here, and I'm very excited to see how they will pull it off. I mean, the Nico could be an option as well, give yourself more engaged, and keeping the flexibility open. Has been seen on the support, but can be flexed in other positions. Seems like DMG are throwing down the Chaos Gauntlet here. That is my predicted route this game will go. It could turn chaotic.
I like this. You're putting more hype and also agency towards the lanes that you don't think they should be the ones highlighting. I like this. My thoughts with Renata is you pick the Renata, you don't reckless play the Renata. That's a dangerous one with Kalista, but Jarvan is going to be the pick for Velja. I've seen Baus play this one on top, but still, 99% this is jungle. Surely.
Don't say it too soon. Don't say it too soon.
They
just might do it. They just might do it. I mean, I do agree with Mushroom wholeheartedly. We're not really gonna get into it, right? But it certainly seems DMG have thrown out the book of prepared drafts and whatever, and just said we are gonna do whatever we feel like and try something different. I would have loved to see it locked in, but instead, the realm makes a lot of sense. It does also show though that this Nico will go mid lane for Bisco. So he will be on a mage.
It could be jungle, bro. Bits has played Nico jungle. No, I might be completely off my rocker with that one, but I seem to remember him playing this in the jungle before. I'll have to double check my stats for that one, but it's still a flex. It's still a flex. I like the rail here as well. I wouldn't really have liked Blitzcrank into Kalista Renata because if you grab someone post 6 or grab rail post Renata post 6, excuse me, then Kalista saves her. And grabbing a Kalista is very hard when she's hopping around all the while. So I like just keep it simple, man. Keep it simple with that rail. You've also got the combo alongside things like the Nico ulti and all that AoE big old damage here. So we're gonna get some jungle bans from Los Ratones. So they certainly seem to think that this is gonna be a Biscard Nico, most likely, right? That's where they're aiming for here. I still think this could be a jungle Nico. But we'll see. We'll see how this draft progresses.
I want to
yeah.
see, just quickly, right? I want to see the Syndra be banned here again. We know Nemesis is really, really good on it. Instead, though, the Aurora, that is something that could also be flexed. They've gone for on the ban port. I like the Nocturne ban at the very least, right? Because again, when I'm talking about this chaos from DMG, the Nocturne paranoia, all of a sudden, 4 seconds. Where's the Rel? Where's the Nico? All of these things you can't keep a track on or track off. So I think it's a really good ban just in case, even if the Nico might end up going jungle. The Nara as well for Bucci. So okay, so they've taken out some pretty understandable bans. Plus with zones would expect nothing different. What now though? It's hard to sit here and try and fulfill this DMG draft because we know so little about how much they're really throwing down the gauntlet. But I'm hoping for something damage oriented in the top lane as well. Or maybe you just take a stock standard tank up there. Okay, no, I get that. That's why I didn't ban it. That's why I didn't ban it then, because Bisco has a pocket Syndra. He's really, really good on it. Maybe not Nemesis level, but he's very good on it in the daily scene. And that also, gives Foxtrot right. That does mean the Nico will be going either top or jungle.
Sign
Yeah,
available, and Bessa available.
Oh, fuck.
Right.
Foxy!
The question: do you have the damage though? Do you have the damage to get through? Jarvan, Sion, Renat will be getting tanky as well. Like all you've got right now. I mean, yeah, it's the thing is Draven has to get quite close to these people to do damage to them. So it's going to be a little bit tough here. But you can just see from a pure. Oh, okay, it's going to be swapped to the way there instead. But yeah, there's a lot of. Yeah, I think it's nice as well. Like you've got a lot of range coming through from there as well. A little bit of. It's quite an all-round champion is the way. So. Let's see what this last pick is. I do actually think it should be in the top side, and it's not. Holy moly! Well, it might actually. I don't know. I've seen stranger things than Kane top.
I think it's Kane top, right? You go the tank Kane top, or not the tank, but the Raz Kane.
Red
so you get the tank
health.
I think that's a smart choice. I would have personally liked to see some more engage, just to add even more fuel to the fire, and something maybe like the Malphite or whoever, who really knows, right? But the Kane. It is clear, DMG have thrown down the gauntlet, they've thrown out the planned draft book, they are locking in these niche pocket picks and they are giving it their all here. I like this because they're trying something different and this is what we need to see. If it's enough to beat Lost Ratones, I don't know, but I do believe it will make this a closer game than the last one, which to be fair, isn't hard to beat.
This kind top was brought to you by Baus. Baus started this kind top. You're bringing technology versus his master. And it's so good at proxy farming, so maybe Duckling, I think they hurt you. I think they're gonna be like, hey, let's fight proxy with proxy and look into the rest of the map. Maybe Duckling was right. Maybe you are right back at home. Hashtag NLC LOL25. I'll see you soon as we jump into the rift. Be right back!
And here we are on the Rift for our second game of this best of two between Los Ratones and DMG. Trouble, we've got some spicy stuff. I was a bit worried that Velia was going to get caught out, but they're not. We got some spicy stuff in this draft. The Kane top lane, the Nico jungle, Battles on his special.
All right.
I don't really know how to make heads or tails of it, so I'm going to give it to you to try and break down what the hell's going on.
You know what? We said in game number 1, we're expecting the teams to work as a unit to try and spot any lane swaps that were going on. Didn't happen in game 1. Guess what? Sion is the best anti-dive champion that exists in League of Legends together with Zac. And who best to play this than the Sion OTP himself, Baus. Of course, you want to get away from the Kane encounter, but not only that, you also refuse the melee stacks because you're going to be playing into Kalista, Renata, too. You're going to be deprived of a lot of CS for Bucci because you're going to mostly be playing under tower. Double range into Kane is not fun. And you're running Ignite Teleport, which means you're looking to kill. You ain't killing no one in this lane. It's a 2v1.
Yeah, and Los Ratones, they had their mark on this. And the big thing here is I don't think DMG expected this lane swap. I think this is Los Ratones are a team who have mastered the art of the lane swap, where DMG, I don't think they actually expected it. Kamsky is going to get hit here by the boss. Uses the Q on the minion wave, clears those
He's out.
those melee minions, and he's just going to walk away. Kamsky trying to find the interrupt with the W, as Fatesky is going to slowly just shove the wave in. But the main thing is as long as Bals doesn't die too much here and give too many like Draven cash outs over, he's going to be sitting pretty in this early stage.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm getting a little bit worried about DMG here. The first game looked doable because the composition looked much more easy to execute, I want to say. Like very cookie cutter, we all press our ultimates at the same time. We just tried to win a team fight, which Los Ratones never gave them, right? They just beat them through skirmishes. Right here, the synergy between Nico and Syndra, the double AP, you can very easily just go straight into Mercs. You've got a Kane that kind of needs to scale into his form, but for him to do that, he needs to have a pretty easy laning phase, which Los Ratones are not giving him at all. And then you've got a stacking AD carry in the likes of Draven, who does like to cash out, which means that DMG are going to have to find a way to get those skills onto Draven one way or another. And with Los Ratones being so good with macro, got a lot of scaling through the way. They've already lane swap, which means that Kane's not having
No way.
I take it back. Cash out. Instant. I am sorry. I take it back. It's the Baus, and he's back.
He still gets the cannon. He's got TPs. He's going to make it back to lane.
So
like
what?
you said. I mean, it's just one of those things where like the cost is actually quite low. This guard does still have that flash. Gets caught by the end of the flag and drag. Doesn't get actually hit by the knock-up. Barely gets the slow off from that W. And they're just going to call it. Nemesis is actually having a pretty rough time in this lane. Getting pretty heavily bullied out here. But ultimately, if you look at the state of the lane swap and how it's going between the lanes, there's a wolf coming in. Bitsy goes invisible. Misses the swirl seed. Nemesis able to flash away to safety. Baus, he's just going to proxy the wave. And honestly, if you're Fatesky, what are your options here? You can't really do much about the contest on that. And Los Ratones, their bot lane are getting time to grab plates. But Fatesky can't get a wave under tower. Have a look at this fight again in this. Was it just a solo under tower from Fatesky?
Yes.
Oh my word.
He keeps taking... Every time he walks up, Fatesky's playing with the range of the tower. Popping in auto attack after auto attack. I think Baus underestimated what's happening here. Walks a little bit too far forward. The stand aside into the flash auto. That's the way it goes. Fatesky with the... I guess this was a revenge kill. He died again. Okay. That was a revenge kill from game number 1. I don't know if you guys remember, but Baus on the Gragas did solo kill Fatesky on that Ezreal, but now it's kind of revenge time. That was an execute from Bausi.
Oh my word. Handshake onto Bucci. He's got them in. Crowny secures the kill. 4 CS to 31. Baus has gone down twice, but he has made every death count. He's been able to pick up as much as possible. He is now mid lane. He's got the flash, but I don't think a flash from a Scion's going to achieve much.
I mean, there's nothing he can do in his lane anyway, right? The bot lane wave is pretty even, top lane wave is pretty even. So he got back on the map. He looked for that mid lane play. However, again, for Bucci to go towards that Kane, it's a little bit of a fiery pick, if you will. Double-ended sword. There is no good end of the stick that you can end up on. And right here with Los Ratones and how good they have managed that early game to put a double ranged lane into that Kane, deprive him of CS, experience, level 4 to level 5 Scion. Now here's the trouble, right? Sion's going to get really tanky and Kane is going to have to find different openings. But everywhere he goes, he sees Renata and Kalista in front of him. He just cannot play the matchup he chose to be in.
He got like 3 minions and then got lane swapped on again. Bucci is just struggling here. Now, DMG are going to get some free time on this tower. Baus doesn't have teleport to get in range, but Velia finds Bucci, flag and drag into the knockup. Reckless finds the handshake as well, but no one can actually chase over the wall, so the flash comes out from Velia, but he flashes, he blast comes himself into danger. Baus is getting dove. He's going to find the knockup though. Bitsy's taking tower shots. Fatesky could be next. The turret finds the kill as Fatesky takes a tower shot, and Baus continues the chase in zombie form. One auto attack comes in. Fatesky is able to survive the dive. They don't lose a single person. Bitsy, it was only an execute. They're going to be happy with that, to be honest.
They are going to be happy because finally they're getting some kills on the board. They went through the entirety of game 1 with 0 kills right here. Baus walks up, doesn't have that level 6 to evade the gank. As you see, Bitse was a minion in that in that whole companionship right there of minions. And very great dive right here. Bitsa knows he hasn't been tagged by Sion at all, so he ends up being executed. However, that is 3 members of the MG towards the top side of the map. Kalmsky had to even commit his flash, because Fatesky was going to go down to the zombie Sion afterwards. And if you look over to the bot side of the map, there's 2 tower platings already missing from that tower. Slowly but surely, Crowny is farming up a storm again. He's got that first kill onto Butchie. He's getting some tower plating. So yes, the Draven's coming back. Yes, the Draven's cashing out constantly. But Crowny is keeping up on even terms.
Well, they're able to stop the grub take there. May see another rotation come out, but Bucci, once again, he's on the wrong side of the rift. He's just trying to deal with Los Ratones bot lane, and there's nothing he can do about it. He's just getting heavily bullied. The grub denial even comes in, so DMG aren't going to be able to pick up that that stack. Now, Biles, if he dies here, that is the kills stack towards your feat of strength. What's the meme, Trouble?
Everywhere I go, I see your face.
Yeah.
This is Bucci right now with Crowny and Reckless. Oh,
well,
boy,
he's
here we
getting
go.
a handshake. Bitsy comes in, though. He's a minion. Gets the Pop Blossom down. Crowny actually not taking tower shots as they continue to put some damage in. Baus able to hold the wave. Actually gets a knock-up. Nobody goes down on the map yet, but Baus is incredibly low. I know he's not. It's Crowny he's incredibly low. Baus is actually sitting pretty. Handshake out of Reckless. Bucci, he's getting bullied by the support man.
This is not a fun game to be a top laner. No, Baus gets a kill here.
Yeah, he does. On to Karmsky. Looks like Fatesky is just going to finish off his clone, but he's still got the wave. Again, it's the farm. 23 to 56. Baus is happy. He's doing what he needs to do. He's absorbing pressure. The problem, though, is Draven is 3-0. Has a shutdown on him. He's actually quite scary. Fatesky could be a problem for Los Ratones in this game, too.
I feel like a lot of the teams, as we're looking at the dive again right here, and Baus is going to take the kill, and as you mentioned, he's going to take the farm as well. I feel like a lot of the teams give too much emphasis on trying to kill the top lane player that plays that style. Inevitably, that Sion is going to be tanky. I see a Rectrix in his inventory and longswords. Inevitably, he is going to get tanky. Trust. I know we see a lot of AD on that Sion and a Cole, but he's going to get tanky inevitably. And you do have a 3-0 Draven that you need to juice the heck out of if you're DMG. Take him around the map, surround him with support and jungle, and try to take the fight over to Los Ratones. I feel like this Fatesky and Kalmsky walking around trying to defend towers is just not enough because they're under danger and under threat of being dived themselves.
Oh, Bucci can't even get to the wave. He's just getting bullied on the way, and he doesn't even get that minion. He got that wave, but he lost an entire wave just walking into lane. As Los Ratones will be able to get this tower, so that's their feat of strength. They do still need to get...
How's your math?
3 jungle objectives. Hold the phone. Bitsy, Pop Blossom. Everything gets thrown down. There's going to be the ultimate coming out from Reckless. It doesn't quite hit onto anybody important. So they get the lockdown Velia. The handout's not going to come in as he goes down. Karmsky loses a fair amount of HP. Nemesis has to flash away to break away from that one. And Bizgard is going to get some free time on the mid lane tower.
That's exactly what we're talking about. If you do have this juiced up Draven, get your support and your jungler to try and support him and get a few kills. Fantastic right there. How's your math, Heatbrain? There was an extra creep on that minion wave and Los Ratones forgot to count. Let's watch this one more time. Perfect for Bitter right here to get that double ultimate onto Renata and Kalista. Of course, Renata Kalista is a pretty durable duo when it comes to the ultimates and the utility from Renata. However, they do end up getting Velia down. And most crucially, the flash from Nemesis. Hui is a very, very immobile... Again. He caught him! He caught him!
He's flashless, but he gets the fear off, and he gets away nice and safe. Nemesis is going to be able to clear the wave, and yeah, Los Ratones, they are falling a little victim to the Nico. A bit too consistently right now, as Fatesky is shoved under tower. Los Ratones can get some tower damage done down there. As Bucci, I think this is the first time he's been able to touch a wave completely uncontested. He is a very, very sad Kane right now, struggling for gold.
You know what, however? This team has 4 kills. That's 4 more than the previous game. Oh, Biscard, that's a flash.
Yeah, he's going to get the knockback. He's going to get hit by the W. Massive amount of damage. Velia, does he have the ultimate? It's coming up in just a second. He may chase for this kill. Bisgard able to put some distance between him and Velia. But this could just be a lot of damage onto his tower. He may lose a plate here to Nemesis.
That is an incredible play from the Baus for one reason and one reason only. That was mid laner away from mid. Bisgard has to go all the way back in base. 2 neutral objectives spawning on the map at the same time. You get to walk in, you get to set down the vision, you get to push in that mid lane away from Nemesis. It freed up so much time for Los Ratones. There is no vision that went down. Like that play from Baus was incredibly well timed to send Syndra back to base. But there wasn't any proactivity in terms of the other lanes to walk and get some vision, try for the neutral objectives. It is going to be the top side of the map that's been taken away by Velia, and Los Ratones are going to get traded for a dragon for DMG.
Yeah, they are going to be able to pick themselves up these Void Grubs. That'll put them on 4, so they'll still get the little Grublets. And is another stack towards that feat of strength. That'll be their second. If DMG can get another 2 neutral objectives for themselves, they'll be able to get the boots upgrade for themselves. So still got that race on that front. I do worry on Los Ratones' front that Fateski could be a little bit of an issue as we get into this game. But like you said, you need a lot of support on the Draven. Otherwise, you know, you will just get melted.
Absolutely. He does have a lot of support. However, he has a lot of squishy members around him as well. So if they can deviate the attention from Los Ratones right there, maybe Fateski ends up being unharmed in these fights to put down the DPS. DMG are now looking towards that Los Ratones bot lane. Reckless and Crowny. Again, Renata Kalista, traditionally one of the strongest duos in the bot lane. Their durability, their extra mobility that they have, the ultimate that saves your life last second. They've got so much utility in this lane, and Crown is actually pretty strong right now with Blade the Rune King completed as well. So you'll see that DMG are just gonna shadow the Draven, push down that wave, get onto the tower, chip it a little bit, and then roam around the map. They are looking for mid, and Velia is in.
Oh, Bisgard has to flash out. So does Velia, actually, just to break away. Scatter the Weak doesn't quite hit as the 4-man Death Ball from DMG, unable to find themselves an answer, but they did get the jungler's flash out. As Velia needs to be a little bit careful. Doesn't have to be too careful as Baus is in the area. Now, one thing that I do like that you mentioned was that DMG actually relatively squishy. A good hostile takeover probably just wins the fight if Fateski is the one who gets hit by it. He doesn't have cleanse, he doesn't have a way to cleanse that effect, and he will melt his own team.
Absolutely. He's the one who's fed as well. Item, a couple of components in the inventory. Now, my biggest question right here is what can Bucci do on this Kane? He has the clips completed. He's about 2.2k gold down. There's a full AD lethality Sion that Baus chose to play this time around. I mean, we went from what, 80 Poppy to AP Jax to full AD lethality Sion. The TPs are coming in.
TP's coming in, Baus in the area. I don't think he expected Bitsy to be there, so the moment he lands, he decides that actually this play may just be off, but does have to charge if he wants to go for it. Fateski is the one who's going to get hit. Looking for that knock-up. Hostile takeover coming in. The flash has already gone out. Only going to hit onto the rail. They find a knock-up. Nemesis is coming in. Misses the W off as Karmski's going low. The Ren from Crowny secures the kill. The tower will crumble here to the pressure from Los Ratones. As DMG able to keep Fateski and that shutdown in their pocket, but still losing across the map.
That was the most brutally forced play I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
He TP's bot, he gets spotted, he's like, yeah, screw it, I'll just ult in. They find Fateski, they take his flash as well. Nemesis is now in trouble.
Oh, he's just get hit by the Unleashed Power, misses the fear. Velia is going to jump in. Ultimate makes the connection onto Bisgard. Velia decides not to full commit, not got the information on where Bitsy and anyone else from DMG is. So he just backs off, but Bisgard loses a lot of HP. Let's have a look at this bot play once again, because like you said, it was very, very forced, but they still made it work.
Absolutely. Level 11 Sion. Look at all the other members. 6 for Kamsky, 10 for Fateski. He's just literally running into their face. Very, very tanky as well. A lot of damage. And Bitze, he takes the appearance of a minion right there. They're going to get the stun down onto the Baus, but he's so damn tanky, and there's so many stacked arrows from Crowny onto that rail.
No,
Kamsky ends up going down. Oh, there's no flash.
Looking for the knock up. They're not able to hit it. Actually, Fatesky is going to find himself in a little bit of danger. Nemesis can't find the damage as they are going to lose one. That's the end of Velia. Nemesis locked up and hit by the stuns. The fear lands onto Bitsy. Bitsy goes down in the fight. But ultimately, it's a 2-for-1. Baus has been hit by the Umbral Trespassers. Now, Biscard looking for him, but Baus is able to get away with the charge. Does get hit by the vision, so they know where he is. And somehow makes a grand escape. But ultimately, Fatesky 5-0 on this Draven.
Biscard sidestepped Baus right there. He could have stopped him with his body to try and take him down, but he's full AD, so he's kind of scary, and that's the 2v2 we've been looking for.
There's the Magnet Storm into the ult from Fatesky. He's out of mana, though, so Crownie continues to put the pressure in. The Rend is going to be the shutdown. The bailout onto Crownie from Reckless will save his life. Crownie gets another. Doesn't get hit by the Scatter of the Week, but the Orb secures the kill. Bucci now putting the pressure onto Reckless. The double kill has been secured. The slow from Reckless as he makes a run for it. Gets himself the handshake on the Biscop to send him packing. Bucci can't chase further. Los Ratones, that was such a good play for them.
Absolutely, but DMG are bringing back the fire. That's what we were looking in this best of. DMG are coming in as the clear underdogs. And let's watch this one more time because I don't think we've seen a proper 2v2 between these two bot lanes. Right here, Fatesky, of course, with the Bloodthirster as well, runs out of mana, and it literally takes one last auto attack to kill Crownie, but the bailout, as you mentioned, coming through from Reckless means that Crownie gets to stay alive to claim yet another one, and then the rest of DMG are just coming in as the cleanup crew. And I'm just gonna say, not the cleanest game from Los Ratones. They are getting overexcited, they are overextended. We saw Velia earlier. He missed the flag and drag, yet he still went in, which costed him and Nemesis their lives.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mistake, but in comes a massive ultimate return from Bitsy. The hostile takeover doesn't hit onto Fatesky as Baus is knocked back, but Los Ratones is still able to win this fight regardless. That Draven is going down. Baus secures the kill.
DMG have just run out of damage. Los Ratones getting that team fight right here, 3-0 for them. That was a fantastic form ult, I think, from Bitze on the Nico. It didn't matter at all. Los Ratones are quite tanky. Doesn't matter if he hits the Scion or the Javan at this point, and they're going to take that fight straight into another neutral objective. They can choose to pick up that Rift Herald. It will give them feats of strength as well. They only need one more Rift Herald, and it will be a done deal. There you go. The Siren is going to sing on the Rift as well. And let's look at this one more time. They see Fatesky overextended. Fantastic Cataclysm right there. And then Knockup hits the Scion and the Renata. Who cares? Los Ratones are more than fine, especially when you've got the Renata to give you the shield last second. You've got, you're playing a very tight spot as well. So Postal Takeover is huge in that angle. So Los Ratones, great engage right there from Velia, and they made it work.
Komsky is being hunted in his own jungle, but Los Ratones don't really have too much vision to work with, so they are just going to back off. I will give it a Bitsy. He's 1-3 on the Nico, but he has been incredibly impactful this game. Being able to find so many major ultimates, and it's a good showing from a Nico jungle. Something that we were both a little bit pessimistic about, probably is the best way to word it. Problem is, his team are starting to lack a little bit on that neutral objective front. Los Ratones, even if they're down gold, even if they're down on in the fights, they're still up in pressure. They still played their own tempo, and you just have to match them as they're going to secure themselves as they can. DMG now being hunted. Reckless is going to get hit by the Swirl Seed. Not going to full push any further. That is a scary Los Ratones right now.
Yeah, and that was completely uncontested as well. DMG took a while to sort of sniff out what was going on around on the map right there. And this is Los Ratones for you in the NLC. They're always one step ahead when it comes to the macro, the way they read the map, the way they see the map. And for DMG, it's just going to get harder from here on out. Fatesky doesn't deal a lot of damage to the tanky front line of Los Ratones, because even though you see the Axiom Arc and sorry, and the full lethality build from the Scion, he's still pretty tanky. Like, his HP bar is pretty high, and you've got a Renata to back him up as well. You've got a Jarvan that can lock in the Draven to back him up as well. So it just becomes a little bit difficult, especially since DMG's damage is more of a versatile and not very consistent. Talking about consistency, consistently taking towers right here from Los Ratones. It's going to be another one with the Rift Herald.
Yep, they're going to jump back into Shelly once again. Massive amount of grubs coming out from the charge. This tower probably won't live for long. Whirling Death not even going to hit it. Velia going for a bit quick joyride into mid lane. Unless they can pop it, they're able to get it with the Q there from Nico. So tower will stand as Bucci is being one-shot by Baus. Let's see how this fight goes. Finds himself the knock-up as he is now in that red cane form, but Nemesis is coming in, misses the W onto him. Bucci continuing to be chased away. He's just going to look for another W knock-up, but not going to be able to get caught and is going to make a grand escape away from Baus. There's a mid lane tower, though. Los Ratones have been able to take that one in the meantime, so Baus still pulling people down to deal with him, and ultimately it's coming at a pretty steep cost as this tower probably going down. Velia's found the lockdown onto Fateski. He's going to just get the withdraw off. Remember, they've got those revives from Atakan, so this is just a free objective to take and with zero risk other than giving, you know, a little bit of gold over, chasing forward onto Reckless. Reckless will lose as he is withdrawn. Nice ultimate from Reckless, though, just to
do it, Nemesis.
Keep the premises
Send
of
it.
Nemesis. Now he just wants to stay in the area just so Baus can seal that turret up. And once again, we are 22 minutes in, and the only towers standing are the ones in the base, and one of those is an inhibitor tower. The other two, the last two towers in the game, are the Nexus towers at 22 minutes.
And it's also amazing to see how they ping-pong the pressure around the map for Los Ratones, right? Because we always talk about the Baus and what he does, and everyone just bunching around him to try and take him down, and then he gains so much space and so much time for his team, allowing people to chase him. But right there was the opposite. Los Ratones threw themselves in for that inhibitor tower. Meanwhile, Baus was over in the top lane, pressuring that tower, taking it down. Now let's see if a 3v1 is going to be enough to take him down.
Well, he takes Bucci for a joyride, dodges out in the swell seed, does get slowed down just at the end of his phase rush, so he loses a lot of that movement speed. The Ignite is on, the Protobelt is popped, but the problem is Fateski's being locked down, handshaked into the waiting hands of Nemesis, who secures the kill. And Los Ratones are going to take both of the inhibitors here. Why are you chasing both? He's like singed. Don't chase him.
I feel like that was a little bit of a bait. You know, you see Los Ratones, they literally just died. They didn't die. They withdrew. And that's why Atakan is so damn broken. They made it play mid lane. They instantly spawned. They ran down mid lane again. By the time this play happened on Baus, Los Ratones were already in the base of DMG yet again. Taking down Fateski, who's the most fed player from DMG as well, means that you have zero to worry about in terms of threats. And Los Ratones, 8,000 gold in the lead. Feats of strength secured, second dragon secured. And the only thing that they have remaining on the map right now to take is Baron in about 35 seconds and only one inhibitor tower remaining in DMG's base.
Yeah, there's 3 towers left in this game. It's looking rough for DMG. They might have to start turning their attention, and I hate to be a bit of a doomsayer, but they might have to turn their attention towards what they're going to do in the lower bracket, because it was mentioned on the desk at the beginning of the day, but some teams just won't get many games this split because we only have a 2-week group stage and then we go straight into playoffs and a very, very big double bracket. You could just lose both of your first 2 best ofs in playoffs and be knocked out of the tournament immediately. Some teams are going to be in for a very short season. Now, Baus, let's put some pressure on the Karmski. Karmski able to break away. Fateski is going to get locked down in the middle of all of this, though. Velia's keeping the pressure up on him as Nemesis trying to find himself some openings, some damage. Bitsy has gone golden. He's got the Humble Trespass on Crowny. Crowny going low, but they're going to continue to put the damage in. Bucci trying to make an escape for it. They can't quite find the kill, but they get him over the wall. Karmsky onto Velia. Velia will get hit by the outplay button of Bizguard. But Los Ratones, I think they've done all they need here. The lockdown of the Karmski, the execute from that Rend. May not finish him up, has to dodge the W, but I think this is it for Los Ratones. An absolutely clean best of 3 to open up the playoffs. These guys are looking unbelievably formidable. A very, very tight 2-0. Under an hour it took them to win 2 games versus DMG.
He does again.
Baus doing the Baus special.
There you have it. 2-0 for Los Ratones. You mentioned it, Heaper and Baus giving us his special by dying one more time to the fountain yet again.
It was for the attack speed steroid on his passive, so he could hit the Nexus faster.
That's
right.
right.
Exactly what it was.
And to stat pad the minions at the end, you know, when they spawn and you're in zombie form. No one cares because everyone's hitting the Nexus. You're hitting the minions. You're stat padding your stats. So that's great for you. I mean, all in all, I think it was a very, very expected result, right? Los Ratones coming in as not just the group favorites, not just the best of favorites, but the entire NLC's favorite team. And DMG only been able to pick up a victory versus Chaos, who was the bottom team from Group B. I feel like this is a great showing, I want to say, for them, especially in game number 2. They threw some curveballs with the Nico, with the Cade. We saw the Kane towards the end as well, sneaking into the backline, getting onto Kalista. It makes you think that if this game was even, maybe the Kane could have worked, maybe the Nico in the backline could have worked, but we'll just never know, because Los Ratones were so clean, it was just never even.
It was an incredibly, incredibly clean best of. Now, my main excitement is to see what Los Ratones look like versus some of our stronger teams, but we're going to have to hold on that because they have finished up this best of, and we're going to pass it over to our desk to break that down.
Thank you so much, and it's a clean one for Los Ratones. I mean, DMG tried to cook, but while we're playing chess, Baus is proxying. So it's a different game at the end of the day. We need to talk about this because there was a way with that Draven. A 4-0 Draven, stacking up, cashing in early. There was a way, right?
You think so? You think so? There's any champion in the game early on with kills that can make it happen. It's Draven. And DMG had a good lineup to enable him as well to make it happen. A lot of kills going over to Draven, including the first blood onto Baus, right? In that lane swap scenario. But it just never really materialized into anything because Baus just had so much pressure on the rest of the map. And unfortunately for DMG, the answer to this pressure, which was the Kayn pick in the top side, that red Kayn, which is meant to match Sion, to have equal wave clear as well, can proxy really hard too, just never turned into anything, was always like 50 CS down. And yeah, it was basically a 4 versus 5, and the team fights came along, and the Baus is just one-shotting people and catching Draven. Yeah, I mean, it's just gross. You just can't keep this guy down.
Yeah. I mean, you're sitting there watching the game, and you keep going, it can't keep happening, and it keeps happening again and again. I mean, they tried something different, but somehow, I don't know if this is a Los Ratones mind game or whatever happened, but they kept going back to the same basics, trying to kill Baus. And what happened while they killed us on the top side? Well, they lost their carry in the mid lane and the game was essentially over. I mean, this game, man. I mean, this was better. There was so many improvements here from DMG. But it just proved that they were scraping the barrel in that first game. And then they took a step up the ladder. But I mean, they were only at the foot of the mountain. Still so much to go. This was, I think, the fight that really, you could say, decided it all, right? Yeah, the final fight here, 25 minutes, and just when Baron is about to spawn, you'd think they'd go for that, but no, it's the same old trap. Try killing Baus, and keep your eyes on Fateski. He was the one who had the damage, if anyone on DMG had it, and yeah, locked up, was going to be taken down here. Nemesis took care of him. And yeah, you can see it, Bucci's too far behind. He gets a 3-man W here soon, Bucci as well. But it doesn't matter. It does not matter. The game was already over. I mean,
yeah,
you're grasping at straws on how to beat Los Ratones. You can try whatever you like and throw down the gauntlet and try doing chaos, but they always come out on top, it seems. And this game was fun to watch, but it always felt like you knew who was coming out on top.
There's always a mission everybody has within the fight. Velja with Nemesis taking care of Fateski, taking away that Draven. The other half was like Sion being sneaky in the jungle, just throwing in Qs. And everybody's protecting, and now Crowny doing his damage. Everybody knew their role. It's like they communicate without even communicating, and that's a dangerous team. That's scary to play against. The MG did their best, but Foxdrop, I mean, you're the teacher.
Yeah, I mean, they got to go back to class, man. I think Bucci needs to study some Baus VODs or something as well. Because I like it in theory. I thought it was actually a really good answer. And the early game did go quite well for DMG. But he was a non-factor, unfortunately, this game. And part of the play style that he was trying to emulate, part of the play style that he was trying to bring for DMG, it's one of those things where it doesn't really matter what happens in the game. You are always a threat and always a presence because of the way that you're pressuring lanes, proxying lanes, that kind of thing. But it lacked that component of it, and instead it basically was just like a 4 versus 5. Like, Kayn didn't turn into red Kayn until like 20 minutes, dude. Like, and the game was over in 23, you know. So it didn't work. It didn't work, and but I do respect the fact they tried something a little bit different, and it was it did start off quite well for them, and I can see the vision for what they were going for.
Yeah, you're looking at that Kane, I believe, like, oh, at least we're versus Science, so we'll be able to stack that passive really fast. Crowny and Reckless like, nah, you're not. Nah, it doesn't work like that.
Then came
the
the
knowledge
main
is
swap,
there.
yeah. And I mean,
Yeah.
Lost Ratones, they feel inevitable. They genuinely have this Thanos feeling about them currently in my book at the very least. That I mean, no matter what hero you throw at them, right? You know, no matter how much success the players have had, no matter how big the names are, it seems so tough to even make Lost Ratones bleed and show that they are defeatable, right? They feel inevitable at this point. And I can't wait to see if a team, you know, can give them that loss, give them that first game defeat, or at the very least just force them out in a close fought contest in 40, 45, 50 minutes or whatever. Because so far, Lost Ratones, man, they are just pushing everyone to the wayside and way too easily. They feel inevitable.
Wow, that was a lot of damage from Draven. They knew what they had to do. Just as you said, Duckling. They knew. They tried something different, but it was just not that. They have to go through the lower bracket right now, and that's their last opportunity to survive. It's going to be a tough climb. If they want to be the kings of the mountain, DMG have to find something different. For Los Ratones, as we said before, everybody knows what they need to do within the Rift. I mean, Foxy, maybe you can help me on this one. When I look into this team, usually when you have like super teams, you know what's the idea behind the team. Everybody is bringing something. For Los Ratones, it looks like everybody brings something different. You have the massive experience from Reckless, the knowledge, like Bao's knowledge on the proxy and how to play that solo queue, and now transitioning into a unique playstyle competitively. Velja is a monster on jungle, and I don't understand how people were sleeping on this individual. Come on. Nemesis knows every match within the game, and Crowny is a beast. Crowny was one of the best AD carries back when he was... We know that. And I'm still shocked why Crowny was... I'm just happy he's back. That's all I'm gonna say. To make it simple, I'm happy Crowny is back because he's a god within the AD carry department. Everybody brings something different, but nobody's stepping on anybody's shoes. And that's...
You're right. They're a beautiful team. They're one of the better gel teams that I've seen, honestly, in recent times as far as their playstyle. Like, they complement each other super well. It's actually really, really impressive to watch. And for me, what's most scary about this team is, I know we just constantly talk about the Baos and whatever, and his playstyle kind of just, it's almost inevitable that you're going to end up talking about him because of the way he plays. But he's kind of been carrying a lot of these games. But like, bro, we've got Nemesis, we've got Crowny, we have Reckless, we have Velia. These guys don't, you know, they're not even getting involved as much, right? They don't have to, right? They're not playing at a 10 out of 10 level because they simply don't have to play at a 10 out of 10 level now. We haven't seen Los Ratones' final form. Exactly, legit. Like, I think this team's still playing at like a 5 or 6 out of 10 as far as what they themselves are capable of doing. So it feels as though we talk so much about solving the problem specifically of Baos. That's great, mate. Once you figure that out, you're gonna open the door, right? It's like a Russian doll situation with those eggs, right? Those eggs that just come out, and there's more problems, and another problem, and another problem. It's gonna be so hard to beat these guys in this playoffs, and even I'm getting ahead of myself here, but even in E Masters, when they get through to that, they're gonna be the team to watch.
Wait, that was a hot take, because as soon as you said EU Masters, you're kind of saying that they're gonna be a top 4 minimum.
Yeah, I agree.
I like how Duckling just said, like, yeah, obviously.
They're runaway favorites for the split right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to beat around the bush. This team is far and away currently my favorites to win it. I think if teams reach their ceiling, some teams will be able to challenge them. In particular, I'm looking at Nord. I'm looking at Rudisec. They have some good individuals as well. And I'm looking at I mean, the Joker is Rich King, right? But so far, these teams are good. Los Ratones are great. And that's the big difference. They need to catch up to Los Ratones. They are the team to beat in the NLC right now. There is no doubt about it. And unless anyone steps up to their level, they'll run away with the split.
Okay, I'm going to ask, as we're waiting, by the way, we're waiting for the interview. We're trying to make our best to bring in the interview. We have to do it. We have to do it. Sorry. Everybody, sorry, you want the interview, I want the interview, everybody wants to do the interview. So we're doing our best to bring it up. But until then, I would like to see the schedule to actually look into what you stated, Duckling. Because right now, Los Ratones move forward. The MG are going to be pushed to the lower bracket. That's going to be a complicated one. And then it's going to be Ready Sack versus Bulldog afterwards. Whoever wins the second series of today will be the opponent of Los Ratones.
Yeah. Will be exciting. I think BTG certainly have some strength. We can elaborate more on them later, but I think the favorites in that series, undoubtedly Ruddy Sack as well. Ruddy Sack still have them much to reach on their ceiling, I want to say, but outside of the one game with Yamato Cannon playing on, they have looked very good as well. So would be interesting to see. Much more can be said on them right when we get to their series, because I still think that, I'm not so sure on Ruddy Sack yet. They've had some really high highs, but they haven't looked as dominant as Los Ratones, but again, that's setting the bar really high, right? So they might be, here, or here. We don't know yet. I haven't seen enough of the full-blown Ruddy Sack, especially because, 1 out of 4 games they're playing with Yamato Cannon. And that definitely changed how they look, because outside of that game, they've looked really good.
I have to apologize to Yamato Cannon, because every single time we talk about the loss, we're like, yeah, but Yamato Cannon was dead. It's like we're just throwing a punch at Yamato Cannon. He's like, can you guys stop? I did my best, okay? I did my best. I played hard. Versus Brom as well, which is not easy. But yeah, I do believe Ruddy still has to unleash its final form. We might get to see it afterwards, because Bulldog is not a stepping stone. It's a really good team. They've developed more and more during the split. I do believe they don't have any more time to just work on their synergy and such. Like the MG, it was the same question. Hey, I know you have a good team, but you still don't have that synergy that Los Ratones have, or Ruddy has, or even Nord has. So you have to step up right now, because this is playoffs. If it was a normal league like that, 7-week, where everybody plays against each other and you get the points and yada yada, maybe it would be different. Then maybe I think we should be putting the stakes differently. But right now, there's no time for that. And I think this new format is really scary as a player.
And I think that's one of the reasons why I think Los Ratones coming into the split were rated as one of the favorites as well, right? Not only because they have these world-class players, but because we have been able to follow all throughout the holiday season, really, that them practicing, them being able to hit the ground running, because they've had scrims ever since the middle of November, right? They've had this time to get to know each other, to get to know their game plan, and practice out in scrims. Obviously, with things could happen behind closed doors, like in many of the teams building, we don't know how much they've had to scrim or how long of a time they've had to gel together. And that's why I think, we are seeing right now, if there's one team that's above anyone else in terms of their macro, it is simply Los Ratones. That's because they've had more time to gel and more time, to get the best out of each other, right? And show each other strengths.
Fox. Yeah, I know. I'm getting information that's, it is with heavy burden and heart that I have to say this. We have to skip the interview. It was with the legend. I had such a good interview set up as well. We have to skip it for now, and we hope we can talk with him in the future. It was with Baus. Congratulations for Los Ratones, though, for moving forward within the bracket. And we'll make a quick pause. We'll be right back for the other series, because we still have Bulldogs versus Ready Sack after this one. And we also have an interview with them to set up the game, and then we can talk about the series itself. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Welcome back, and if you think action is done, no it's not. It's gonna be Bulldogs versus Ruddy. We've seen it, we talked about it, we gotta leave Yamato out of this. Okay, he's a great coach, he's a great personality, he's a great streamer.
A great voice.
We love you, Yamato. Don't play Arden, but we love you anyway. Anyway, Ruddy coming in with a great score nonetheless, and they will be facing Bulldogs. So we need to talk about both teams, because yeah, Ruddy had the left start, like starting with the left foot, and then completely dominated. But Bulldog, okay, come on, they got into that tiebreaker, and then that day they dominated. It didn't look the same, did it?
This is it. I was so disappointed with them from week 1, and then we got into week 2. They looked a bit better, although they had an exceptionally tough day with Los Torretones and Nord being their matchup. So yeah, kind of went 0-2, just scheduled losses on that. But yeah, we got into the tiebreakers the day after, and this team just really looked like they'd finally figured their stuff out, right? They've looked good. Week 1, if we can kind of shelve that for now and just say, okay, whatever, we're warming up, it's a bit of an anomaly. Since then, they have looked to cut above most of the teams in the NLC. And I think this Ruddy series will be a lot closer than people are anticipating. Of course, from the other side, Ruddy still have yet to show us really what we are expecting of them too. So I think a lot of this is just going to come down to which team shows up on the day.
Yeah.
But before we do that, tell me, Duckling, because... Oh, interesting. So we promised to heat up this match. Let's do it by inviting 2 players who are about to jump in champion select. It's Cayman and Leader who are waiting for us. So only Cayman apparently. Okay, we only have Cayman right now to jump into the interview. So might as well bring him in and talk with him. Hey, wait.
Yo.
What are you doing? Where is he?
The dog is coming after the win, you know.
I feel betrayed.
Yeah, but the thing is right now, you know, like basically this is the zone, you know, like I'm in my zone basically,
Okay.
and the dog can't enter the zone right now, you know, because everyone is so locked in here in this zone basically.
Man, Cayman, I see besides you 2 pop figures, 3 of them, but you're missing a key piece to those 3 individuals. Oh no, he's there. He just doesn't have the mask. Are you a big fan?
What do you mean? Demon Slayer, I mean, in general, I'm an anime enjoyer, but Demon Slayer, Hunter x Hunter is like high up,
man,
you know,
Hunter is my favorite one, by the way. I'm just saying. Also, just
Yeah,
letting
in
you
your
know,
background,
where is it? Oh, there you go. I voiced this individual, so.
What? Inosuke?
Inosuke.
That's
I
crazy.
did
That's good.
I
Congrats
did
on
the voice.
that.
So I just wanted to break
that's
down
a
some
dub.
barriers with you, man. I'm loving you more than... Okay, so tell me something. This is a big match, okay? Obviously, the dog has been a big mascot for you and the team. So how do you think you can chill and prepare yourself before a big match like this? Did you pet the dog? Like, guide me through it.
Yeah, so there's, you know, the dog was on our side with the predictions. I don't know if like the video was released already, but I had, you know, Tommy decide earlier this day between Ruddy and Bulldog, and I guess the Tommy Oracle said that Bulldog will win. So I'm really confident actually going into this match because my dog has superpowers. And overall, yeah, the prep is like, you know, feeding him. So the like feeding every bulldog, you know, in my team, you know, I'm roaming to everyone, giving every dog in my team some food. And yeah, so we are all like eaten up and ready to serve Ruddy a good performance, you know.
I mean, obviously, Ruddy is the favorite right now. We are aware of that, but being favorite doesn't mean that they're going to be the winner.
What do you
can
mean
we expect
favorite?
from
What do
this
you mean? Like
match?
they have? No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, you know that. Look at their team. I mean, you went to tiebreaker. They went to lunch.
We are the favorites
There's a
of the people's heart, you know. Like, of course, they have like 10K viewers. Jankos chilling with 20K of his fans, all saying, "Yeah, please come and go 0-10." But you know, like deep in their hearts, they still believe in the under Bulldogs, you know. So that's what we are hoping for, for the underdog enjoyers. And overall, honestly, we are not going into that match thinking like, yeah, they are ex-LEC players, they are unbeatable. Like, they have some weaknesses, they showed some before, and I feel like we will attack straight into that and play to our strength. And I think you will clearly see that, actually. Like, I think the analysts will probably be surprised what will happen in the draft or like the games. And I'm hyped. Like, honestly, I'm really hyped because our prep was really cool. I think Ruddy is a cool team, and you've got to play cool to match their coolness. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, thank you so much for this. I wish you the best. It's gonna be a tough one, but you have a dog. I don't know what else to say. You love anime. Hunter x Hunter is your top one. It's my top one as one. So I'm rooting for a good show.
Who do you think will
Best
win
of luck.
today,
And look at
Tommy?
him.
Yeah,
Can you
that's
see,
that's the Tomi Araka. Look at
Oh
this.
wait, so he,
Like-
oh, I mean he's
And
biased.
And
isn't he?
look, like, guys, like, how can we lose with this? Like, how can we literally lose if we have the cutest animal on the whole wide world on our side? Like Ruddy, which dog do you have? Like, do you have a cat, or like, where is your pet that is rooting for you? Like, I don't see any. Like, I think there we are the favorites. And I think we should talk about this, by the way. Like, of course, they have like more LEC titles than some people might ever get from our team. But like, that doesn't matter. Like, the animal, like, we are obviously on the animal side. So it's this year is not the esport. This is like dog sports, So the Bulldogs will come out on top, guys. Believe in that. It has to be believed in here.
He has a dog in him. He has a dog in him. Best of luck. Just chill in and do your best. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, and enjoy the show, guys. And we see you after the match, hopefully,
Oh,
with the winners
I'll see you
interview.
soon. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon. They have a dog, and they have the dog in them. I mean, when you put it that way, it's kind of complicated to say Reddy has a chance. But when we look into let's look into the real big picture. Obviously, everybody's looking to Reddy and saying this should be a breeze for them. But we believe in that.
I mean, no. I think obviously Ruddy Sack have to be the favorites, right? When you just look at the names. Although I will say, I've grown more and more fond of Bulldog as the split has progressed. Although, this is only the third week. I think already some of the questions I had, in particular, looking at the bot lane, right? How is Exofang gonna land in the NLC? I think clearly there is a mechanical prospect in there. He is insanely talented, very raw and unpolished still. But I think there is some hope in there that can maybe upset the apple cart a little bit. But just looking at the names and looking at the experience, the favorites, the role, that has to go to Ruddy Sack.
At this point, we're about to jump into Champion Select. Foxtrot, anything to say before the big cities begin?
I honestly think this series is going to be closer than people expect. I think both these teams have shown us so far, on average, a similar level of play. I think from week 2 Bulldog, whereas and Ruddy Sack having shown us a little, they've underperformed to my estimations of what this team can do. And if they fix those issues and the Ruddy Sack can live up to their name, to their expectations, then I agree with Duckling. This should be a very one-sided matchup. But from what we've seen so far, from Bulldogs especially, I think came in that top side as well has been very, very impressive. And there's certainly an avenue where I see, I predicted a 2-1 for this, right? I think it's going to be close. Yeah.
I did a 2-1 as well. I think we were the only ones going for the 2-1. Duckling, you went for the 2-0, didn't you?
Yeah, and I get your opinions. I respect it, and I think it's a fine opinion. I did consider it myself. In particular, right, because I am so sold on that bot lane. I think the match of Kasing and Exofang is a really good match because you have the leader, the veteran, who can create the environment for the young, very talented rookie to shine in, which I think is a good idea. But Yankers has been phenomenal this split. Leader has looked good mechanically, and Wild Perks has been solo killed a few times now. He has certainly also delivered some big plays as well. And coming into playoffs, it's the veteran, and these things you need to rely on. So I've gone for the 2-0, but it wouldn't surprise me if Bulldog at the very least made it close to 2-0, or maybe even won a game.
Okay, who do you think is gonna take this in terms of lane? What is the lane to watch? Foxtrot, when I looked into both matches, like bot lane should be the ideal one for Bulldog. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, 1,000,000%. And I think when you're coming into this matchup here, like, I would argue that, you know, the bot side from Ruddy has been their weaker point. Not that it's been weak straight up, but it could potentially be a place that you can exploit. So Bulldog, yeah, with XFN, with Kasing, they've been very, very solid. You can see from the stats as well, right? Like, it's kind of close, but XFang has just been a step above for me, right? I think he's been super solid, and considering his team has not been as good, right? Like, I think that also goes to show the caliber of player that he is. And in the games that Bulldog have won, when Bulldog have looked good, XFang has been the tip of the spear for that team. So absolutely keep your eyes on that bot lane, because that's where things are going to go down.
Yeah.
Then you talk about the supports as well, and it's the same thing. Kasing has a lot of experience. He has been, as Declan would say, the grandpa of our NLC scene, as we jump into this first game out of a best of C series. So this means fearless draft. Whoever picks a champion, that champion is done. It's the hardcore one. If there's a Teemo, nobody else is allowed to pick Teemo. It's just an example. I know you don't want to see Teemo, at least in solo queue. Corki and Kalista are being removed. I just say this with all my love for both teams. Don't let Jankos play Skarner.
Yeah.
Please.
Hell no. There's a 0% chance that happens, because, like, even if you give over Skarner, you can't then play it yourself later on, right? Like, there's just no way.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Skarner's got to go. A lot of attention being paid to the bot side so far as well, as we highlighted. If you can pinch those champion pools, we'll see who that works out in the favor, because from Ruddy's perspective, maybe it's like, okay, we just want to get both our ADCs on, you know, both Hamza and XFeng, like, on champions that are uncomfortable on, so it kind of negates the potential advantage there. And from Bulldog's perspective, maybe they're like, okay, well, if we can get Hamza on a champion he's really not comfortable with, then XFM, we believe in his champion pool, and he can really take over, right? So there's potential logic coming through there from both the teams. And again, there's a third ADC ban here. Varus is still open as a fine first pick. We've seen a lot of different champions. The Ezreal as a response as well. It's going to be that Ambessa taken away as well. So a lot of power picks gone through here. Ruddy now with their first pick. Let's see which direction they go.
Yeah, I'm taking the AD carry. I think the Varus is a very fine choice, right? Hamza will be able to sit on his lonesome and just farm up. I'm gonna be honest, I want to see an Ezreal in response to this, only because you can match it in range, but also the fact that Exo Feng has looked so mechanically good on the champion, kind of looking a bit Korean on it, to be honest. The way he's been able to play some of those fights in terms of the mechanical skill, at the very least, and the respect this 17-year-old rookie gets is insane, right? Both the Draven and Kalista banned out against him targeted in every single game so far, because they know they can't afford to give it over, as instead Bulldog secured themselves a strong jungle in Divide, the first and only time with Fearless we'll see her in this series. So I think it's a good pick as well. The Varus very mobile, right? That's at the very least an easy entrance onto one of the carries already for Ready Set.
Oh, exactly, and this is it. This is where you now are starting to think about. Yeah, okay, so Exafang, as you mentioned, very solid on that Ezreal. We said no, Varus is going to be these two main focuses here for this draft with all the bans that have come through. And now Ruddy Sack have the answer, like, or have to think about the answer. Okay, so Ezreal's very slippery, right? It's very slippery. Yeah. Are we gonna, like, how do we go for that engage? How do we match that? How do we actually put some pressure on that? Or do we want to get some power picks on the other side of the map, right? Like this Cassante lock in here as well, like it will nullify whatever Mietic decides to play. And you can see from like the Renekton ban, and also if you've done your research into Bulldog, Mietic likes those carry top laners, right? He likes to be the guy in the top side, like Rumble and Bessa. He even locked in an Aatrox once, right? So from that perspective, if you get a Cassante, you just shut that down. It's going to be the Rel for the CC for the engage too. And now last pick for Bulldog here before our second round of bans. They have to go either top or support if they don't want to get those pinched out.
I was wondering if you go for the Rumble, because versus Xanta you're kind of happy, but the idea of, hey, maybe they can land swap and my lane is completely ruined. So maybe think before you pick, as the Rakan is going to be their pick. Support the carry in jungle is already completed, unless if it was for the boss that Vi could go top. Now, for the bans to take away from Bulldog, what do you take away? Are you focusing on the mid lane priority? Or jungles? Because the jungle... could
Well,
be
it's
changed
jungle.
I think if
Yeah,
you're Bulldog,
exactly.
right, you continue to try and target the jungle bull here and hit Yankos as much as possible. But I mean, Lita did have a very good game just last week on the Akali, so makes sense to take that away. I think that's maybe with the 2 positions that are left open now on Ready Seg. I mean, you obviously want to try and ban both of them, right? Both very, very good players. I mean, you have banned the Skarner. That's really the only must ban in the jungle as well. So you could go for more mid lane oriented bans here if you feel like it. To try and make Lita a bit more uncomfortable. But he has a deep enough champion pool to not really be hurt by it. So, I mean, I wouldn't really mind if you ban mid or jungle. I don't think it makes that big of a difference here.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised, you get rid of these like leader champions. Yone, Akali's gone as well. So it's going to be the Sejuani for Yankos taken down. Now, even though this is obviously not a mid lane ban, the Sejuani gets some extra value when you're playing, when you're on the Ruddy Sack, because leader will most likely pick a melee champion, right? And so we know how Sejuani pairs with melee champs, with the way that you can easily stack that passive and set up a champion, that's more skirmishy, assassiny, that kind of thing that we expect to see out of leader. I would say here, honestly, we've got enough jump forward. We could see something like the Yone go down. You'd be a little bit heavy on the AD if that was going to be the option. But it's something to think about there as well, as the Rumble's now been taken out for Mietic. He's still got a few options. Like I mentioned, I did talk about that Aatrox, right? Like that Aatrox was something that he picked up as a bit of a spicy one in response. It's going to be that Gnar instead. Okay, so a little bit more oomph coming back from that top side, and maybe even potential to push Perks out of lane.
Yeah, I like that. I like it. I think it's interesting again and give some agency for Mietic to really have some say in this game. Obviously, Gnar can be decisive for team fights as well if piloted correctly. Although that ceiling there is really high, so it certainly is hard. But when you lock in these good ultimates, right, the Vi ultimate, the Gnar ultimate, the Silas is an obvious choice. In particular, the Gnar ultimate scales so well with AP, so the damage will be absolutely immense. Leader all of a sudden will have a lot of agency in this team fights to either find picks or just make game-changing ultimates. Really, really good counter pick there, in my own opinion. As now, the question is, what will Yankos pick? It will probably just be something like either the Xin Sao or the Jarvan, in my opinion. But let's see what he ends up rocking. Yeah, it is that Xin Sao, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Adding some I don't want to say much needed engage, because it doesn't add that much engage, but more follow-up to the engage they already have.
I'd like to see just like you lock in a Syndra here. I think is like really solid in this comp, just because it's not great for Silas to steal the ulti. It's a little bit of disengage and some damage as well. Hovering that is locked in. Yeah, locked in the Cassio instead. So
That's surprising.
Okay, well I would say
dashes.
like you stop the Xin Zhao, and don't forget as well that Kingmaker or Kingslayer, probably Kingslayer makes sense for Silas. The W on Silas, is technically a dash, right?
Yeah,
so within the miasma, you can't press W if you're Silas. But what were you thinking about this, Suckling? Because you had some an opinion on this Cassio, especially.
I think it's more so the fact that Cassio did find her place in the meta, but she has just been nerfed. In particular, she turned out to be a Formula 1 race car with feats of strength, gaining 36 extra free movement speed at level 18.
Yeah.
That has now been halved, so what I will say is I didn't expect her to be locked in. She definitely works in the matchups, but she isn't going to be as powerful as we saw maybe Norway when piloting her in the early start of the seeding stage, when she had that extra agency with the feats of strength. But that also puts less pressure on Bulldog to have success at finding the feats of strength, whereas before, they were really the critical success factor for Cassiopeia to be working out.
So this means they're about to jump into the first game of the series between Ruddy and Bulldog. It's time to throw it into the gauntlet, into the Summoner's Rift. And with that in mind, Brian and Chapel, you can take it away. I'll see you soon.
And here we are on the Rift for our second best of 3 of the day. I can't believe how quick Lost Return is wrapped up. It's only 7 o'clock here in England, and we are on to the Ruddy versus Bulldog matchup. I'm curious what your thoughts are, Trouble, because you're a smart individual and I'm not. So how do we think this particular game is going to go, and what we expecting from the draft?
Minions have spawned.
Trouble
Oh,
is
there you go.
muted.
Hello,
There you
everyone.
go. Hello.
Apparently, I was muted. Okay. So
Do you want to
Red
start
Soccer
again?
coming in as the complete favorites, right? That is 100%. However, for Bulldog, there were a few questionable decisions in terms of the big ban phase because they banned the Akali out on 4-5, which kind of gives the hint of maybe an Azir for Cayman, which fits the theme, right? They've got a front to back going on, a lot of engage. You want a lot more extra damage coming through, which Casio gives as well. However, wait for it, because Lulash has been found on that level 1. Pushed out of his jungle. Now, if you're a Vi and you get invaded last minute, this hurts a lot.
Yeah.
Especially for your clear, and especially depending on where you end up on the map and what the priorities lie there, you might also lose a quadrant of your jungle. So we're just going to keep our eyes on how Lulash does in that early game.
Oh, we're seeing the big old lane swaps, but every lane has gone topsy-turvy. We've got bot lane and mid lane. We've got top lane and bot lane and mid lane and top lane. So everyone's playing a different lane from where they should be. And actually,
Except
some
for
of we
Cayman?
did... Except for Cayman. Well,
I
I
mean,
mean,
sorry,
all of,
except
all of
for
Bulldog,
Bulldog, right.
all of Bulldog are where they want to be, or where they would hope to be. But what we actually saw about this was Bulldog during the group stage, this was probably one of their biggest weaknesses. They were an incredibly good team fighting team, but early game, they struggled to understand the lane swaps. And one of our major concerns about them was they didn't seem to have like a decent answer to that lane swap. So I want to see some growth in them as we've now moved on to the playoffs on how they handle these lane swaps.
Ooh, and on the lane swaps as well, what I really love that Radistak have done right here is they've put their their bot lane mid, which means you constantly have a 2-man unit over in the mid lane.
Oh, that's so
which,
good.
Remember what we said, we need to keep a track of Lulash to see if he'll get 2 quadrants of his jungle, because one of them is already stolen. Now look at that, Cassandra is closing in from the bot lane. You also have Rel. Lulash is being pushed out, forced to
Yankos?
flash even.
He's flashed the wall, but he's found Exofang instead. Catches him with a knock-up from the free talent strike that he's been used. Flash is available to Exofang. Gets over the wall with that one. Now Kasing locked down. Is just going to go for a grand escape. His blast goes in. Lulus, you fool. Kasing will survive, but the jungle is going to be heavily impeded by this.
Again, you mentioned earlier on, Bulldog did not have a good time in terms of lane swaps. It feels like they cannot necessarily figure out exactly how to execute them. And again, right here, genius move from the Radisak. Put that bot lane in mid, which means whichever quadrant Lulash tries to invade to take a second one for himself, you can just have your bot lane defend that themselves. So right now he's heading towards that top side. Look how hesitant he is though. He might just stick to just taking the scuttle grab right here. The Vi walking in level 3 with 70% HP into a black jungle is a very scary thing, especially knowing that the bot lane from Radisak is just sitting in that mid lane ready to engage you at any point. And look at that, Yankos. He's just leaving to be a nuisance for Lulash. He's just going to be pushed out again.
Hustlin is a bouncer for his own jungle. He is making sure nothing goes down. Now we do see actually a little bit of a scrap there. Hamza losing a fair amount of HP, but he is going to be able to hold. Leader doing a fantastic job of handling this versus Mirtek. Mirtek is about to gnaw out, and with Lulish in the area, a gank potential was there. But Lulish, level 3. The other jungle's been cleared out. Lulish has had 1 quadrant. That's all he's had so far in this game, where it's 3 to Yankos. Yankos has such a significant lead over his opponent right now.
And let's see how Yankos is going to use that lead that he has. Sends out one of the most powerful early game champions on the Rift. Very good at skirmishing, very good at fighting 1v1, 1v2 even, especially after having that level 6 as well. And of course, for Radisak, especially when it comes back to the question on the draft, I'm going to hold my thought here.
Exofang's
No flash.
flashless, gets caught by the knock-up into the back from Perks. Ignite's thrown down. Exofang able to jump away to safety with that E, but getting heavily punished. Radisak definitely controlling the tempo right now.
Absolutely. Now, moving back to my point about leader right here and the Akali ban. I thought this was gonna be a Sylas ban for sure. Like, the dude is a Sylas player, and you're giving him Gnar, Vi, Cassio, and Rakan ult for free. Reminder that here, when you have a Gnar, Miatek is gonna have to pretty much handle his own rage bar before a fight begins to make sure that you're getting in at the right time to Gnar out and use your ultimate. Leader can have that for free. He can yoink that off you, join a fight, engage it, and you will be off the timer. So let's have a look and see later on what Leader prioritizes in terms of ultimates when these team fights start, because he has so much variety to choose from and so many engage tools in them.
Absolutely. Well, we're seeing Jankos start up these grubs. Is being traded for that Hextech Drake. So Bulldog are at least getting something off the map off this one. Well, Jankos is quite happily just going to be securing himself then. Hustling. Just going to do a little bit of sniffing around. We'll place a ward down to make sure he knows exactly where Lulish is and what he is up to. Lulish is quick enough with it. He may be able to go steal those chickens, but I think with Hustling being the gatekeeper and Perks actually coming in, Perks has the ultimate. They might not be able to secure the dragon, but there could be a fight that ensues here. They find the lockdown immediately onto Kasing. Is able to battle dance away to safety, though. And Ruddysack not going to be getting any more.
Great stuff right here from Bulldog. In and out. They take the neutral objective, which is what they came for. They lose nothing. A lot of flashless members on the side of Bulldog, but also very slippery. The Ezreal, the Rakan, extremely slippery when it comes to those fights. And all the utility that they have into their kit. And back to that top lane, Leader was able to sway the situation by swapping away from the Cassiopeia, which is a bad matchup, especially early on, and playing into the Gnar. But now Bulldog have sort of reconfigured the map for themselves, and Hatput came in into Leader's Sylas. You see that Kasing is also roaming towards the top side of the map, and I feel like this is what Kasing kind of needs to do right here, especially in a lane swap scenario. He needs to make sure that he guards his solo laners. Oh, but Hustling is sneaking around.
Been spotted by the ward, but Jankos, now level 6, has slid in. There's going to be the knock-up from Kasing, but Kasing finds himself locked in place, caught by the knock-up. In jumps Leader. First blood to the Sylas.
Great stuff right there, getting the Sylas head as well. He's going to be huge. It's a small issue with the overlay, but it will catch up. There you go. Already done and dusted. Great pathing right there for Jankos was already stealing the red buff. He was not seen doing so. Hustling to a very good pathing, also not seen, heading towards the top side. Kasing thought he was safe, walking in, placing down some vision, covering for Cayman as well. Wasn't quite the case. We did mention he was flashless as well, so a very good punish for your first blood from Ruddysack.
Yeah, really nice little pick up there. Did see Perks and Miatek just having a brief exchange with one another. Miatek is a player who I've actually been getting slightly excited about. I think if we cast our mind back to week 1, where Miatek just went so hard down as we went for replaying ping back. But Miatek, the lane swap really cost him. He died 5 times very, very quickly, but still was able to put an absolutely tremendous performance in on that Rumble. We'll see if he can repeat that once again, as we're seeing Ruddy reconfigure the lanes themselves once again. They're sending now Perks up to top side, they're sending Leader into bot side, and again the tempo is very much in their favor as Hustling is just continuously moving around, getting wards down, trying to spot where Lulish is on the map so Jankos can continue to extend his jungle lead over him. And now that Tiamat's finished, those jungle camps are going to go down way quicker. So it's going to be quite scary to try and find that contest if he jumps into your jungle, because he is going to mop up camps.
Yeah, Xin Zhao is very, very scary early on, especially when you've got extra engage coming in from Hustling onto this rel. And I feel like I've sort of figured out a pattern with Bulldog. I'm going to hold on to the pattern because Miatek does not want any part in this pattern that's called the tower dive.
He's about to gnaw out though, gets the slam back down, onto 1, he falls! Humza secures the kill, Jankos survives, Leader survives. Ruddy played that absolutely beautifully.
This was a little bit of a hindsight on what happens when you've got Sylas and Gnar. Gnar has to regulate the bar to use the ultimate. Sylas does not give a single F. He just steals your ult, uses it against you. By the time you Gnar out, you're dead. That's exactly what happened to Miatek right there. Now, we're going to see this one more time. Leader This is the 1v1 versus Miatek right here. They're just gonna trade back and forth. Now, the pattern that I was talking about with Bulldog Gaming, as this is gonna go on, it's pretty much the build up of the wave towards the tower dive as Radisak are gonna engage onto the Gnar, is the fact that Bulldog Esports are choosing a lot of squishy compositions with very heavy damage dealers. So usually 4 of them, and then you've got Kasing on something like the Nautilus, the Rakan, the Leona, the Rel, like a very engage heavy support. Now, what the difference is between the Leonas and the Nautilus and the Rels is that they're tankier and can face check for vision. Kasing on the Rakan cannot necessarily do this on his own. So if Radisak get ahead, they start getting towers, they start depriving Bulldog Esports of a vision, it's going to become really difficult to even step inside their own jungle to try and take some terrain back.
You're seeing that Ruddy doing a fantastic job of keeping Cayman away from leader right now. Even though the Protobelt is now finished up onto leader, so he has got a full item in his inventory. You've also got that Titanic Hydra just finished up by Jankos. You've got the Ghost Blade finished up by Hamza. Items are starting to come online already for the side of Radisak. And it's good timing because that dragon is spawning up. We did see Perks teleport topside though. He's just looking to try and pick up this wave, but we obviously the knockout come in. Leader slides into the pocket of Kasing. He has the quickness. Jankos continues to chase forward. Lands the wind, become lightning. They're not going to go for anything else off the back of that one. Dragon definitely on the table here for the side of Ruddy. As another teleport's coming in. It looks like there may be a return engage here from Lulish. Doesn't decide to pull that trigger. Cayman has slid in. Hustling misses the Magnet Storm. Doesn't land it onto anybody. Petrifying Gaze still up and available to him. Hustling gets caught out with the Chains of Corruption. Look for the spread. Lockdown only lands onto 1. That's going to be Warfare going down in the middle of all of that. Absolutely huge pickup. As Exafang is going low. Not going to be Hamza landing the arrow. We do see a shutdown going picked up by Cayman in the middle of all of this as he's going to continue to chase onto Hamza. Double kill picked up for him. Leader with a Kingslayer will get another kill. Jankos is incredibly low. Bulldog, fantastic job of turning that fight around.
What an extremely scrappy fight from both sides. You've got Hustling jumping in, missing the ultimate. Then you've got a crazy back and forth, diving towers, overextending from Hamsters to hit the Q on a very low HP target. Absolute craziness. Well, talk about the craziness. Let's watch this one more time. You've got Kevin, first of all. TPing right into the center. The eye of the storm. Hustling. I gotta say, a little bit too late with the trigger right there, especially now that you can visually see the TP landing in. It's a little bit easier to do that. Chain of Corruption, fantastic, lands on 3 players. Vi instantly ends up going down, and that Xin Zhao is tanky enough to keep the front line. And this is where the overextend starts happening from the right side. You see Hams walks a little bit too far forward to try and snipe Exafang in the back line, and this tower is doing work. Reminder, now it takes 5 seconds for the tower to drop heat, but we have another fight.
Back into the action. Jankos incredibly low. I believe that was the chain thrown out by Hamza. No, they're on cooldown. True Shot Barrage hits onto Leader. He's taken down in the middle of all of the fight. Perks hasn't found that window, hasn't got the ultimate, but Miatek gets the lockdown on to Hustling as he is taken out by Cayman. Miatek incredibly low. Cayman blinking health bar, 2 HP on the snake. But Radisak cannot convert, and Bulldog take another good team fight for themselves.
And look at the KDAs as well. 2-0 and 3. 500 gold up onto this Ezreal. It's gonna start becoming a little bit problematic when all the range is gonna start coming through from the Ezreal. All the poke is gonna start coming through from the Ezreal. Leader on that Salas is gonna have to find the angle to get onto that sleeper target, and then you've got Kasing, and then you've got Miasma coming through from Cayman. So they do have a bunch of protective spells to use from the side of Bulldog to try and defend Exafang, and that's not even taking in consideration the slippery hit that Ezreal has on his own.
Jankos, he's down. Kasing secures the kill with the quickness. And this is what I like about Bulldog. This team has so much fight in them.
Would you say that Bulldog has bite?
I already said it. I've said that line last week.
Right.
I can't do it again.
But they do.
They do have bite.
This is going to be feats of strength.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. +1.
No. They haven't got a tower or the kills because the kills are secured by Ruddy Sack. So they need a tower if they want to secure it. 1 out of 3.
1 out of 3.
Ruddy have secured the kill feat of strength though, so if they can secure this kill onto Mirtek, they can then transition that into tower, but Leader, he's going to have to play protection, has the petrifying gaze, as now Mirtek is getting chased onto, throws it out. Can Leader clear the wave? He's been able to do so, and I think that should be enough from Leader to secure the feat of strength for his team. Tower goes down. Ruddy able to find an answer here on the map.
Yeah, you saw how both teams instantly run one top, one bot, try and take that tower for the feat of strength. But Leader right there, great reply. Still in a way, the Cassiopeia ultimate is swaying the situation, allowing Radisak to secure that extra movement speed for the time being for the team. Alongside other first items, completions right there, and Rift Herald already up on the map. Let's see where the priorities lie within the teams. We do see that we have a back onto Exofeng. Very close.
Oh,
he just woke up to ignite him.
There's no way you did that. That is so... That might be the greatest dumb thing I've ever seen. Yeah,
that's how you assert dominance, okay? That's how you assert dominance.
Yes, he did use his summoner spell, but he's off the tempo of Bulldog. And it actually might result in a Rift Herald, so what looked like a bit of a troll play actually may work out here as he finds the opening onto Kasing, but Kasing gets the grand entrance off. Jankos now left on his lonesome to deal with his Herald. The rest of the team collapse in. And that will be Herald secured here for the side of Ruddysack. So ultimately it works out. Now Perks and Mirtek going toe-to-toe. Mirtek's about to get that ultimate. This could get a bit dicey for Perks. Gets caught by the wallop. Is able to escape thanks to his W though. Mirtek not going to translate that into a kill. There's a whole bunch of petals here in the mid lane for Exofang to grab.
Another one down there. As
oh my
Mirtek
word.
is taking that bot lane tower.
At what cost though? Leader steals away the Gnar. I think he's predicting a fight.
There you go. No cost from Bulldog. And actually, I'm just gonna say, these fights look very messy. The setups are a little bit non-existent. I would like to see a lot of the veterancy coming out from Radisak in terms of vision. Oh no, Jankos.
Jankos is absolutely popped as Lulish gets his revenge for that early game, secures the kill for his team. And Bulldog, I think they have a lot of flaws as a team. One thing I cannot fault them on is their ability to find fights and kills and team fight, just anything to do with putting people into grey screen. That is where they shine. Now Leader takes the tower, gets a slam onto Mirtek, but Mirtek is putting some serious damage into Leader. He's about to gnaw out himself. The wallop, the lockdown, came in, comes in with the twin fangs and secures the kill.
Might have been a little bit of miscommunication right there, because I thought Hustling was around, and that was a very good Gnar ult coming in from Leader. So if the lockdown and all the CC came through from Hustling as well, I do think that this would have been a bit different, at least until Cayman touched ground over on that bot lane. However, Bulldog come out ahead again. I think Hustling was a little bit too deep into the jungle at this point, setting down some vision. And again, this is what I was talking about before. I'd like to see some of the veterancy coming out from Radisak. We know Kasing also has it from the side of Bulldog. Pressure out the waves, go towards objectives, set down your vision. I just haven't been seeing this enough. There's just a lot of back and forth happening, a lot of skirmishing, a lot of fighting. But a lot of the fundamentals are sort of overlooked for the sake of those fights. This is why we're seeing the map literally being 50-50 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Now 19 minutes into the game, gold lead. Very close between the two teams, actually. Not really too much of a major difference. Leader stealing away the Gnar. May have to use it. Mirtek loses a massive chunk of health. Leader's going to try and clear the wave out. Teleport's coming in to try and save him, but Mirtek secures the kill. Teleport is too little. It's too late, and now Perks may find himself in a bit of danger. The tower's going to go down. Bulldog finding picks everywhere they go. It's beautiful to watch.
The chain CC was very well executed towards the top side of the map, but don't forget the Rift Herald that Radisak took earlier on. This is going to net them a mid-lane tier 1 tower, and don't forget in 30 seconds we also have the Dragon coming up. So Radisak can use that time to actually start setting up some vision, but Bulldog really want more than TPing in.
It's all about the picks, baby. That is Hustling going down. Lulish gets his second kill of the game.
Great timing, support down, Leader is also down onto that Silas, doesn't have TP to come in. Bulldog are going to head towards the side of the map, which is Atakan. Still 6 seconds for that Rel, has to spawn, has to walk towards the top of the map.
Oh no, lockdown on a Perks. Bulldogs just have their number. The lane swap that Ruddysack pulled out just hasn't really blossomed into anything as Ruddysack clearing the wards. Atakan will be shredding through those resistances, but there's the flash petrifying gaze from Cayman. Humza goes down. Yankos trying to re-engage into this one as Atakan is half HP. Leader gets the slam down only onto one. Huge Magnet Storm from Hustlin. Massive turnaround, and Ruddysack find their opening. It's a triple kill onto Yankos. Bulldog do answer at back, but what a redemption from Humza.
My God, Ruddysack bringing it back, stopping the Atakan, getting key kills on that one. A bunch of shutdowns. Lulash goes down, which is the most important part, which means that Bulldog can no longer go for the Atakan with Yankos alive. And this is what I was talking about when I was talking about setting down some vision perks, walking in completely blind, ends up being completely punished, running into 5 members. And this is, again, Hums walks up fantastic. Flash all from Hums right there. You'd need to have more than Faker hands to dodge that one. And then it's a 3 versus 5 with 3 melee champions. And this is where the strength of Xin comes in. They were all bounced up. Silas with a bunch of his passive procs, as well as Yankos doing the work. Bulldog don't get the Atakan, and now they're going to head towards that dragon.
I mean, Dragon Soul is a pretty nice one here for Bulldog. That Cloud Soul on the likes of Lulish and Kasing is going to be very impactful, but right now it looks like Ruddy have been able to wrestle their way forwards. True Shot Barrage stolen away there by Leader. Has got that to work with as he just throws it out, just clipping onto that bot wave. Going to do a little bit of a tidy up. Ruddysack going to be able to answer with this dragon. And once this dragon's off the map, all the attention then shifts up towards that top lane and towards that Atakan, although Ruddy... This could be a bit of a mistake. Came in, he's just going to teleport away. They see it happening, and that's Atakan. Ruddy committed too many people bot side.
Yeah, Jinx Rocket Cassiopeia coming straight through that bot lane. And Ruddy thought they had a flank onto the Cassio, but the insta TP towards the top side of the map. I wanted to start saying that I wish that Bulldog had used that time where Ruddy were taking the dragon to try and set up towards the top side of the map, but that was a very good bait. Overstepping, if you will, from Cayman. Fully calculated to take that Atakan. Right now, you don't necessarily have a lot to fight for, but Atakan does last for 2.5 minutes, and Baron would have spawned by then. It will be just on the edge of it timing out, but potentially Bulldog can find a fight around that timer to try also to snowball that into a Baron.
I mean, Foxy got me on the hype train last week for Cayman. Guy is performing right now. 5 and 2. On the Cassiopeia, about to get that Leandries finished up, so it'll be 3 items in as well. Really having a lot of impact in this game. Really amazing Petrine gazes as well we've seen consistently from him in this game. And Ruddy, who I felt like they had control of the early game, have really kind of slipped that control and are starting to struggle a little bit here versus Bulldog, who are just out-muscling them in the team fights.
Yeah, and I feel like the initial plan from Ruddy when they came in was very solid. However, progressing through the game, again, a lot of the fundamentals are missing. Running into Fog of War, not necessarily using the fact that you've got advantage through waves to push towards that side of the map, to set down your vision, to try and make a play towards there. Flanking a Cassiopeia when TP is up, and then you get Atakan taken away from you. Now, Bulldog, we have a 1v1.
Leader going very low. Miatek has the revive as well, so this is just too risky to be taken. But Leader has been seen out there. I saw top laners in my head. It was both top laners fighting. Nope, it's mid versus top. But on the other side, we're going to see the engage from Lulish. Straight on the Hunter on the back. Massive petrifying engage from Cayman. Big Manic Storm to come in for the response, but Cayman is going to be able to just about get out of this one. Perks shows up to the fight a little bit too slow, but Leader's able to get himself one. They've got the revives. It is so free for the side of Bulldog. It doesn't matter what happens here. Leader low. Leader will go down to Miatek, who continues to chase forward. He gets the Gnar. He gets the boulder toss. He retreats out, and Humza just about survives. But Bulldog ultimately chunking that tower, doing so much work. That tower may even go down. No local gold, but Bulldog's still in control right now.
Bulldog had one objective and one objective only in this particular engage, and that was to kill Yankos. They all threw their bodies in to take Yankos down, to take that Baron for free, but Yankos is alive, the cavalry is alive, there's 4 members of Ruddy running straight through the jungle, and let's see if the Polish jungle will be able to steal that one.
I don't think so. I think he's just going to back off. Baron is secured for Bulldog. And there was not a lot of faith in them coming into this game, but after seeing this performance from Bulldog, they have improved massively. Those tiebreakers really brought out something in Bulldog. And they've just unlocked themselves as an incredible team fighting team.
Let's see, Bulldog. They do not have a lot of weight. It's literally just a cannon hanging on by a thread right there with the Baron buff on top. I would like to see a little bit more variety in terms of how they want to push. If you just stick to one lane, it's going to be pretty easy for Ruddy to just bunch around that lane and just clear out the waves. Right now, they're going to take some control of that bot lane side of the map. Hustling.
Oh, Hustling comes in for the Magnet Storm, but he might find himself in danger. XFang trying to make a breakaway. Not going to get that lockdown. Leader with that quickness, chasing forwards, but hasn't been able to get onto XFang. And this guy is showing up right now, taking out Leader 6-0. The 17-year-old ADC, XFang, having an absolutely superb performance here for Bulldog. 19-17 is the standing right now on the kills. And Bulldog, they're going to use this Baron to siege the base.
And also, what a fantastic display on the Ezreal. Well, there's almost like criticism towards EU Ezreals versus Eastern Ezreals, if you will. But that is a fantastic game from him on that Ezreal as well. 6 on 8, as you mentioned, 2.3k gold up. And Ruddy have a problem in their hands right here. 5,000 gold deficit. They do not have dragon stacks. They are only on 1. I feel like this game could very well go up to the next Baron that's spawning in 4 minutes, and Bulldog are going to be more than happy to do that. Just keep shoving in those waves and then slap Ruddy with extra items in your inventory. 3 right now for Exofang and a couple more components coming through.
Looking absolutely amazing, Bulldog. They're on soul point. Like you said, Baron's probably going to be the big decider for this game. I think if Bulldog can secure that, they're going to be able to very much take this game. They got a fast Baron with a Cassio here, especially a 3-item Cass. He's just farming up, I assume, trying to get that Seeker's Arm Guard put together before the next fight, and that is going to be a big difference maker. And you can see from the inventories of Bulldogs with the Tenacity Pot picked up onto Lulish, but right now, Bulldog are just looking for those big kind of team fight winning and deciding items that can potentially just win the game off the back of this.
Yeah, they're so aggressive as well. They're just walking inside the jungle. They're not even necessarily grouped up. Exofang?
No, Exofang is going to get hit. They're going to put the redemption down. He goes for the flash. In jumps Kasing to save his life. Exofang's got the movement speed to break away. The rest of the team are making their way over. And here comes Bulldog to put Ruddy in their place. Yankos locked down. Petrifying Gaze doesn't quite hit, but it doesn't matter. They've lost 2. Bulldog somehow keep Exofang alive. Grandad showed up and saved the day. Kasing, that was beautiful.
That was incredible reflexes coming in from Bulldog to defend Exofang, but from Exofang himself as well. The way he defended himself, dipped into the jungle. This is going to be the second inhibitor going down, and this could very well be game for Bulldog.
I think this is definitely game for Bulldog. Baron, be damned, as they're just going to look to try and finish this one up. Nice little knockback from Perks, but he is losing so much HP. Meertek goes low, isn't going to go down. Same for Perks. Perks can heal up. All of the inhibitors are down. Bulldog can reset. They've got 2 minutes till Baron. Ruddy, what can you do?
Double super minions in every lane for Ruddy. I had my doubts. I'm like, what is Bulldog doing? They're all playing super aggressive. I said they're all singled out, playing super aggressive, and Leader sees the target. He manages to connect the E onto that Ezreal, and everybody bunches up. But look at Kasing. Super Kasing flies in to save the day. Exofang staying alive means you can win the team fight, and that's exactly what happened. They won enough time for the rest of Bulldog to dive in and save the day.
Absolutely brilliant by Kasing. Came in at the nick of time. 2-man knock-up. Incredibly clean play from them. 1 minute 20 now until the Baron spawns up, and Bulldog, you know they're going to want to be fighting for that. It's absolutely on their card right now. This team, so good at team fighting. It is their major strength as a roster. And I had my concerns that they were going to be able to, you know, muscle their way through Ruddy. But right now, Ouch, by the way. Right now, they're definitely proving that they are very much capable of muscling through Ruddy. Ruddy are going to have to be looking at the drawing board and, you know, figuring out what game 2 is going to have to look like for them, because this Bulldog is definitely stronger than a lot of people predicted them to be.
And listen, there's the gutsy way and there's the textbook way that you can finish this game. That's the gutsy way right now, which is killing them straight up.
Oh, a big petrifying gaze from Cayman. Locks down 2. Perks is trying to come in. Massive slam back does come out, though, onto everybody. Leader goes gold in the middle of the fight, and so far nobody's died. But Ectofang goes godlike as he takes down Perks. Leader, the last man standing. Xfang secures himself a double kill. Yankos being chased down. They get everything onto him. Triple kill onto the Ezreal. Cayman putting some damage in, and there it is. Bulldog take game number 1 versus Ruddy.
What an upset right here on the first day of the NLC playoffs. Obviously, nothing's over. This is a best of 3, but Bulldog being ahead on their first game of playoffs is absolutely mind-blowing. They went 1-3 in their group. 1-3. They were only able to pick up 1 victory, and I feel like this was very decisive. They keep playing those comps with 4 champions that are super squishy but very high damage, and an engaged support on Kasing. So much weight on Kasing's shoulders, and he keeps delivering. He keeps giving us this clutch engages, saving his AD carry. Excellent display of how to play these comps.
Absolutely. I think what I really liked about Bulldog was we saw some life in them during the group stage. It just never really transitioned to anything because they were 1-3. They had a really, really bad group stage. Then we got to the tiebreakers of group stage, and we saw this just very vicious Bulldog, a team who recognized, right, we have a lot of the fundamental stuff not down, and we're not going to be able to fix that in a week. There's no way we can fix that. But they realized that they were very good at team fighting, so they just heavily lent into that. And it just feels like a lot of these teams aren't able to match the team fighting of Bulldog. I personally put this as a 2-0 for Ruddy going into this, because I genuinely believe that there was like a limit of where Bulldog would kind of match people on team fighting capabilities. I'm starting to question how low I rated them, actually. I think Bulldog might be one of our top team fighting teams in the league. They are absolutely superb. Anyway, I've rambled for long enough, so we're going to pass this over to the desk to break that game 1 down.
He knows. He knows. He's beginning to believe. But that's why you and me, Foxtrot, you know, the higher intelligent beings on the desk. Sorry, Duckling. We predicted a 2-1, and we went for Ruddy, but
here's a counterpoint to that, Archer. If it is
what
a
do you
2-0
mean?
for Bulldog or 2-1 for Bulldog, you're just as wrong as I am. It doesn't
I was
matter how
gonna
close
say,
you are to
like-
being right or wrong. If you're not right, you're wrong. So, I mean, I will say, very good game here for Bulldog. This was a statement game from them. Not
Yes.
just the bot lane stepping up. Many positive points as well, but I mean, a lot of credit in my eyes has to go to Exofang. He looks so good on this Ezreal. But this was, I mean, one of the close fights. Cayman really being the main highlight here. Pushing this Kasofia to the limits, it seems. It was originally Ruddy Sack who seemed to be getting on the winning end of this fight.
Yeah, you can see Kasing's counter engage there was sick. And the thing is, like, Ruddy, this is really just like a good example of how the entire game went. At the beginning, it looked good for Ruddy, right? And then as it went on, it looked bad for Ruddy. And this fight was no different, right? They were absolutely dominating this first fight, the beginning of this fight, and then they just did a bit too much and they fell off. The problem was that for this game, sometimes if an underdog beats an overdog, or they're just a dog, I don't know. If the underdog wins the game, it comes from a really strong early game, right? A strong early game that you snowball and just like, okay, whoopsie-daisy, my bad. Like, we'll just go next and it's cool. This was not one of those games. This was not a game where Bulldog got the early game, ran away with it, and Ruddy like, whatever, yeah, we messed up, go next. No, Ruddy were winning the early game. They had the early game, and then Bulldog turned it around. And a big moment in that game where it all turned around was the Atakan play, right? So the absolute 5D Galaxy Brain macro movement here, which we're going to see. Yankos and Hamza, like the Ruddy have just taken Dragon, and I was critical of Bulldog here for letting this Dragon go down for free. They try to collapse on Cayman, but Cayman's like, nah, he's got a DP to the top side with 4 other members of Bulldog, and it's a 5-man unit. They just get the Rosh Satcam for free. and it's the strongest bloody thing in the game. It's ridiculous. Like, it was actually one of the strongest, like, macro calls I've seen.
Yeah.
It didn't come from lots of Don. It didn't come from Nord. It didn't come from Ruddy. It came from Bulldog.
Yeah, I was a big fan of that play. We laughed about it, Oxtra, but genuinely just a really good move to be able to spend just 1 TP and get an Archon for free. So often, right, we see these teams either overcommit or overforce their hand forward, and that is the freest Archon I've seen in. I mean, it hasn't been out for years, but this month it's been out really. I mean, daylight robbery really. That it was that simple, but just a brilliant mind game there from the side of Bulldog. I genuinely felt like that had a big impact, and then. As we get into the later fights here, I think that was the big standout performance, Kasing, if I do recall correctly from the fight we have here, where it was Radisek trying to catch out Exofeng, but Exofeng, oh so slippery, this 17-year-old rookie just really showing up against these big stars, dying out of time, and look at Kasing here, the veteran, right, coming to save his son, clearly cleaning up for him, and then the fight executed beautifully from there, from not Radisek, sorry, rather Bulldog.
You're not going to do the sound that Georgia made? Here comes Kasing! Like, that was it. That was the moment. Kasing's hero moment, and there he is. Just saves his life, and yeah, Bulldog turning it around. It like the synergy that team has, how they work as a unit, is beautiful to watch.
I think they hit a rough mark as they were doing groups, but after the tiebreaker, it's not the same team. I think if the same team from group stepped up into tiebreaker, they would just be gone. And right now they look like top of the bracket, as Hiprain said, probably top 4, probably top 5. Let's see how they perform. But again, it's game 1 of the series, and we really need to highlight this. Look at this crazy individual, Exofeng. Wow, that's big. Sante with an 8,000 damage. He
couldn't do much there, right?
Yeah.
That Nile got locked in, and we're like, okay, maybe we can play towards this top side. Maybe we can get some priority here, put some pressure on here. And this is it. He just couldn't do anything this game. But huge damage from Exofeng. We highlighted this bot lane matchup, and yeah, both with the highest damage on their teams, but specifically like long range, a lot of poke. Expected to have some high damage numbers, but with the way that one went down, like especially for Ez, like if you're playing versus Cassante, you're playing versus Rel, you think, oh, maybe my poke won't land, it won't do a lot of damage, they can block it and stuff, but my goodness, when you're 4 items ahead, no one's blocking that, and this Exofeng just absolutely popped off this game.
I'm gonna ask, because we're about to jump into a little pause before game 2, but my question is, was this a draft diff? Because the Cassio was extremely good at preventing those dashes. A lot of them had dashes. Ezreal was slippery, as Duckling was recalling. But Ezreal is no longer allowed. All those things are gone. Was this a one-hit wonder and this band is gone? Or will the dogs bark again? I need to know. Predictions before we go into Champions League.
I think with how confidently they won this game, despite even failing in the early game, this felt like a statement, right? That they were here to compete. I'm not going to say they're going to go out and just smash the second game too, but I think this series will be much closer than even I anticipated, who have actually been positively surprised by Bulldog so far. They could win this 2-0, they could win this 2-1, they could also lose next game. Every opportunity is open, but the odds are certainly shifting, and I'm feeling way more confident in saying this will not be a one-sided game coming into the game 2.
Okay.
I love that. I have to. I mean, it's just 10 out of 10 analysis. That's why I pay Duckling the big bucks, right? I mean, they could win this next game. They could lose this next game.
I mean, and if I'm
That's
wrong,
it.
Right, I'm wrong.
He's
right?
not
Give
wrong.
me a hot take.
He's
Give me a
not
hot
wrong.
take.
He's not wrong,
A
man.
lot can happen, and one Nexus will go down eventually.
That's it.
Top tier analysis.
Precisely. Yeah, I predict. I'm seeing a rift with summoners. That's my prediction
They're
for the
gonna
next
lock in
game.
10 champions next game, I'm sure of it. And they'll ban 5.
Yeah, that's it. I love that. Yeah, I mean, but to be fair, honestly, I'm taking the piss a little bit at Duckling, but I agree with your point. Like, we've suddenly, the expectations coming into this series, right? We've already shattered them. And, in this first game, it's not going to be one-sided for Ruddy. Obviously, Arch and I knew that. That's why we predicted 2-1. But still,
cocky,
regardless of what
you predicted
happens.
them to lose, man. Come on.
So
I mean, we
red.
still
Look
predicted
at him.
2-1.
He's so
The closeness.
Okay, let's
I'm
do a
losing
hot
it. Send
take,
it to a break.
Fox. No, I'm using this. Fox, give me. Wait, where you go?
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Look at this. Hey, Fox, how you doing? 2-1.
Look,
and then there's that little individual.
we can do this. We can do this. But I mean, to be fair, that's still the Ruddy logo next to our predictions, mate. So yeah, we thought it would be closer. We thought it would be closer than other people anticipated this series, and obviously it's showing that it's not going to be Ruddy one-sided. But you know, Bulldog, after that game, as Darkwing said, that was a statement game. I would put them as favorites now to win this. So they're looking good.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make
I
a hot
swear.
statement. I've completely lost it. Just send it to break, man. I'm crying over
Someone's gonna win this one and someone's gonna lose it. I don't know. This is top analysis as we toss it to a break, and we actually have an ad in the middle of the break. Wonder that. Oopsie daisy. That was
Send it to a break, please.
that was a break.
Send it to
Video.
Hey.
We are back.
Hell yeah.
Just, doing a little slippery. There you go. We are back into what could be the game that decides Bulldog's future, or maybe Ruddy sack him back into this series. The first game was a complicated one for them, and I know a lot of people back at home are wondering what is happening. A lot of viewers are rooting for the Ruddy. It's obvious when you have those names, you have some expectations as well. And something didn't went accordingly to the plan. Or maybe Bulldogs just had And Epiphany, they were like, okay, tiebreaker, we can't do this anymore. We have Kasing. Kasing is always on at least on semifinals, so we gotta use Kasing power. I'm down, Duckling. You got this.
Yeah. I've
Right,
I've regained my senses, right? But I think the point definitely stands. Yeah, I definitely lost it that one a little bit, as my analysis was impossible to disprove, but also very hard to get a grasp of exactly what I was saying. The main point though stands is the expectations coming into the second game has certainly changed. I think Bulldog, I don't want to point them out as favorites, but I'll more go back to say this was a 50-50, because this wasn't just Rudizak not playing up to their level. It was also Bulldog stepping up. Just like we saw they did in the tiebreakers last week, this team needed a bit of time to get going, but once they found their footing, they very clearly seem capable. They have some good players, not just in their bot lane, but across the map as well. And more importantly, the communication and team play seems to be more on point, which is something that, especially this early on into a split, is so hard to nail down. And that's what really has impressed me about them so far.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say when we look at where they were in week 1 as well, like this team was a complete flop. I took a bit of heat from the Bulldog faithful for saying that from week 1. I stand by it. You guys sucked. You were terrible in week 1. You weren't good. But since then, it's been quality. It has been quality, and this is more of what I wanted to see, and this is what I expected from Bulldog as well. Like with some of the names that we've got there, especially obviously we mentioned Kasing, and I think it's just such a great like juxtaposition and a perfect match. The yin and yang of bot lane. Kasing, 60 years old, been playing in League of Legends since its inception. Exafang still in his nappies. You know, he's come through. Like, it's just the complete polar opposites here, and it makes for the perfect bot lane duo, and they have been stellar so far.
You know what? We have a lot of comms release, and I would love to get like the comm release coming in from Bulldogs to see that bot lane. You know. Hey, Grandpa, should I engage your son? Go in. Like that would be. I think that would be the best way to look into the bot lane. I'm gonna be killed by Kasing. But with this in mind, obviously, I wanted to highlight that these champions are no longer allowed to be played. I do believe they played a big role. And one thing we're forgetting is that if you bring this sort of experience into the Rift, be ready to adapt. We talked about it for Los Ratones, for North. I think the shame should be applied for the Rudizak. And who knows what's going to happen on this one. Will this be a 2-1 for Rudizak, or will Bulldogs be able to just clean sweep this one and move on the upper bracket, sending ready to the lower bracket? That would be something.
Would be very special.
Out. Tell me, Declan.
That's my main point of conversation coming into this draft here, because 2 AD carries already banned, you know, from the Fearless draft. Then look at the bans already, right? You expected Draven to be banned here as well. That's all of a sudden 5 AD carries gone, and if you know, then what is left in the meta? Well, maybe the Misfortune still has some space. You do have the Ashe as well, but I'm excited to see where they end up, because Exofeng ended up being really useful last game. Hums didn't really have much to say because this Lethality Varus didn't work out. So with the AD carry pool already just after 1 game of Hardcore Fearless being this trimmed out, I'm intrigued to see how they end up prioritizing their draft.
Something that's worth keeping your eyes on here, a bit of a curveball that Bulldog have thrown, is the Jinx. That has been locked in. It's actually Xfang's most played champion down bot, which sounds kind of sus. But it has been something, and I think in the concept of a fearless draft, it's invaluable to have those kind of champions to just pull out of your pocket. So with these bans coming through here, and obviously as you can see at the top of the screen above our heads here, these are the champions that were picked last time around, and they are hard knocked out as well. So if one team picks them, neither team can pick them again. So this leads to a Jace first pick here for Mietic. You would imagine he would take that one in top side as well, and those are some very quick responses here with Ambessa and Zyra.
Yeah, slammed down, right? I would expect actually the Zyra to go jungle in this case, especially because then you have the AP-AD duo if jungle mid or jungle top, depending on where this Ambessa goes. Some flexibility in there as well. I think one thing I would like to see for Rudizak is perks on a champion with more agency. The Cassante, really invisible, failed to have impact, and then when it came to the team fights, it was simply too late. This Nocturne could indicate that there could also be an Orianna coming here to slam out this final rotation. Otherwise, it will likely be banned coming into that. But no, I mean, maybe there are other options out there. Nocturne good at creating chaos, and obviously someone like Aurora has a bit of stealth as well. Could jump in while darkness is high and really come in from a flank, few people expect. But many good options to pair with it. They decide for the Aurora, keeping the flex open as well, actually, between mid and top in terms of who plays the Jace, who plays the Aurora.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I was talking about Yone in the last draft, right? And it's a leader champion for sure. You've got your AP jungler sorted alongside it, assuming that Zyra is going to go in the jungle, which I think is a fair anticipation. Yeah, like there it is, right? You've got a lot of damage, a lot of dive forward, a lot of AoE. Now, to pair alongside someone like Yone, you really want more dive, right? You want more committal, like specifically from the support. Maybe we might even see something like a Kai'Sa come through as well. You really want a dogpile when you've got Yone, else he jumps in by himself and then has to snap back out again. So yeah, we want to now kind of like just enable what we've got some very strong solo laners here and a strong top side. So let's see, you know, that's what's coming through here from Ruddy, right? They want to make that their strong side of the map.
You know what I want? I want an Elise. An Elise support has been playing non-stop and it brings so much. I think with this dive, getting another one that can go in and get the turret aggro out with an additional early game pressure, oh, that would be the cherry on the top of the cake. Let's see if we're going to get that one. Meanwhile, darkness is all around, but those engage on supports are out as well. Poppy and Alistar, we're trying to take a hit on the AD carry pool. Misfortune is out, Kalista as well, the Draven, the Corki. All those options are disappearing, so will you default for that Jinx?
Yeah, I think that's an option that was in my head as well. The Ashe, an opportunity. I mean, there are certainly still things you could go, but you get more and more
Ashe
down
Brom?
the priority list, right? Yeah, the Ashe Brom could be an opportunity. There are things you can still go that have seen their space in the meta. I know we're watching a few of Ruddy, Scrim, Hums, also someone who plays the Jinx, as you mentioned, right? So could definitely pull that out. But the thing is, you're no longer at these top of the table AD carries in terms of meta. Yes, Ashe, somewhat strong, obviously there's a lot of utility, but it's rarely the Ashe who ends up carrying the game, which to me is the biggest question, because Exofeng is one of the main carries on this roster, right? And I mean, they go for the Kai'Sa instead. Okay. So that opens up a whole new can of worms. And see, this is what I like about Fearless, right? You know, the AD carries that are being hovered, not some we have seen so far that this much in the NLC, but with Fearless coming into effect, we are seeing the champion pool shift. And I mean, the Jinx Kai'Sa would be exciting. Exofeng certainly able to take over games on Jinx. They play a few of them in the seeding stage, but that was when Bulldog hadn't really found their footing.
Where's the front line now to pair it with this? Because
Yeah.
give me Thresh.
You need something. So I would dislike an enchanter pick here, because Bulldog have done this before with Kasing.
I mean,
yeah, I think you want to take something that enables, but can also put a bit of a front line down as well from this bot side. So yeah, I mean, this is fine too. Like, this is fine. Like, the reason I bring that up is simply because like we saw there was like a very good protect the Jinx comp, but no frontline. Like, it was like Lulu plus Jinx, and it just did not work. So their tankiest member was a Maokai who beat Leandri. So I'm glad that Bulldog have actually gone for something that does go a little bit more tanky and it can create some more space for Jinx. On the backside though, Hustlin has locked in, I think, that Maokai, and that's not going to be a swap for the Zyra, because no, I mean, I don't know, actually. This could be Zyra's support, to be fair. Like, Maokai plus Yone plus Ambessa, like, that's insane. Like, that's really good, you know, like, lockdown, like a great kind of solo plus jungle combo. I see value in both of these right here, and the push from bot side with Kai'Sa Zyra would be quite kind of scary too. So yeah, but I think it's a well-rounded team comp, a lot of jump forward from Ruddy, which is what they want, and a lot of space being created for Jinx on the side of Bulldog, which is what they want.
Well, the teams are ready to take on the second game, which could be decisive in favor of Bulldogs, or maybe the comeback coming in from Ready Sack. I want fast predictions, really fast. Duckling, tell me your name. Tell me your name.
Oh, you're putting me on
Give
a
me a
pressure.
name.
I think the draft is even. I'm gonna say
A
I'm gonna
name.
stick with Rudysec. I think more agency to the top side is enough.
Just a name. Fox, give me a name.
Sarah.
There you go, that's a name. Keep in mind that Unending Despair is back available, so that chest is gonna be. But without further ado, take it away, casters. I'll see you soon.
And here we are in the game already. I agree with Foxdrop. I think Sarah's going to win this game. Bulldog.
He didn't ask for a
five-manning.
name.
He did, yeah. I mean, that's on Archer. Archer should have listened. Well, Archer should have defined what he was saying longer. Although, to be fair, I'll give it to Archer. Duckling was asked for one name, and Duckling said about 18 words. So they were stretched. They were stressed. It's all Duckling's fault. Everyone blame Duckling. Hashtag blame Duckling.
Sarah is only 2 syllables, so it's like pretty easy, quick.
Yeah.
You gain some time as well. All good.
I mean, both Ruddy and Bulldog are both 2 syllables as well, to be fair. But that's by the by. Let's have a look at the game, see what everyone is up to. Looks like we're going to have pretty standard gameplay this time. No lane swap shenanigans either way around. So, Trouble, we've had our fun. Let's talk about this game. What are we expecting? How does this game play out? Or what are we at least expecting this game's game plan to play out?
Well, it feels like it's going to be extremely bloodthirsty. On one hand, you have from Bulldog a level 6 farm heavy champion that the second he hits 6, he wants to dive in and start creating some chaos on the Rift, and that's Nocturne, of course. On the other side from Ruddy, Perks is doing the mid lane top lane special. He's playing Silas and Cassante in one. This is his kind of champion, playing Ambessa over in the top lane. But also, look how all-in heavy is the Ruddy side composition. Every single champion has a way of getting into the backline, possibly apart from Zara. But Zara can create space for them. Kasing!
Oh my word, Kasing with the flash forward forces Humza to flashes in return as Perks actually getting absolutely bodied by Miatek here in the top side. Leader also going low. Bulldog starting off with some pretty strong lane.
I mean, the thing here is you're playing double melee into double range composition. So your mid-top are never going to have priority, especially in the early game. And then over in the bot lane, Kasing made a fantastic play to actually allow them to have priority through that early phase of the game as well. The most important thing when you are playing with a Nocturne is to allow him to farm to that level 6 as safely as possible. And Zara is one of those champions that is such a big nuisance, extremely fast at clearing and very good at invading because you're going to be falling behind and she can invade you before you finish your jungle clear. So great stuff right there from Bulldog, every single lane with priority to allow Lulash to farm for free.
Well, looks like came in. Gonna find himself getting jumped onto. Does go invisible briefly. Leader's keeping the pressure up. I swear down, that ability on Yone lasts way too long.
Yeah.
I tilt every time I see a Yone in professional play because that champion is just ridiculous. Anyway, back to the game. Looks like Kasing just doing a little bit of a sapling clearing more than anything right now. I do want to kind of rewind just quite a lot because actually when I was asking for you the sum up on the teams, I may have to hold that. No, don't worry. Okay, so when you were talking about the teams, one of the things you mentioned was that Ruddy have so much forward. They have so much access to Exofang. If Bulldog can successfully protect Exofang in a fight, this guy will take over fights. We saw what he did on the Ezreal last game on a hyper carry on the Jinx. Like, if he gets the gold and the resources and they're able to peel for him versus the constant aggression of the Ruddy comp, I have so much faith in Exofang from what I've seen from him for the last couple of days. Same with K-Min as well, actually. 2 players who have really sold me on their performance over the last couple of days. It's cheeky little trade there. Leader trying to play interrupt on the reset.
Actually, I was thinking about the whole draft situation. I might have to hold it right here because Jankos is visiting bot side. He's going to get spotted now on the ward.
Oh, Hustling flashes in. It's going to be Exofang not getting targeted. So Kasing tries to bail himself out. First blood over to Humza. Now
top lane.
Miatek is finding the damage on the Perks. He flashes, misses the shot blast, gets the move speed off. Perks survives.
Silas, Cassante, if they had a baby, it would be Ambessa. And one of those champions that you can't necessarily really pin down very easily. However, great punish in the bot lane from Jankos. Gets into the tri-bush. Remember, Kasing committed his flash to get that priority early on in the lane. So they ended up getting towards the bottom of the map and punishing Kasing for the lack of summoner.
The main thing for me right now is Humza. His name's so hard to say. The Kaisers.
No, mate. You're just English.
Yeah, well, that as well. Yeah, that as well. I don't even know. I might have been saying it wrong the whole time. I am famously bad with with names that are very easy for an English person to say.
Like
but yes,
George.
yeah, no, George is an English name. I can say that one.
Yeah.
You know, Gorge. Good old Gorge. Anyway, let's see the replay.
I mean, it's very simple. Kasing gets caught a little bit too far up the lane and very easy from hustling. The twisted advance right there. No flash for Kasing, ends up being punished.
Alrighty, well,
Continue, George.
Humza still has no flash. If Lulish can hit that level 6 fast enough, there is a potential to go for a punish on the bottom side, or currently the top side. Fight for Grubs is already breaking out. Lulish able to secure the first grub for his team, and looks like the collapse is there from Bulldog, so they should be able to do this uncontested. Grub number 2 goes down. Can they get this third one? Yankos is looking to be sneaky, but the smite comes in. No level 6 for Lulish yet, but Leader could be pretty exposed down here. Does still have that flash though. Actually, it looks like there was a collapse onto that Scuttle Crab, so Lulish not going to get that.
That was very, very clean from Bulldog. Again, in, take the objective, bail out. Very, very nice from them. Now, if they can keep their bot lane over in the mid, push in that wave and take some control of the both sides of the map, that means they might be actually able to contest even for the Dragon. And this is something that Zyra really shines on, right? Taking neutral objectives is very fast. The plants really help as well. So once you start up the neutral objectives, they go down really, really quickly. And also you go double AD carry with Leader on the Yone and the Kai'Sa as well. But right here, Bulldog, incredible stuff in the early game. Early game is not something that we've said about them that has been really good so far into the NLC. But I feel like particularly in this game, it's been very calculated how they're swapping their champions around the map and how they're swapping their lanes and contesting the neutral objectives.
And the main thing about playing that Zyra is you want to set up on the objective. If you don't get time to get your plants down, then the objective is significantly harder to take. So that is really the game plan on that front. But looks like this time around, they have been able to move in. Ruddy Saka put some wards down. They got some information in the area. Not too much, mind you, as their support is currently heading towards the mid lane. But with that level 6 now hit, Miatek is able to make an escape, but Lulish has the paranoia available to him.
That is huge. Taking Zyra ult that early means you can actually fight for the Dragon if you want to. Now, of course...
Humza being hit, has to flash away from the Between Worlds there from Cayman. They're able to get a whole heap of damage in. And that's the flash now burnt on that Kai'Sa once again. The opportunity to go for that pick with Lulish is there for the side of Bulldog, and it looks like he is hovering about, seeing if an opportunity's there. It's just going to make sure for now he's able to clear the waters. Miatek is going low to Perks. I think Perks has got it. Easy pickup.
Solo kill coming in from Perks right there. Very much needed, honestly, for Ruddy. I feel like, you know, you don't necessarily want to lose your spark, and with how game 1 went, you definitely need those more ego kills, if you will. The 1v1s, the ones where you get to rub your abilities into your opponent's face. And Perks is also a very confident player as well. Getting that 1v1 pretty much solidifies how strong he will be in that laning phase. And again, a little bit of overextension right there from Miatek. The trade coming through, and Cassante, Silas, Ambessa, you tell me.
I mean, as soon as that ult hits, you are absolutely donezo there for Miatek. And I did have a quick look at the inventory. Oh no, it could still be Unending Despair. For a brief second, I thought that Doran's sword was a longsword, and I was like, is he going AD? Which would have been very bizarre. Leader just gonna avoid the handshake. Does eat a fair amount of damage. The big concern right now for the members of Ruddy Sack is Exofang. I think if Exofang gets the time, gets the gold, he is going to potentially be able to take over this game. And right now, equal to Humza, has got a farm lead over him though, so is doing a pretty good job on this Jinx. And once you get that first item and start stacking those wild arrows, you get incredibly scary. No one has contested the Dragon yet. I think both teams are waiting for a good opportunity to find that pick and then translate it into the Dragon. Lulish having the paranoia, not throwing it down yet. Waiting for that perfect kill.
I'm actually very surprised. Usually you see, and how safely also Lulish got to that level 6. you'd expect with so many flashes missing around the map. Hams has been missing his flash, Jankos misses flash as well. You'd expect something to happen on the map. However, here they're playing a very slow and steady game. As you mentioned, they've got the Jinx. And the later this game goes, the better it will be for them, and that Jinx will pour so much more damage through these items. However, I would love to see them seize that
Looking for
opportunity.
leader.
Oh!
He gets caught by the ultimate.
the
It's going to
block!
flash away. Good block from Lulis, but Leader is able to put enough distance. Dragon will get traded out. You could see Lulis was fishing. That should be enough power, though, to translate into 6 grubs, unless Ruddy have a fight in them. Jankos, ultimate available to him, so he can look to come in and try and close off and make space in this fight.
If anything, you have to at least come and contest one of them, so not all 6 go through.
Yeah, well, there it is. Xafeng free firing away for the moment. Nobody has dove onto him. 1 grub has been secured here
Jankos?
for the side of Bulldog. Meanwhile, Cayman finds a whole heap of damage onto Jankos. Jankos going incredibly low. Cayman flashes forwards, secures the kill onto Jankos. Hums goes down. Perks on the run. And that should just be the grubs. 5 already secured. Cayman will look to finish up this last one for his team. Bulldog, absolutely beautiful from them.
What an incredible timing right here for Bulldog to turn this around. Not only do they find key targets, but consistently, when they do fight around objectives and they know that their target is that objective clearly, their target has always been Jankos. And let's watch this one more time. Great stuff right here from Haslin. He creates an opening with the engage, leader on the flank, Perks right behind them, gets hit by the Renata ultimate, which actually saves Kasing right there, last with the flash through the wall. And you think that this is actually a Ruddy Sack win right here, but Jankos gets caught by Cayman on the side. Cayman even commits his flash forward to make sure that there's no smite available to steal the last grub. Not only do they have 6 void grubs with double split pushers with Aurora and Jace, take these towers down real quickly, but 2 out of 3 neutral objectives towards a feat of strength +1 is kind of huge for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jankos making his way over. The next kill gives that stack over to one of the teams. But for Ruddy, they need to get a tower or 2 more jungle objectives before they can do anything. As Cayman just jumps into the invisibility to escape Jankos' E. No neutral objectives up yet. There is a tower that's quite low, and it's a 6 grub Jinx, so they're not going to overextend, knowing that there's a potential dive onto them. And ultimately, this now just gives a bit of time over to Miatek to get topside sorted for himself, although Perks has made his way up. Both teams know how much is on the line. These feat of strengths are incredibly tied. It's 2 apiece on the charges, apart from that jungle objective where Ruddy are down 1.
I'm not going to say I've been very impressed by how Bulldog turn around fights, because there's a lot of times where you can say, oh, a team knows how to team fight when they start their own team fights under their own terms. But it has been Ruddy Sack engaged in a lot of these fights. And it seems like Bulldog are peeling back as a unit and then re-engaging. Came in finding those flanks, keeping Exofeng alive, especially now that he has his Kraken Slayer as well. He has been excellent actually seeing that team progress through the NLC. Coming through a 1-3 manner, came in, able to use the Between Worlds and break away. Hustlin's chasing in, though. Can they save their rabbit? Cayman goes down. And that is the stack over to Ruddy Sack. Now it's all about that first tower. If a team can secure that, they are going to be sitting so pretty with that boots upgrade. And 6 grubs onto Bulldog, remember. It is not beyond the world of possibilities. Xafeng may find himself getting caught out here. He does have the flash. He does have the cleanse. Just eats a chunk of HP. Shield from Kasing will keep him topped up. Lulish will protect this mid tower. As plates have fallen off, someone needs to go deal with Hums in the bot side. It's going to be Exofeng heading back down. You've got to start defending your towers, as you mentioned. Feats of strength right here is very important. And of course, giving the kill one away to Ruddy is going to make it that much more important to try and defend
your bot side.
Yeah, exactly. Your neutral objectives one and the tower. And there's a couple of towers that are hanging pretty low. So for Bulldog right here, I will say there's one thing that really confused me when we went into this game. I see a Nocturne. And usually Nocturne is used for 1 or 2 things. You see kind of the combination of Nocturne with the likes of Ornn, the likes of Kennen, like a big impact ultimates that will change a fight. Or heavy dive compositions, like possibly the Orianna wombo combo or an Akali that dives the backline with you. However, here, I feel like Ulash is a little bit of a switch. Like, this is literally his job. He turns the lights off, but I don't really think he has
I think Ruddy just loses tower.
Yeah. Ruddy's gonna lose the first tower right here, which means piece of strength.
That
Oh,
was
actually-
a massive mistake. Sorry, Bulldog. That was a pretty big mistake from Bulldog. They wanted to shift their bot lane up to secure the Rift Herald, but they left their bot lane completely exposed. Mirtek obviously wanted to hold his teleport for a fight for when the Herald spawns. And ultimately, I think they really messed up there. I feel like with that team, they had the power to push that bot lane tower with their bot lane and then look to secure the Herald off the back of that later. But I think they're more focused on the fights right now. Mirtek getting teleported onto. They're going to throw the Twisted Advance down. Mirtek is going to get himself in some danger here. Immediately, 3 members collapse. Mirtek is going to try his best to put some damage in. And I mean, he's relatively tanky. He chunks him. Ultimately, that will cost them, though. Dragon will go over to Jankos, but Herald should go over to Bulldog.
And great punish right here from Ruddy. First tower, feats of strength, grabbing a kill, and the second dragon of the game. This is going much, much better for them in terms of mutual objectives than the first one. And I feel like they are actually playing through the setup with vision that they have. Look at the both quadrants completely lit up in red wards. They actually have vision to make those plays, to have those BTPs to try and get a flank. Now, Bulldog right here, they will grab the Rift Herald, as you mentioned, and they can very easily use that to break open a tower, such as that bot lane tower that's hanging on by a thread, or potentially even that mid lane tower. I feel like the most important thing is to have Exafang around. You need to start getting more items onto this Jinx.
Yeah.
Because as I mentioned before, I kind of feel like the Nocturne right here just acts as a veil on top of the Jinx. We were talking before about the draft, and I was like, oh, Zaya would have been perfect, right? Because everyone can just dive forward and Zaya can fend for herself. But right here, Exafang playing one of his better champions, using that Nocturne pretty much as a concealment in those teamfights.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen all that many attempts of a pick from Bulldog. They've actually been relatively tame early. Again, this probably just comes down to the fact that the Jinx wants items and wants to really start to come online. But it is definitely a more slow tempo game. I think the Herald should go down mid lane just to open the map up for Bulldog. Because right now I think they're quite pressed with that mid lane tower down. It's definitely shutting down their ability to do much as Mirtek getting jumped onto, gets hit by the ultimate. And I think his fate may have just been sealed off the back of that one. Hustlin is the one to secure the kill.
Excellent. So active on the map from the set of Ruddy. Are they going to be able to defend this mid lane tower? Perks is on his way, but the Ritual is going to do a lot of damage.
Look at all those grubs. I mean, they could have toyed with the idea of a second charge. I think it's probably best not to risk it, and Perks finding himself a kill in response. But tower goes down ultimately, and that opens the map up a little bit more for the side of Bulldog. Lulish still sitting on that ultimate, though, playing very tame with that.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little bit worried right here. I feel like in terms of late game and how much damage that Ruddy Sack composition can dish out is incredible. The scaling overall in this team is incredible. And now this tank chase is falling a little bit behind. It's double AD on both side lanes. Perks and Leader can split push respectively. And it's going to be a little bit difficult to try and deal with those side lanes from Ruddy Sack. Now, of course, you do have the Nocturne, which kind of makes the 2 versus 1 immediately, but we haven't necessarily seen much of that action. It feels like Lulash is more about hovering around mid lane, making sure that Exafang and Gasing are safe from being dived or engaged upon, rather than focusing towards punishing those side lanes.
Oh no. There's the lockdown. They find the ult on to Cayman. Cayman is going to look to break away. Does a whole heap of damage to Jankos in response. They're going to throw down the ultimate from the Nocturne, securing themselves the kill. Exafang from downtown with a rocket. The fear lands onto Perks. There's a teleport coming in as the team are going to close the gap. Hustlin made his way over to save the day, but it is a 1-for-1. Exafang does get some gold off it, though.
I just wish Bulldog Gaming, Bulldog Esports were just more ready for this place. Again, you're playing for side lanes. Nocturne is the perfect weapon to make a 1v1 into a 1 versus 2 in favor. And I feel like Cayman and Mirtek have been left on the sides, kind of dropped. Again, Lulash is playing shield for Exafang, but you're playing the wrong champion if you just want to play shield for for your AD carry. And right there, Cayman does so well surviving for so long. I feel like the Nocturne also have dropped it a little bit earlier to conceal Cayman, and then you dive in, but it's a little bit too late. You trade 1 for 1, but Ruddy got what they wanted.
Just about able to break away from that hostile takeover. It'll be back on off cooldown for the next major objective. She's spawning up fairly soon. Actually, Atakan's up. I forgot it comes up at 20, not 21. So that's actually pretty big, but that got blown down pretty early. Leader just going to try and be a bit of a nuisance here versus Cayman. Is able to dodge away. Cayman using the invisibility. But now you do have those wild arrows. You have the Kraken Slayer on Exofeng. So that's a pretty capable Jinx, but Nocturne ult finally just comes back off cooldown. And that is one dead Nocturne. And that is going to be the Atakan secured. Mirtek flashes away, breaks away from the ultimate from Perks. And yeah, it looks like Bulldog's starting to struggle a little bit more in this game.
I mean, it just doesn't make sense. A lot of the pieces in this composition don't make sense. And it feels like Ruddy, they've got pretty simple instructions. Seed champion, engage champion, kill champion. You outscale in terms of damage. Let's see Bulldog can actually engage here and get a kill.
Jankos does find himself caught, but they're going to throw everything down onto Cayman. Cayman cannot survive for much longer. That's going to be the kill onto Atakan. With the revives, this is pretty much over for the side of Bulldog. They just need to make an escape. Mirtek is doing his best to hold fast, but he goes down in the middle of all of that. Kasing slowed by the sapling. Hustling, chasing forward, hit by the zap from Exofeng, who's able to break away. They throw down the ultimate, and now they're actually engaging onto Jankos, who's forced to flash. I feel like he should have just given up his withdraw and save the flash for later, but ultimately wants to be on the map for this dragon.
Good stuff from Ruddy right here. They just literally group up as 5 members. They force the objective. They know they're 4 versus 5. And Bulldog, I'm not gonna lie, they just look like they're scrambling right here. They're trying to pick up the pieces. You see that a lot of their members are just going in one by one. And let's watch this one more time. Spotted through not 1, but 2 wards right there from Lulash. He starts his blue buff. That's when Jankos and Haslin come in, and that is the first pick. Falling behind as a Nocturne is never fun, because there's never good enough damage later on in the game to try and assassinate. I thought we were going to get the replay of Atakan, but the sentiment is that I feel like Bulldog are scrambling right now. They were going in one by one, and they just need like a proper team fight where they can just allow Exofeng to put down some damage.
The problem is he's not getting any shutdowns. They've got the revive. Those will be falling off in a little bit. They're going to throw everything onto Perks, actually, and just look to try and take him out. Able to get the withdraw out of him, but ultimately that's 4 members and an ultimate committed. And bot lane tower is going to go down in the middle of this. There's going to be the rocket to try and somewhat trim the wave, but Hustlin is there to block off any closer close-ins onto them. And yeah, Bulldog definitely left scratching their heads a little bit here. Now, you do start to have that Jinx who's slowly building up the items. Infinity Edge will be next on the shopping list here for Exofeng. And by the time that's finished up, these revives will have worn off. They've only got about a 6th left of their cooldown, so shutdowns will then again be available for Bulldog, as they are looking for some damage onto Leader, who uses the face shield on the Cayman. The lights go out, and Lulush, every time, is just a little bit too slow on the button with the ultimate.
Oh no, another gain engaged the pawn under the tower.
Exofeng, he's going to have to cleanse, and that should just be one dead top laner. They're trying to find the bailout. It's not going to happen. So, not top laner. Lulush goes down. Mirtek will now make his way in. Leader's worth a shutdown, and the revive has worn off. So, this is the best opportunity for Bulldog. They don't know where Leader is, though. That's going to be the turnaround here for Ruddy. Now opening up onto Perks. Exofeng trying to keep the damage down on the Perks. Perks has no ultimate. It will be coming up fairly soon. The rocket comes through as they chase up onto Kasing. Kasing, no ultimate available. He's going down. Hums is able to secure the kill. And Bulldog, once again, falling victim to their game plan from game number 1.
Yeah, they walked into their jungle. They have absolutely no vision and no reason to be there. And Ruddy Saka, they were just looking for an excuse to start another fight, right? When you have the Atakan buff and you can just have that GA and respawn instantly, you're looking for those fights. When you're having Atakan, you're usually looking for inhibitor towers, you're looking for inhibitors, you're looking for barons, you're looking for those big objectives. That's what this buff really gives you with the revive. They didn't necessarily get that. They just did get a bot lane inhibitor tower, but that's about it. So I feel like for Ruddy, this wasn't the most successful Atakan, but I feel like Bulldog diving back in just kept giving them more and more tries into getting more value out of that buff. Right now, 8,000 gold in the lead for Radisak, and the items are going to speak for themselves. Again, we said damage-wise, oh, Kasing, you can't face check that Kasing!
He does have the ultimate, throws it out, doesn't hit onto anyone. The lights finally get turned out at the right time, and they're going to look for the turnaround. Stopwatch used, XFang trying to keep the damage up for the moment. There's going to be the shutdown, given over to Miatek. They're able to secure another one. Came in, getting himself one more. Hums going low, XFang flashing forward. He's excited. Perks being chased onto. Bulldog, you can never count them out. They find that turnaround. Came in incredibly low. Leader's going to chase forward. He goes in with a flash. He's shut down by Came in. They lock down Perks as well. Bulldog with blinking health bars. Find the fight.
8,000 gold behind, being able to kill 4 members, almost acing Ruddy, is huge for Bulldog Esports. They made an 8,000 gold lead trimmed down to 6k, and Exofang got to show off his teeth in this fight. Kasink had absolutely no business surviving this. Face checking into his own jungle. There's 3 members of Radisak right there. Lights off. They just couldn't overcommit to kill Kasing, and this allowed Exofang the time to put down the damage in this team fight, untouched the entire time. And that's what we've been looking for from the set of Bulldog Esports. A fight where Exofang actually gets to DPS. You forfeited the entire game just so these Jinx can get to 2 to 3 items. And finally, we get to see some of that action. Some of these shutdowns were immensely huge.
Yeah, XFN getting some shutdowns has closed up that Infinity Edge. Big buy for him, but it's still a tall order. Yeah, that's probably it on the reset here. It's a very tall order, though, for the side of Bulldog. But a team who are just so good at team fighting. And it really came off. Lulus pressed R at the right time that time. He turned the lights out when he was meant to, and that completely scrambled Ruddy, who are looking towards a Baron. I mean, if you look at the items, you got a pot on Hums, so he is looking for a very, very big fight. Teleport coming in as well. Infinity Edge finished up on XFang. This could be the game-deciding fight.
Let's see, it's still really difficult for Bulldog to actually gain any sort of relevant vision inside their own jungle. Neutral objectives spawning both right and left of the river, and they need to find a way to get that fight. Leader on the flank.
He's found it, but he's only got the 1-to-1, but it's going to be enough to get the damage down. Kasing bleeding out. He's going to throw an ultimate, only catching on to 2. 2 members of Bulldog have fallen. And Bulldog, I don't think they've got enough fight left in them. There is no Baron, so they can still defend for a bit longer. Leader's trying to chase forward onto Lulish. Going for the zap. Lulish spell shields. Doesn't quite actually hit. And they're going to be able to at least take an inhibitor off this. Can they push for more?
They absolutely can, I feel like, here, but they don't have the wave
Good
for
rocket.
now. They need to turn around. Go towards that Baron.
Miatek's got teleport. Hustling's losing a fair amount of HP here. They got some damage onto the leader. Bulldog, there's so much gold just right in front of them. There's a carrot being dangled in front of them, but they're not able to translate it. Dragon is up. This is Ocean Soul for Ruddy.
They can catch them on the resets, though, because right here they're missing a lot of crucial HP on their bars, which means you can either try to fight them at Baron or at least establish some vision towards the top side of the map. You don't allow them to reset. They haven't bought any items. They haven't bought any wards. And Bulldog Esports are basically threatening Baron.
Perks has no ultimate. They've pulled them over.
He got pulled back.
Ululus gets pulled in by the hands. Can they find the turnaround? There's going to be the ult from Hustling. Knocked back onto multiple members. XFang doesn't quite get hit. He's still alive. He's going low. He's got to find the kill, but he can't get it in time. Leader makes it work. A double kill onto his Yone. Hums takes another one. Bulldog have 2. Perks jumps the wall. Finds Kasing. This should be the ace. This should be the game. Ruddy, game 1 was catastrophic for them, but they found their opening. They cooked up a comp, and Ruddy are going to push it to game number 3.
If you thought they were gonna go out with a 0-2, you are damn wrong. All in forward composition, and they're taking us to the next and final game of the day.
Absolutely amazing performance there. 7-20 for Ruddy. They were 11,000 gold up in that game. A monstrous performance for them. And I mean, when Perks turns his mic on, they actually play better. Like, a little behind the scenes there, Perks was muted for most of game 1, so that probably tells you a lot about what happened over for them. But Bulldog still showing teeth. This is a team who are capable of making an 8,000 gold lead look more like a 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead. Like, these guys are impeccable at team fighting. Kasing, not an engaged champion, though. I think that was probably the key to victory in Game 1. Game 2, it was that anti-dive champion.
I feel like, first of all, congrats to Perks. He had an incredible game on this Ambessa. Absolutely unkillable. 5-0 and 6. Incredible stuff. Solo kills here and there for him. Secondly, I got so confused by the composition from Bulldog.
Yeah.
They had a Jinx, which they wanted to feed and forfeit their entire early Game 4. And why are you picking Nocturne? Why are you picking Aurora? Why are you picking champions that don't necessarily provide anything to the Jinx? You've got a J-Stop as well. Let's say fine. J-Stop is whatever, like a very prominent pick. You can build tank, you can just provide some frontline fare. But I feel like the Aurora and Nocturne combo kind of confused me. I felt like this was going to be more of a let's poke with Jason, dive in with Aurora Nocturne kind of composition. That's why the Xayah was in my head. But I got so confused by what that combo wanted to do, and it felt like they were confused too on the Rift.
Well, good news. They can't pick it again. We are on Fearless. We're going to throw ourselves back over to the death, though, to round that game up.
Looks like Ruddy's back on the menu. They're back in the game. They brought in all they needed. Also, Mike Diff. I don't know. Maybe that's the reality of it. Bulldogs. Oof. The dog didn't bark this much on this one. And maybe Don J can appear again on social media now that we won this one. So yeah, let's see what happens. Because you know Fox. You know the way he communicated on the interview before on the Red Bull event, you know he's getting calls from Dominate like, hey, you talk big, where's the team?
Yeah.
But with this in mind.
I was just gonna say, we were talking about big teams, bro. We got Perks, we got Yankos, like that's pretty big, you know. And I did think they've underperformed up until this point. And in Game 1, I was like, like this is the danger zone, right? Because then not only did they lose Game 1, but it was a pretty sad way to lose, right? They just did not look good at all. But this game, best game I've seen from them so far this year.
Yeah.
Best game. Like, it was clean, it was methodical. They gave like no quarter to Bulldog at all. And it's crazy, actually, that a team can put on this performance considering what we saw from Game 1, right? This is how it all began here, like Huston getting involved in the Maokai. Like this wide engage, and you can just see the collapse that Ruddy had as a team, the way that they're able to execute and make plays going forward here. It was actually like super impressive stuff. And obviously once they got the lead in that early, they never looked back.
Yeah, Bulldog didn't go down without a fight, as we see in this replay here, right? Being able to take some fights, and they still had life in them, but it was very clear that Ruddy Sack stepped up. One of the things I really liked this game was the fact, as I mentioned in draft, we saw Perks on more agency, right? This Ambessa, very huge, and the fact that, they utilized the fact that they had a top laner who would also play mid lane, so they had this extra flexibility option because very likely, if the champion works top lane as well, Perks can just put it up there so easily. So I thought that was a clear strength with when both leader and Perks are on carry champions and they're shining. That's a double carry threat, man, that is really hard to deal with. And then you have an AD carry in Hamza on top of it, right? Who can just add the final blow if needed. So yeah, this really showed to their strength. I'm excited for next draft. So many strong champions now out of the pool with this hardcore Fearless as we see the second fight. This was the one where the writing really came on the wall, right? This one when it all faltered. This is some questionable decision making from Bulldog and great advantage from Ruddy Sack. Desperation is, I think we often see around Artica with teams so unwilling to give it up, but often realizing that it's hard to contest. So, I mean, Cayman goes in one man, and obviously nice turn from Ruddy Sack on him. Look at Miatek here as well. Walks up, just auto perks a few times, and then dies for his sins. This was like confusing few minutes here from Bulldog, and Ruddy Sack took full advantage of it. And from this point forward, the game was nearly unplayable for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I don't know if lemmings are a breed of dog, but one by one, they just threw themselves off the edge in that fight. And it's what you said there, Arklin. Like, it's the desperation because of Atacam, right? Your jungler gets picked right outside that objective, came in, TP's in, and he sprinted that play, and then Mietic sprinted it from the other side. It was just not, you could kind of see the disjointedness of what was happening with Bulldog that game. And I think at that point, you kind of just think mentally, all right, we'll give it our best shot. But I think we're kind of looking for Game 3 here. And this was another desperate play, right, around the Baron, but Ruddy were just having none of it at all. Like, they were so far ahead at this point. They've got the Dragon Soul. Credit to Bulldog for trying things, to try and make it happen, to get back into it. But Ruddy just did not give Bulldog the opportunity to get back into it. And that was a criticism, right, that I had from game one. Remember that Atakan play that Bulldog executed well. It was the macro of Ruddy was a little bit but this time around, Ruddy just didn't make many mistakes at all, and they punished Bulldog heavily.
And all the keynote speakers on this team also showed up. The way we were seeing leader play, it's not the same. It's not the same. We talked about it, Fox. There were a few plays where they were chasing Ruddy like, oh, they might take something out of this. Leader would use his Z like, what's up? Like, no, you're good, bro. You move on. Like, it's a different state of mind, a different state of team. This is what we expected from Ruddy from game one. But also, Bulldogs didn't provide as much as game one. I think it was a massive build-up and adaptation that we need to highlight as much as possible, because these players with that sort of amount of experience, they know how to adapt. But also, Bulldogs not meeting the expectations they brought in game one.
I mean,
so one rises, the other one goes down. Boo.
Yeah, but I think there's an argument to be made there that did Bulldog step down? Yeah, I think this draft was harder to execute for them, right? As Trouble also touched upon, in terms of you really want to play around Exofeng. He's to me the biggest and most consistent carry on this team, and Ezreal here would have been perfect, right? But what happened? Well, Fearless draft, it couldn't be picked again, and all of a sudden you're left on a Jinx with, as Trouble said, no real cover to provide for it. Yes, you have the Renata W, but maybe something like the Braum would have given more defense, but that wouldn't have been enough. And when your team gets split this far in the team fights because half of your team wants to go forward, the other half of the team, or the Renata, wants to try and play for the very immobile Jinx, and they have an Ambessa and a Yone flying towards your AD carry every fight.
Yeah.
It becomes near impossible to play, and you have to reach an elite level macro to pull that off. And yeah, they simply couldn't get it done. So they set their own bar higher, and they couldn't quite reach that bar, and that's why they faltered, in my opinion.
I think it's a good point as well. Jinx is hard. Jinx is hard to execute. Jinx comps are hard to execute, especially against all that dive that we saw from Ruddy. And a lot of it comes down to, I feel like, the solo laners from Bulldog needed to create more space. Jace wanted to be, that really annoying Jace, whatever, that just goes in the middle of team fights and, whatever tank Jace.
Survives.
Yeah, exactly. And unending despairs everything. And then came in on the Aurora as well. When you create that zone and you jump in, that's more space created, right? And then Jinx is in the backside, and she comes forward and is able to do her bits. But she was just... like, the solo laners from Bulldog were just not it today. Like, in this game, Perks played great, Leader played great, and as such, when you're behind from those solo laners, like, what else do you have? Nocturne's not creating any space, he's not frontlining, and then, exactly as you guys were saying, you can't execute that Jinx comp anymore. And, like, look at that goal graph. Like, Ruddy just decided, we reached that 15-minute mark, and it went crazy, and a well-deserved win here in game two. Nice bounce back.
And the nicest thing for this, in my book about this, is we get a game three now. This is the first time we get to see this hardcore Fearless in a game three. That means 20 champions ban, plus the 5 that they then, that's more than 5, but some of the champs they ban as well, right? It's 5 for each team, 10, it's 30 champs all of a sudden gone. And in particular, I'm thinking about the AD carry pool, because I'm putting so much pressure here on, which might be a bit unfair, on the 17-year-old rookie on Bulldog to be the main carry, but with the amount of AD carries that are likely to be banned, and the ones that are now, removed from Fearless Draft, I'm very intrigued to see what Bulldog do to play a composition around him and what they decide. I mean, maybe you could go for the cock roll, play around, feed the puppy come like Uzi or whatever, but you'll have to do something different here, and I'm not sure what it's going to be, and that's all thanks to Fearless Draft making this more exciting.
That's what I wanted to debate as soon as we were getting close to game 3, but might as well talk about it right now. You took the bunny out of the hat. So, Fearless Draft. Because I feel like Exofang took a blow on this one, because he couldn't get a proper indicator, as he stated, like, no protection, yada yada. And now he doesn't have the Jinx. Now he doesn't have the Ezreal. And all those tools are disappearing. But you highlighted him. You were saying, he's a 17-year-old player, like, he's doing so good. Now you're like, his champion pool is kind of, it's kind of dim. We gotta hit the mark, and all those things are going to be hit by experienced coaches. So as you go into the third one, and you know Yamata Ken is not going to pull punch on this one, he wants to go through. These players from Bulldogs might just be on the pinch right now because they have nothing to pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but it might also be a bit of a growth.
It's a 50-50
overstatement.
again.
No, I don't want to initially say that. I do think it's more to the fact that, in particular with the AD carry pool, how I view it at the very least at this moment, right? It is very much these utility AD carries, and that is not what Bulldog want, in my opinion. I think they need Ixofeng is best when he has agency, when he's able to be played around, and with the AD carry bench coming out, right? The Callista, the Draven, the Misfortune, Corki as well, someone who's very strong in this current meta. I mean, the only one really available in meta is the Ashe, and you're not going to be carrying on the Ashe. You'll be a utility AD carry, so either Bulldog has to change their playstyle, or they have to find a draft about something that isn't traditionally seen currently, but can work because they have a strong AD carry to play around. And that's what intrigues me about Fearless Draft.
Yeah.
So who knows? There's the Zeri, there are the champions as well. Do you know how to play them? Well, you gotta show us on the third and last game. This could be a 2-1 for Bulldogs that nobody predicted. Or this could be you and me, Fox, and then we can put to shame Duckling on the desk as we like to do on NLC. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody who's on that side. We love you very much. We'll just toss it to a quick break before we jump into the third and last champion select. I'll see you soon. Look at us. On the best of 3 series on week 3. Who could have thought about this? Who could have thought? Well, NLC did, and that's why this is so exciting. That's why everybody's out on that side watching this one. Ruddy versus Bulldogs. Do they have the dog they brought in on game 1? Or will Ruddy push back and fight back? Second game, beautiful, clean, nothing to point out. Bulldogs, though, they have to rise up again if they want to keep climbing the mountain, or if they're going to be tossed into the under part of the bracket, which means if you lose, I said this before, if you lose on the lower bracket, you're promoted to what, Duckling?
Spectator.
Exactly. That's a complicated sentence, by the way. Now, what about this one? We're running out of champions. This is only a best of 3, by the way. We're jumping into best of 5.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yo. But best of 3. How can you play as an AD carry if there's no AD carries?
Yeah, that's what I'm most curious to see solved in this next draft as well. So we lost Varus, Ez, Jinx, and Kai'Sa to the picks, right? Those are the fearless band champions. And then you have the standard bands coming through, which we've seen so far. Kalista, Draven, Misfortune will probably be in there as well. Yeah, Corki, exactly, forgot about him. Corki's great. And then, yeah, you've got, what, Zeri's left over, Ashe is left over. Like, we're going, yeah, I don't know. We're going deep into those pockets right here.
Way bot line. Go back
I
to
think
AP.
that's the strategy. I think that's it. That's the strategy. Like, we either I think you just hard ban bot and just flip it down there, honestly. Like, and hope that XFM wins via just the hands gap, right? Because he's a sick player. So it's going to be tough and it's going to be interesting to watch for sure.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to what they'll bring out. I want to see the adaptation. And that I mean, normally the conversation, right, is when a team loses, what adaptation do you pull out? And it's like, oh, you have to ban something you just lost to. Everything is banned that you just either won or lost on. And for us as well, sitting on the desk, we're going to have to do some mental gymnastics trying to remember all the champions banned and available. I remember seeing one clip of Caitlyn in a game 5 in Fearless Draft, struggling to remember what was banned. And these teams will be going through like kind of like filling out a crossword or Sudoku something, right?
But that's
really have
why
to
we
use
have
the mental
this.
space. Yeah, this helps make it all clear and easy for us to see. Luckily for us. But in that draft, man, they are working overtime. I have opened all the AD carry champions defined by Riot on my right screen here. So we can talk about the whole pool, because already, just look at the bans, right? That's the Kalista. Misfortune could come out as well. Corgi could be banned. Draven likely to fall as well. So, yeah, I'm really just excited to see what the adaptation will be. That's one more
you
card,
go.
right?
Good luck, XFang.
This is brutal.
Good luck.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think we're really gonna have to dig deep here, because that Brawl ban
Caitlyn,
also.
mate.
Yeah, Caitlyn. Yeah, exactly. We're proper going back here. Like, are we gonna get like a Twitch Lulu or something? Like solo Q terrors coming through, stealth combo. Twitch Yumi even. Wow. Nah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. Ruddy Sack have the first pick of this game here as well, so they're gonna have the choice of the premier ADC, because if we don't ban Draven here, for example, and then Bulldog feel like they have to ban it versus Hamza.
Again, man.
I honestly feel like Ruddy shouldn't be banning their own Draven. I know XFang.
Like, it is crazy. They have the first pick. They could lock it in if Bulldog doesn't ban it, but they respect XFang, a 17-year-old rookie, so much. They still ban it when they themselves have a Draven 1-trick in AD carry. That honestly, mind-boggling.
Yeah, well, that's the strategy so far, and Leaders Akali is going to be off here as well. So we actually have a fair few ADCs open. Now, Braum is kind of like an Ashe ban, kind of. But we still have a few choices here, like the Zeri is available as well, maybe like a Kog'Maw comp too. It is going to be that Rumble lock in, most likely towards top side. And we have noticed though, like statistically, Perks has been like a really solid top laner as far as like damage stats go for Ruddy Stack, and as far as the entire league goes, I'm fairly certain he's like the top damage share. Why not pick in like a semi-mage damage champion to go in that top side?
Yeah, the Wukong having made his way through the first 2 games, surprisingly. Strong in the meta, it makes sense to lock it in, right? In terms of AD carries, you could think of the Misfortune, but you'd like to see that later in the draft, and you want to see more about what your opponents have picked beforehand. So I doubt that if that's the AD carry they're hoping to play, that it will be locked in this first rotation. You could probably take a top laner here if you really feel like it, as like Sante's band, and then you have to try and think through the champion pool again, right? What would you want? Yeah, the Renekton hasn't been seen, but the Aatrox instead. Miatek, a big Aatrox player, so not that surprising at the end of the day.
Yeah, he's already done this once before. Yeah, go ahead, Archer, mate.
Because you can go for the mid lane. I was looking, you have the Wukong available. You can get the Misfortune and the Orianna. You can try to play a wombo combo in favor of Bulldogs. But it's safe to play something else and be like, we'll save that for last if we have the availability. But keep in mind that AD carry champion pool is going to be hit. I think Hums will be more comfortable playing something of utility like than Bulldogs giving
Let's go
something
MF,
of utility
yeah.
like.
Ooh, yeah.
Or it's even worse.
And I
Yeah,
like this,
it's
right?
simple.
Because it's such a strong AD carry. But the problem is, now all of a sudden there are 3 picks left to try and counter it and make it very hard to play. Because there is just that one problem. You have to be immobile while you're all right, and you don't have much movement outside of that. Normally I'd say something like the Ambassador. I've seen at the very least in the Danish scene having a lot of effect, but that is banned due to Fearless Draft, so maybe that's why they feel confident enough to lock it in. So many variables changing with the Fearless Draft and many things to keep in mind, but the Leona ultimate, right? That's one thing that can instantly just stop the MF ult. MF ult, pull down the solar flare, and it's done. So they got the strongest AD carry left in the meta, but now it will be drafted around for these last few bans. But I do expect ReadySec to try and pull out the other strong AD carries in this last ban rotation.
Yeah, you giga focus bot side here, no? Because Bulldogs haven't chosen their bot lane right now.
She knows. She knows.
Okay,
Are
so
you watching?
we're getting some behind
Outside
the scenes
sourcing.
thoughts here that Trouble is thinking this might be a Ziggs pickup then for Bulldogs here.
Something AD
as their
mid,
bot
yeah.
laner. Yeah, so ReadySec still think it might be, they're still getting rid of the actual AD choices. And to be honest, it makes sense. You're already pretty heavy on
have
the
a lot of
AD
AD
side
here.
of things, Mietic and and Lulush here with the AD top and mid. And yeah, again, you've got a lot of range, which is really good into someone like Misfortune, someone like Nautilus as well. You don't have to get too close, which is what ReadySec want you to do, right? So that they can throw down all of that catch, all of that AoE damage as well. So pinching the jungle pool makes sense for Bulldog. You've got your Wukong. Let's put the ankles on something a little less comfortable. And yeah, it could just be that AD mid came in. We've seen it play. They saw it coming. They saw it coming. Yeah. Okay. I mean, this might just be like a Zeri then, right? I feel like Zeri's a good alternative because she does a decent split damage profile. And came in there's still the Syndra available, right? We've seen him play Syndra before. I think Syndra's fine here too. Yeah. So I think Victor's already taken, right? No, Victor's actually open, no?
Yeah, Victor's been open.
Yeah, Victor. This is weird, but Victor is
those
open.
definitely take the strength out of him. He still wins lanes just as comfortably, but taking 10% away from a few abilities certainly has hurt his scaling, right? So not as prominent anymore in the meta. I like this area. I think it has some movement as well, decent utility, but it isn't the perfect fit. But you have to do with what you have available, right? As Leader slams down that Azir and okay. This draft just opened up. I mean, Yanka's Light is still end up on some tank, but a lot of those utility junglers have been removed. Viego, Sejuani, and just look up to the front of your screen, right, in terms of the top. So many of those, but the Jarvan still left open and makes a lot of sense to lock that in.
Yeah, exactly. Cataclysm plus bullet time is a good combo as well there. We have seen Swain come down from Cayman in the past too. We've got a pretty close range jump forward type of comp. I don't know if Cayman would want to lock that in versus an Azir. I mean, the biggest thing, regardless of the comp itself, it's is this a champion that Leader's particularly comfortable on? Because I know, obviously, Leader has a reputation for being a melee-only player, like Assassins, these kind of champions. And then whenever you say that, Leader fanboys will say, no, but he can play all these things, he just doesn't want to, blah, blah, blah. But then whenever he's picked the Azir, it honestly hasn't looked that good, right? So I'm probably going to get torched for even just saying that. The thing is, though, I do just have question marks about it. I don't think it's that, I don't think this is a leader at his best, which then means that you've got to transfer the carry role over to Perks or Hamza. And it seems like ReadySec doesn't have the trust in Hamza as a carry, right? They picked him on the easy ADC. They ban away his best champion on blue side, in game 3 of a Fearless draft. So I just, I have some question marks about that.
Yeah. It's an intriguing draft.
Words.
What I will say is I think Jankos will struggle to find those right engages, right? So much movement on this Bulldog roster, so it's hard to really lock down the carry unless the team is on exactly the same page. But I think anything can happen in this final game. There are opportunities for both teams. The draft certainly turned out to be interesting. It's all down to execution, and that's what I like.
It's All down to one game. Whoever wins this one moves on with an extra life. The other one will be tossed to the lower bracket and fight for it. Without further ado, let's toss it to the game. Let's toss it to the casters, and I'll see you soon.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And here we are on the Rift for our final game of the day. The winner of this stays in the upper bracket. The loser has to go and fight for their spot towards that finals. It is really all or nothing. Bulldog have displayed incredible team fighting during this series, and Ruddy, game one looked rough, but they just completely out macroed Bulldog in that last game.
I have so many questions, but before I start asking them, you see right here, Ruddy, they're setting down their vision, wanting to spot the Wukong early on. And also, if you look on the very right side of your screens, there is a very cheeky ward on the lane that will potentially spot any sort of lane swap shenanigans. Thank you so much, observers, for putting that out there. It's not going to be the case. All the lanes are going to be pretty stock standard, as we know them in League of Legends. And here come my questions. Is Exofeng allergic to Xayah? Like, what is actually going on in this game? You usually don't want to pick the Zeri into the Nautilus. You want to pick the Nautilus into the Zeri so you can pin her down and have follow-up, which now makes Exofeng's positioning very, very crucial when it comes to those team fights. And secondly, who in the world is going to get locked into this Cataclysm? Everyone's got a bail button.
I feel like the Jarvan pick was definitely a little bit questionable. We'll see how Jankos can play with it. But yeah, there are so many ways out of that ultimate that it's going to have to be very well timed from Jankos to be able to find that lockdown. See already though, ReadyTac, their bot lane have the advantage here in this bot side. They've got the shove, they've got the lane pressure. Next thing, kind of just have to give up the lane. Cayman's going to do a little bit of scouting onto Jankos and spot exactly where he is, while getting the Q off onto leader in the middle of all of that. But I will say, as my little retort to you about Exofang and positioning, the one thing I've seen from Exofang throughout all of the day, and from what we saw from during the find of the tiebreakers from the group stage, this guy is really good at positioning. So yeah, I know if there's any ADC who's going to play a hard matchup like this and position well for it, it is this 17-year-old superstar. He has played so well today. Even in that loss, he looked pretty formidable on the Jinx, and now on the Zeri, definitely got a hard position to play, but if he can toe that line well, he could potentially be that difference maker for his team.
Absolutely, and I feel like for Bulldog here, all of their champions have so much agency. They can all flank, they can all find targets, they can all 1v1. -1 right there for Cayman as well on the cannon minion. But they all have the agency to sort of create angles and opportunities in these fights. And I feel like specifically for Cayman, the way we saw him play on that Aurora and find angles, where he was constantly finding Jankos, and over in game number 1 as well, I feel like there is a lot of openings, especially with Ari, as we see bot lane.
Things getting locked down. Xfang lost a lot of HP there.
Oh, what's mid? What's mid?
But mid, they're both looking for an angle here. Jankos and Lulis. Lulis is going to open up onto Jankos, force the flag and drag defensively. Came in incredibly low. Leader also low on mana, though. I think the kill potential here mid is not likely. So Leader just going to make sure he catches his wave. Came, he can just teleport back up. Mirtek, on this Aatrox versus Rumble matchup, feeling the pain early.
I wonder where Lulash is going actually right here. Is he looking to punish Perks early on? Perks seems to be really sticking underneath this tower, trying to push out his wave. Getting caught by the chains right there.
Yeah, they're able to pull him in. Mirtek has that last charge of the Q. A bunch of damage coming out from Lulash. Forces the flash on from Perks. Mirtek, lovely Infernal Chains actually onto Perks, forcing that Summoner spell out of his lane opponent. Great little punish there.
Resets down the bot lane. Absolutely. Look at those resets down the bot lane. Exofang and Kasing are late. Kasing is already on the top side of the map, which nothing really is happening. The Scuttle Crab has been taken away. Jankos is pinging that bot lane Scuttle Crab, and he's going to get the first roam from both bot laners towards the bot side river, so he could secure double Scuttle right here. Pretty huge for Javan as well, because you want to be skirmishing early with a J4. Later on, he's going to lose a lot of his value due to all the mobility on the side of Bulldog. So getting this double Scuttle, getting to that level 6 first, could be huge for Ruddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little ward there placed by Hustlin earlier, just to get some scouting vision onto where Lulis is. So, feeling happy on that. Both of the supports actually kind of playing away from their ADC, so the ADCs can soak up as much experience or solo experience as they can. Jankos going for a chicken camp steal here. I mean, Cayman saw him go in, so they're going to maybe look to go for the contest. Smite's available to Jankos. Lulis has only just got his up, but chickens have been stopped. So Lulis, I mean, there's still a smite on Jankos. There's the charm. Not going to be able to go for the steal, and the charm down Jankos is definitely not under any threat at that point. Sing's just going to make sure that Cayman gets as much of this wave as possible.
You should look at the map during this iteration of events. Instantly, Miatek dipped into jungle, posing a threat right there to Jankos overextending. Kasing instantly roamed from the bot lane towards that mid lane for a potential fight. It seems like both of these teams are like so hyper aware of every movement on the map. That's why Jankos backed off of there. Also, with Cayman constantly defending the Wukong around the map, it was leader to hit that level 6 first and could potentially make a play on these raids. But the backed off is going to be the priority that they needed. They'll take the first 3 Void Grubs off the game. Feature strength, 1 out of 3, off 1 out of 3. And also 3 Void Grubs are going to be extremely important for later on taking down those towers.
Yeah, it's going to be really nice for them off the back of that one. And that actually kind of bleeds into that invade we saw onto the Raptor camp, because Lulish had to smite it to make sure that he was able to pick that camp up, which then meant he was down a smite. His mid lane was shoved in, so there was no way to contest it. Just a little bit of heads-up play from Jankos, where it didn't look like he gained anything from the time he wasted at chicken camp, but forcing the smite out, all but guaranteed that he was going to be able to pick those grubs up. Leader should be able to get a plate as well off the back of that as well with that grub bonus, so that should just ting over. There it is, into his pocket. Leader sitting quite happy off the back of that.
Let's see if Jankos is as crazy as Malrang. Because this particular pick right here is a Malrang Jarvan. It doesn't necessarily do anything in terms of team fighting, but you pick it for the sake of the champion in the early game. He's a great fighter in the early game, especially when you go that standard Sky first, if that's what he's going for as well. However, Bulldog have started that Dragon. There are level 6s all across the board for the members of Radisak around there, but they're just going to be caught on the reset. First Dragon is going to go over to Bulldog, and it's going to be an exchange of neutral objectives.
Yeah, no real room for them to go for the contest. Nice little shove in from Bulldog on the bot side. I mean, there wasn't really the pressure for that. But looks like Jankos may be looking for his first gank of the game, but Lulish could definitely smell that a potential gank was coming in, so he just hovered about just to make sure that nothing was going to go down. Lulish level 6. Flash is up on leader. Cayman has his ultimate though, so the follow potential is there. Lulish going to chase out forwards here. It's going to come in. They're going to land that charm in on to leader, who gets the shuffle back. Can they continue the chase forward? It looks like the answer is no, although Kasing is here. No ultimate available to Kasing, so Cayman just jumps in for one last Q onto leader to chunk him out a little bit more. But ultimately, play very nice there from leader, just to ult the 2 of them back. Oh, leader flashes. Actually, they're going to put some damage into Cayman, forcing Cayman to flash.
That pressure, the flash away from the taunt, but then if there's no E on Ari, that means you go kill pressure because you can dodge the Q. That's exactly what the leader did right there. And also for Mulash, I wasn't actually expecting the EQ to go through, which allowed leader to pretty much just shove them away with the ultimate and get out alive. Now, one of the extra things that happened right here with leader having that pressure mid is that you get to stay a little bit longer on the map and pressuring that mid lane wave, which then allows again in turn Jankos to walk inside enemy territory, inside enemy jungle, place down some vision, potentially find Lulash as well, and without the ultimate you can actually take a favorable trade. Wasn't the case, just establish some vision on the top quadrant of Lulash's jungle and back down.
You can tell how important this game is to both of these teams because they are playing incredibly passive. We are 9.5 minutes in. an objective trade happened. No kills have happened. There's been 1 or 2 attempts to take someone out. But ultimately, it has been a very, very tame start to the game. Mirtek has now picked up his Hex Drinker. So it does have a little bit of magic resist, a little bit of survivability versus perks.
A bit of extra padding.
Yeah, just something to soak up some of that rumble burn. Just came in, just going around the jungle. Will be spotted out by that sweeper from Hustling, though. The Squire's Bloom, and came in, just going to make his way back towards mid lane, who, honestly, this Ahri definitely struggling in the matchup versus the Azir. The shove and the massive range deficit means that he's actually looking at a lane swap.
It was really funny because Cayman got spotted and then he just walked backwards for as long as the vision remained on him, and then he walked back towards that lane as well. Few mind games right there to see if enemy's gonna just fall for it and swap lanes. It is going to be leader heading towards that bot side of the map. Both mid laners do have teleports available. The second set of Void Grubs have spawned, and whoever has first mid lane prior gets to dip into the river. In this case, it's going to be Ruddy. And the cat summon of a Bulldog is not going to be the case. A 2 versus 3. Because Hums has just arrived in that mid lane. And I'm starting to get worried right here, honestly, and they're going to pull the TPs.
Yeah, well, Lulis, they're throwing everything onto him. Exafeng has actually gone untouched at the moment. Leader's made his way over. Solar Flare does make the connection. Cayman comes in. Massive charm onto Jankos as he goes down. First blood secured, but bullet time is going to be interrupted by Mirtek as they continue to fire onto Exafeng, who's still alive. But the Ignite and the Flame Spitter will secure the kill. Cayman can't get more. Hums is going down to Mirtek in the middle of all of this as now he's looking for perks. I mean, this is a very, very alive and very healthy Aatrox. Charm goes through the goalpost from Cayman. He does get some damage down to Leader, but those soldiers are doing work. Mirtek's putting the damage into perks. Leader able to assassinate Cayman in the middle of this as the Infernal Chain secure the kill. Mirtek's killing. He gets another. This Aatrox is unstoppable. Trying to find the damage onto Leader, but Leader finds the turnaround. Jankos will get the shutdown. And Ruddy Sack almost ripped apart by an Aatrox.
We went from a 0 kill game to almost a 10 kill game within about 30 seconds. Kasing now stopping the back.
Exafang's here. They're going to put the damage onto Leader. The shutdown goes to Kasing. It is the worst case scenario. Kasing will fall to Hums in the middle of this. No grubs going over. Monkey on the run as Perks hunts him down. They flag, they drag, but the Monkey's out.
Wow. All of this started, as I was about to say, I'm getting extremely nervous because Jarvan is going to fall off really hard. And it's like Jankos heard me. It's like, all right, before we fall off, let's start a fight. Now, I want your eyes on Perks because he comes down from that top lane and he lands a beautiful equalizer straight on top of this pathway. Burns everyone away, splits them apart as well, and you see as Lulash and Cayman are literally fighting for their lives to defend Exofeng. Luckily for them, Mirtek is doing work on that Aatrox in the back line. Gets that kill, and then together with Cayman, they're gonna be able to grab another 2. And I thought that this was it, but then there was more that happened on the reef. They lost more people. They lost Leader as well. What is going
goes
on?
down, but Bulldog, they're not done. Hums going low.
Wait,
double
what?
kill for Cayman. Grubs were secured for the side of Ruddy off the back of that one. Exafang's alive. Okay, Exafang got a kill. I thought he died.
No, 3 members of Ruddy Sack died on that one. I'd love to know what in the world just happened right there. They catch them while trying to engage inside the river to try and get some vision of what happened right here. However, 3, 1, and 2 on Cayman. 3 kills onto Aatrox as well. Let's watch this one more time. Kasing walks up, tries to put some vision down, take the enemy vision away. They're trying to start setting up for the dragons, and the flash through from Hustling onto Exofeng. You know what? That Zeri is a very slippery gal. So if you can't connect instantly with her, you won't be able to kill her, and that's exactly what happened right there.
Oh, we're just not done with action. Bullet time coming in onto the MF. But looks like they're not going to be able to do too much more. These teams are so bloodthirsty. It was a very, very tame start to the game, but it just erupted as we moved in.
It's like Pandora's box. Once you keep it closed, it's fine. It's quiet. Once you open it, there's no way you're closing it ever again.
Well, this first tower could be the difference maker here. As Perk's going to lose a fair chunk of health to Mirtek, but Mirtek able to also get chunked himself. This first tower will be Boots upgrade for Ruddy if they can get it. They've got 6 grubs, so they have the capability to take it. But for now, it's definitely playing a little bit more tame. Mirtek's actually resetting, which is, again, something we saw in game number 2, where they were a little bit off on their reset timers, and that could cost them. Perks could get the wave in.
I don't think Perks here can actually afford to stay on that wave. You do not have vision onto the Wukong. The top corner of the jungle is full of jungle as well. So Lulash could definitely be around. He's going to stay just to pressure out that wave, but definitely he cannot stay to take the actual tower right here, especially not with 40 seconds on the Rift Herald spawning really, really soon. You definitely want to go back, maybe refill some of these wards, grab a few components as well, set down some vision for that objective. Jankos is looking around, but the 3 members of Bulldog there.
Lulish just found him. Solar Flare makes the connection. Can they land the Zenith Blade from Kasing? Slow doesn't come in from the Zeri. They're going to be able to break away from that one. There's going to be the equalizer laid down by Perks. Just a chunk onto Kasing and Lulish. Not sure I 100% agree with that one. Came in, losing a lot of health though. Has got that ultimate. Can he hold? Gets the charm off. Teleport's coming in for Kamin. Can he break away? Caught with a knock-up. Instantly got followed up by the hook, and that's going to be the shutdown over to Hustling in the middle of that. Leader, low HP. Mirtek puts some damage onto Hustling. They're able to get the kill. Good ult back from Leader though. Will send the Bulldog members packing, but Jankos gets onto Exafang. Flashes out. Exafang is going to be able to hold his life. Tower low bot side though. Can Ruddy fire out? Yes, they can. Hums is going to secure the feat of strength for his team. It came at a bit of a cost, but not too heavy. A 1-for-1. Unfortunately, Hustling got a 500 gold shutdown.
That was a very quick rotation right here by Ruddysack. They get the 4-man dive down the bot lane, but their sides were set on feats of strength, and that's exactly what they got. They got the kill, and while being chased away, they re-pushed that wave towards the bot side. They thought they sacrificed Jankos, but Jankos jailed that Zeri in and then bailed out with EQ. Came in underneath the tower all alone versus 4. Can't necessarily do much, even though Ari is as slippery as ever. Any champion. Exafang gonna get that kill here. And here, Jankos, very good. He's just gonna jail Exafang in, as he's already used his dash and just EQ himself out.
All right, well, the next fight is definitely going to be around this Herald, as immediately Hustling gets onto Kasing, but Kasing gonna force them to flash, actually. Hustling, burning that flash as Mirtek made his way over. You got an incredibly scary Ari and an incredibly scary Aatrox on the side of Bulldog. These guys are pretty happy to fight at this point in the game. Now, Hums has both the cleanse and the flash with that bullet time available. Looks like Ruddysack want to go for the fight here. Solar Flare doesn't quite make the mark. Low health on everyone. Mirtek finds Hustling, but there's going to be a fight. Big bullet time! Absolutely cooking the members, but Leader goes down in the middle of it, and now Mirtek blast comes into the fight. Jankos is able to steal the Herald, but it costs him everything. They get the lockdown onto Hums. Can he make the breakaway? No, he can't. Shut down in the pocket of Exafang, and another goes to Kamin.
What an incredible team fight from Bulldog right here. This could be the game-winning team fight for them. Dragon spawning in about a minute. They managed to get that mid lane tier 1 as well, which will completely break open the map. That's exactly what you want. You want darkness in enemy territory when you have Aatrox flanking, Wukong, Ari. This is a full pick composition. You slightly move out of position, you get caught. And look at this here. Kasing will miss the ultimate on everyone, but look at Kamin on the side. Dives in instantly, tags Leader, instantly kills Perks, and the only one who gets assassinated by bullet time is the Wukong clone. No one cares. Bulldog Gaming, full HP bars, just keep chasing.
It's actually quite similar to what you were talking about with the Jarvan, where the MF ult goes down and everyone has an escape line. They take a little bit of burst, but they just leave immediately. So it's really clean from Bulldog, as Kasing's on a flank angle here. Dragon spawning up. Remember, this is Dragon number 3. The flash! The lockdown! Leader is obliterated! Kasing finds himself in the middle of everyone, caught by the flag and drag. Lulas is being cooked by Perks, but the clone means he gets away, and Kamin secures another kill. Perks continues the chase. Lulas goes down. Exafang now face-to-face with one, but Mirtek and Kamin able to secure another kill. Perks being flanked onto. Jankos not going to find a flag and drag angle. And Bulldog, they are so good at team fighting.
Damn, man, Kasing has had a hell of a series. That flank was impeccable, making sure you secure your third dragon. This is so point. Jankos could dive in. You have no smite. You have no smite, Bulldog. You have no
Don't risk
smite.
it, don't risk it, don't risk it. They're going to look for the lockdown. Jankos jumps in. This should just be the Dragon Steel. Jankos will die for it, but ultimately worth. Beautiful from the Arisak jungler.
You have no smite, man.
Just wait for Lulush.
Okay. We need to calm down right here because there's so many things happening. What's Kasing? No one spots him flash Q into R onto the Azir leader. Had zero chance to escape that, and Perks might have the same fate.
Yeah, Lulush does have that Cyclone. That could be one dead Perks. He flashes away. Knockup comes in from Hustlin. And that's going to be the chase forward from Lulush, but the slow from Hustlin was enough. Monkey spin one more time. Cayman's worth 100 gold, by the way. He actually just evaporated. Oh, 199 gold, so not the full 100. That is a rough showing for him on the MF, and that should just be Atakan for Bulldog.
Yeah, it just makes it so hard, right? The pick composition that we mentioned earlier from Bulldog, so many flank angles, like to actually stand still in Misfortune and cast bullet time is like signing
No
your
time for
death wish.
replays.
Oh boy.
Kasing is in danger, but Perks is low. Kasing's able to survive this one. In comes leader. Kasing's able to make escape. Jankos gets the kill. Flash out from Exofang, goes to the flag and drag. Dodged away with the dash from Exofang to not go down. They trade top laner for support. We don't have time for replays, apparently. These two teams are just butting heads on loop. Jankos hit by the charm. Cayman is on fire on the Ahri.
Holy, the EQ right there, the E hidden in the bush sort of gives away the positioning of Jankos, and Cayman is looking for Hums.
They're going to chase him down. Can they get that charm? There's the lockdown. The hook goes wide, and that is one dead MF. He's worth even less gold. They get the Infernal Chains. Charm should be coming up fairly soon. Cayman's able to get it. 8-2. Make it 10-2 on the Ahri. Unbelievable.
They're looking for leader. Kasing is right in front of him, but the entirety of Bulldog Esports is right behind him. He doesn't have an empty tower slot to grow one, but they're actually not going to care. Honestly, I was thinking that it was going to be the different attack right here. Kasing!
Oh, no. It might be worth. Cayman gets the charm. That'd be his 11th kill. He's actually going to secure it. Atakan also in the meanwhile. But actually, Jankos is here, and the 50-50 could really cost them heavily here. Lulush, smite available. Can Jankos go for the Miracle Steal? He has been so on point. They're going to land some damage. Miatex playing into Rot. There's going to be Atakan secured. They may be able to get Miatex revive immediately as they go for the flag and drag. This could just be risky here for the side of Ruddy. Equalizer laid down. Miatex in danger. They're going to immediately collapse it as the revive comes out. Exofan gets an escape. Lulush also making a run for the hills. Just going to try and defend this tower. Bulldog. Unbelievable.
They've managed to turn the game around completely. Again, it's just so difficult. There's two sitting ducks of carries, the Rumble and the Misfortune. The second you misposition, you stand still to put down the equalizer, to put down the bullet time. There's just so many abilities that can be thrown your way, that can CC you, lock you down for so long. So much chain CC coming through Bulldog as well. And again, the most important part from Bulldog's composition is the agency on every single champion. Sure, you have Exofang on another hyper AD carry, but this time around, he can fend on his own. He's got so much mobility through the champion. He doesn't need the team composition to work around him. He can work around the team composition himself. And so far, Bulldog have been shining under the chaos. Flanks, finding angles, not allowing Hums to play the game has been key to success so far in this game.
I mean, I said it after game 2. I think Kasing is best when he is on an engaged champion. That is where he is at his absolute best, and he is making it work here. As Miatek is getting jumped onto. Doesn't have a revive, remember, so he may just go down. Hunt is trying to get the damage off, but teleports to safety. No Aatrox today. Even the cameraman disagreed with that, shaking his head.
Were you wondering why he was standing still?
Yeah, I was like, What is he doing? It's a different animation. I've still got to learn it. Years of looking at old teleport as Leader gets himself caught out. Solar Flare comes in. They find the lockdown with the Zen Flare as there's going to be the kill. Exofang gets it with a splash, but he's going to get locked in place. Miatek launching in. They've got the revive, so this is ultimately a costly play. Jankos going for the escape. They pin Kasing in place. He's able to evade the tower shots and everything else. Miatek continuing to chase. He flashes into Holmes' pocket. They get the withdraw out of one. As Miatek can't chase for any more, but the collapse on the minimap, you can see they are coming in. Lulish, monkey spin, chasing in. That's going to be Hustlin going down as he is bopped by Lulish.
They're looking for more. The Baron has the spawn. If they can just kill Jankos right here, if they can just find that one thing.
Nah. I think the Baron may be risky. Dragon's up well, but oh no! Giving the kill to Exofang. Are they Baroning or are they Dragoning? What are we doing? Teleport in from Leader.
I think they're looking for more kills. That's the answer here.
Yeah. The revives are worn off. Cayman has found Jankos. Jankos is forced to flash. Cayman could chase for more. He's got the charm. He's able to hit it. Perks is in the area, so Cayman has to make the escape. Can he get it off in time? No! Perks cooks him.
That slow was huge right there from Rumble. Didn't allow him to get close enough to the wall for that last ultimate ability that he had. Exofang dashes through. And I get it that you need to kill Jankos so Jankos cannot steal your dragon. And this is so for Bulldog. But giving your life away when you're one of the biggest threats in the team, it's a little bit of a misstep right here. And Radisak are barging in as 5.
Yeah, they're able to try it, but there's going to be the equalizer down. Jankos finds himself on the wrong side, but he's going to keep the chase up. Exofang goes for the dash. Hook goes wide. Miatek just looking for the escape. Kasing, no flash available. He may just be the one who pays his price. Lulish is actually waiting around. They find the solar flare. Miatek has found Helms on the back line. No way! Leader sends him over the wall. They go 1-for-1, but Hustlin's going low, and there's an Ari on the way. That's going to be a double kill for Leader. Exofang flashed onto by Perks. Triple kill for Leader. As he's shut down by Cayman, dashing away. They're not going to catch the Fox. Ruddy actually win that fight.
Really great fight right here from Radisak, finding key targets, knowing that they're fighting 4 versus 5. Again, the biggest threat, which is the Ari, was not to be found. That's why I mentioned Cayman overstepping boundaries, chasing Jankos, going down to Perks. Really did cost Bulldog this fight. Is this still going to be soul point for them? Because the previous dragon was stolen by Jankos. So it's still going to be another dragon in the pool for them. But now it's a 2,000 gold lead for Ruddy. It's not that huge.
Oh.
They're pretty much dead even on the Rift. But damn.
If Bulldog get the next dragon, though, Hex Soul on the Zeri, on the Ari, it's going to be brutal to handle. And I kind of just want to peel back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the game. A lot of this comes down to Exofang's positioning. He has been positioning very well, but the person who's been positioning the best is actually Miatek on this Aatrox, finding flank angles, being an absolute just major issue for the members of Radisak. Hums 1 and 8 on the Misfortune. He is getting rolled right now by Miatek.
I don't think it matters that much though. Look at the difference in gold in top and mid. 1.2k up for Leader. Hold on.
That's onto Cayman. Cayman may just be the victim. Has to use that Zhonya's to try and stay alive through the carpet. Gets the ult off. Jankos caught by the charm. Gets the ult back onto Cayman. Cayman not going to go out, but the shutdown has been picked up onto Perks in the middle of this one. They've got Kasing, they've got members about. Are they going to chase? Miatek, full HP, incredibly scary right now on that Aatrox as he dashes over the wall. Hustling, hooks onto the wall in the middle of that though. The resets are coming in. Leaders chasing onto Lulish. If they can kill the jungler, an opportunity to take this Baron opens up. But looks like Cayman's going to get the reset off. They can't get more.
And both of these teams are trying to find the key targets from both sides. Take the smites down. So important to secure that next Baron. This Baron will completely open up the entire game. It could even just be game over right there, depending on how many members die for this Baron. So none of the two teams want to give anything away. Great catch. Almost killing Cayman right there. This is the key target you want to take down if you're Ruddy. And on the other side, you definitely want to be taking down Leader. I think he's doing so much work onto
Yeah.
this Azir, creating so much space, putting out so much consistent DPS on that AP mage. And he's so close to that death cap as well. Once he gets completed, he's going to be dishing out so much damage towards the side of Bulldog.
Yeah, it's going to be a real menace. Lulish jumps over the wall into Perks, but Perks see that one coming a mile off and is able to make a break for it. Miatek, teleport available. He's going to just set up this bot wave and get some control of the current state of things. Exafang will have his third item finished up off the back of this reset. And this is actually an opportunity for Ruddy to go and try and see if they can find an opening with Exafang heading off. Lord Dom's now finished up. He'll be back on the map nice and quick as Zeri. But Ruddy, you can see the power. They're taking fights where actually they're fighting back very effectively. And ultimately, that last fight kind of boils down to Perks dying, but he got the ult off. And that doesn't just disappear. That stays out as long as it's normal duration. And it cooked Bulldog. They were hot dogs.
Let's see right here, Bulldog taking the first step into the river. They're allowing Miatek
Miatek.
to walk a little bit further in. Finding Jankos here could be
Oh,
huge.
Jankos getting himself out of the flag and drag. The equalizer goes down and is absolutely cooking them. Leader free firing off on the back line. Miatek going low. Makes the escape. Hustling low though as Cayman finds himself the double kill. Leader's chased onto. It's a triple kill. No, Miatek secures one. That's going to be the triple. Down he goes. Everybody falls but Jankos. Soul is all but secured.
And they're sprinting towards Baron as well. Baron is up. They can finish that objective first. Push down the waves. Bot lane wave pushed. Mid lane wave pushed. They're waiting for the dragon. 5 seconds. And you said it. This Soul with Zeri and Ari is going to be so annoying to deal with, as well as so much damage being dished out from the side of Bulldog Esports. 43-10 if Cayman remains alive in these fights. This Ari is unbeatable.
It's going to be really hard to handle. We'll have a look at the fight once again. Miatek, beautiful little catch onto Jankos here.
Yeah, has a sweeper as well. Make sure that he's completely unseen. And you have 3 members diving in. Exafang dives in. Lulash on the Wukong. And instantly Miatek dives into the backline, forcing double flush from Hustling and Hums. And that creates a 3 versus 4 scenario for the rest of Ruddy's side. If they find leader, they win. If they find Cayman, then Ruddy wins.
The big thing there as well is Exafang didn't get super focused in that fight. That was the first fight where he hasn't received all of the crowd control, so he's able to free fire off. Now, they do find Lulish with the ultimate here. He has to just use the ultimate because he hasn't got the dash. Jumps over the wall of safety. Exafang slides in with the ultimate. Leader's going low. Cayman finds the assassination onto him. Perks is bleeding out. Jankos, the ignite is down, and the fight is just going on so many fronts. Miatek secures the kill. Jankos, the only one standing. 200 health. Can he make the escape? He's being hunted by Kasing. He's going to find him doing the grump. And I don't think they need Baron. I think Bulldog might just have done this. Ruddy, a team who are so favoured after Los Ratones to be the second best team in the league, fall to Bulldog. It is an absolutely amazing underdog story from these guys. All the way from tiebreakers in group stage to beating Ruddy Sack. Their Nexus is the last thing to go down, and they have all but done it. Bulldog put on an absolutely gorgeous performance. Nexus crumbles. Bulldog win the series 2-1.
What an insane upset. Because that's exactly what this was. They were 1-3. 1-3 in their group.
Yeah.
They barely made it through the tiebreaker to the position that they did. And now they're coming in, no fear, taking the fight straight to Ruddy. And honestly, Cayman, what a magical, insane performance on this Ari. The flanks, the charms, the team fights, jumping through walls, jumping back out, the hourglass timings. He had a phenomenal performance in that very crucial game 3.
He really did. He really did. I mean, there's so much hype on this Bulldog roster. I think they had a terribly, a very terrible group stage. 1-3. As we got to tiebreakers, it looked like they had figured out what the key issues were and looked to fix them. Their team fighting is really, really solid. I am so excited to see how they match up versus some of our other teams throughout the rest of this tournament. But they're no longer worried about lower bracket, at least not for now, because they've managed to stay in that upper bracket. And Ruddy, they have a hell of a run ahead of them now because they've been knocked down into that lower bracket. This is the team who everybody placed as second best in the league, potentially the rat-killing team. And they just got rolled by a team who had an incredibly rough group stage and a team who honestly looked like they were improving at a rate unlike any other team in the league. That's the big takeaway.
And I'm not going to lie, I'm actually getting excited because the next time we see Los Ratones is going to be against Bulldog Esports.
Yeah.
And if they actually take this fight to them, they don't let them play the macro and they start just scrambling through skirmishes and team fights, it's going to be so exciting. We might actually see the first team that actually pushes Los Ratones to their limits.
I feel like if there's a team who right now could potentially contest them, it is Bulldog. But I think the big caveat is Los Ratones rely less on the team fighting and more on the map control. And that is Bulldog's big issue. That is their Achilles heel right now. So I'm very excited to see how that matchup's going to go.
Bring them
Bulldog
down to your
though.
level. Bring them down to your level. That's what you do.
Bulldog have time. They've proven that they're very good at improving, and they now know what their issues are. So they got time to work on it for that Los Ratones matchup. I am so excited for that one. But we are done here. We're going to pass it over to the desk to round that a miracle run from Bulldog.
Thank you so much, and they don't stop. They're like science. They just keep getting better. You beat them up, and they're like, good. I hear the ring bell. I'll get back up and I'll fight you. And it's on the mud as well. Let's be honest. It's on the mud. And Jake told us something. Hipray told us something that I think it needs to be highlighted. Bulldogs has a rough group phase. I don't think that's the way we should phrase it. They were horrible, and then they became this, and this
so
is
quickly
something
as
to
well.
behold. Yes. Did you have glasses before? I don't know.
No, I didn't wear them before, but this game was so intense, I had to put them on, right? I mean, sometimes the plays were so bad, my eyes were bleeding. Sometimes they were so good, the light was so bright, I had to put them on. This was a phenomenally entertaining game. A bit of tennis played as well, as teams went back and forth. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good, if we were to put it lightly. I think we have some interesting replays to look through, and I want to start with the 10-minute fight, or not the 10-minute fight, but the fight that started around 10 minutes in, because it was chaotic as all hell, right? It was back and forth. Bulldog wanted it, then Roddysack wanted it, and then Bulldog wanted it again, and I mean, some misplays, some outplays, back and forth. In particular, keep your eyes on Roddysack, right? Because they're going in, trying to play front to back, but keep your eyes on who's coming into the backline soon. As Hums feels so free to just sit and unleash damage. Well, who's that on the backline? Miatek. And he's the guy who almost won it for Bulldog, but almost also threw it away.
And it was Leader on Ruddy's side as well, who was able to put in a lot of deeps in the backside there too. Loads of damage coming through to Bulldog's carries. But this there is a potential to turn this fight around for Bulldog, but that whiffed charm and the whiff Q3 flash were kind of painful, actually. And at that point, I was a little bit worried. Yeah, Miatek gets some mop up something here. This is a spectator bug. I'm just gonna.
It was.
I mean, it was confirmed on our end that it was. But this fight just never ends. It's the 100 Years War, League of Legends style. After this point too, the slow mo there to finish that clip off. Exafang and Kasing jump back in. They jump back in. They do kill Leader, but the kill goes over to Kasing, right? So it's not actually that hot in the end because you want that kill onto your Zeri. So it looked a little bit rough from that point, but to be honest, that was just setting the scene for what we would see this game. 28 minutes into the game, we were 30 kills on Bulldog and 17 kills on Ruddy. Ruddy was still ahead in gold. How on earth you're that many kills behind and still ahead in gold? It's absurd. The fights though that Bulldog were able to pull out, Hipray said it on cast as well, they just have such good team fighting, and a great example is what happened a bit later on right here.
So good.
Was the bait that they set here for Jankos. I actually thought this was going to be good for Ruddy when that red carpet comes down, but the collapse of Bulldog, they're all on the same page. The synergy from these guys just walk all over Ruddy Sack, and only one man is left standing. It is Jankos, but a 4-0, not too bad.
Yeah, massive fight. Absolutely massive, right? And we have one more to add on to that I really want to pull up as well. I think those final fights really highlight the problem with Ruddy's draft, right? Because the carries on the side of Bulldog, so mobile, so agile to get around the rift, and someone like Hums, it's so hard to reposition as a misfortune when you only have your flash. Keep your eyes on Cayman in this one as well. He perfectly maneuvers in and out. It looks like a bit of in, but he assassinates Hums, goes golden, and then just, you might have an idea of who he assassinates next. Goes in, takes down the other carry as well. And from that point, the game was over. Jankos survives, but Unk couldn't save the game from at that point. It was done, it was dusted, and the maneuverability of Bulldog really being the deciding factor in those final fights.
I believe so. This was such an interesting turnaround of events because Bulldogs played such a wonderful game 1. Game 2, it was ready up. And look at this. Wow, the damage from all of them. I think Miatek was a beast. Came in, stepped up. Exofang playing with the Zeri, signifying like, hey, don't worry. I don't have a lot of AD carries, but I can shine with every single one I pick. That was top notch. I think it was top notch League of Legends.
It was very entertaining as well, right? Like, so scrappy, a lot of fights happening all the time. And, there are a few things to take away from this damage chart as well. The fact that an Aatrox is top when there's, all these range champions is something. Perks, as always, I said, high damage top lane often has the highest damage share in the league. And there he is again, leading his team, leading the entire game. And I want to call Hamza there with didn't have a lot of damage at all, but like, holy crap, how hard was it to play Misfortune into that team comp, right? Like, you can't get close to them because you get wrecked. Bloody the solo laners from Bulldog were so tunneled in on Hamza every single team fight. Like, there was nothing that he could do. He wasn't getting the protection. And then if he was able to stand still and get that bullet time off, right? Like, he would then eat a solar flare from Leona. Yes, you've got the Cataclysm to lock people down, which is a nice combo. But when you've got like Zeri and Ari, even Aatrox to a certain degree as well, who just, see the Cataclysm walls around them and just whoop. There you go. Sorted. They're out. Like, what do? You can't sell that bullet time anymore. So, yeah, it was a really hard game for him to play. And just a hard game in general. Fantastic quality League of Legends. And exactly what we want to see from our first day of playoffs.
It's now the lower bracket run for Ready. Meanwhile, for Bulldogs, they're going to be on the top side of the bracket. They're comfortable. They have their plus continue, their extra life. And also, they have the opportunity to jump into the interview because they said, I'll see you soon. They actually made it to the interview yet again. So I believe it's Cayman. I think it's Cayman that's going to join us on the interview. Wait, is he bringing him?
Yes!
Tommy!
Let the dogs out! Okay.
Hey, you promised us this and you made it. I mean, are you sweating? Are you sweating?
I mean, actually, honestly, this last game was really sweaty. Like, I mean, Ruddy, I don't know if you will have interview with one of the Ruddy guys, but this game, like, they had 6 scrubs. They were perma pressuring our base. We had to perma beyond sync. Like, I was perma. I was like streaming as well, and I was like perma. Guys, we have to, play TP, go. Like we had to be perma on the how to say it, basically on we had to care that they don't fuck up our base. Oh, sorry for the fuck word. Anyways, yeah, we came out on top, and I think Metek and me made like good communications on the TP with the 6 drops. That's really risky, and obviously we had the Tomi Oracle, saying Bulldog will win. The dogs came out on top. And yeah, if you're a dog enjoyer, I guess you are happy. And if you're a Jankos fan, I'm sorry, but I had to bully him. Sorry.
But tell me something. Okay, you're talking about bullying, but there's an incident on the mid lane where you as an Ari go for that charm on leader, the perfect opportunity with Aatrox. How are we doing? How are we doing with the charm effect? Where you were like, it slipped, my hand slipped, and then my mouse.
I think let's just say Leader is really good at League of Legends, and
Yeah.
he has my respect. And he is not only good at Assassin's Skies, you know, he's also good at Asia. So if you keep yapping on about him being only a worst mage player, no, he's not. He's not the worst mage player.
Yep.
So, so for sure, good job to them. And I think, yeah, I fucked up. Again, I ducked up some charms, and but the charms on hums, they were there. Like, oh, you have to give me that. That misfortune.
You also
didn't want
landed
to play the
the
game.
good ones at the end game. Tell me something. Bulldogs have been rising non-stop from play day, which was not what you intended. Let's be honest. It was not the way Bulldogs were supposed to show up, to what is happening right now. What changed?
I think it was because, like, I told the team, you know, we have to make our schedule. You know, we have to go into gym before, and then we are like, we are just stronger. You know, like, what can Yankos do against? It's fine. But I think, like, on a serious note, we had some duck ups from our identity. I think you saw, like, in the games we lost. You can still see that. I don't want to leak it. But, you know, I'm analyzing as well, and you can see there's clear differences in these games. And basically, we have to find our identity, right? And I think we are, like, on a good way. And we were also having a meeting before the tiebreaker, spoke honest to each other, you know? Like, I think it's just like in a relationship, you know? If you are honest to each other, you can overcome anything. Yeah, so in our team, we were honest to each other, and now we are stomping LLS, we are stomping Verdun, we are stomping Radisek, and then we are getting stomped from Los Ratones. So, you know, joke.
That was my next question. Is it just taking hold? No, doesn't matter. Tommy is okay.
Tommy, come.
I don't think this is okay. That the other perspective was better. But tell me something. Los Ratones. This is it. This is the big one. How can you face that team? Because you thrive in chaos. Meanwhile, Los Ratones thrive in adapting.
Yeah, I think they are also really good. Honestly, like, that's why I gone to NLC to get the best competition. And like, they are really good. Like, we have to be really clear on lane swapping, because Bao's playing the Psy and Gragas. Like, even today, he was at the Nexus again, playing with 4 people and doing some Gragas or E flash. And then, like, you know, you have to be clear on that, what Baus is doing on side. And I think, honestly, it will be really, really tough. But like I said, you know, honesty, hard work, gym, and dogs can face everything. So we just have to keep it up. And yeah, then we can also win against the Reds. Let's see. I honestly, I think if I would put my dog against the Red, like, I knew we would win, you know? So let's see. Maybe Caterham just has some crazy red, but I trust my dog. And let's see what the dog oracle says anyways.
I like how every single time you go back into the dog. So far, recipe for success. You're now alone. As he's leaving, we're leaving as well. Cayman, thank you so much for this interview. It was a blessing to see you play. That was a chaotic, interesting League of Legends gameplay. I'll see you soon. I hope. Have a lovely one.
See ya, guys. Thanks for watching NLC or my POV. And kisses for everyone who believed.
He knows. There's a recipe. He's always exhausted after these ones because taking care of that dog must. It's not easy. That's a big dog.
Though. Lovely dog.
It is, but still a big dog, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He is, yeah. But I mean, he's very cute, which makes me happy. And when we see him, it means Bulldog have won, which also makes me happy because this is a team that's worked really hard to overcome, you know, and to actually prove that they're not the team we saw in week 1. You know, it's always nice when you can see that steady growth of a team and actually see someone like realize their potential and potentially even exceed their potential as well.
So let's do a recap of today. We started off with Los Ratones versus DMG. It was a straight one. Los Ratones are showing up why they are so, like, they have such a big name and why everybody keeps talking about them. It's not a meme team, not even close. The experience, the adaptation, the knowledge, the effort they're putting in. second to none. On the other side, though, Ruddy Sack versus Bulldogs was a bloodbath. It was a adaptation for both teams, but Bulldogs came on top. What do we have to say about today?
It was for the loss of Donetsk game.
Okay.
Always out. It was expected. It was expected, honestly. Like, I think 2-0 was kind of predicted, and DMG, yeah, they didn't get to put up much of a fight, you know. Whereas when it comes to the Radisac versus Bulldog game, I mean, defied expectations. You know, just two complete opposite ends of the spectrum of what we came into thinking would happen today. And it was great League of Legends. There was so much action, which is always really fun. And my biggest takeaway, I'll say, was just like how impactful this like brutal like fearless draft mode is, right? Where if you pick it, then the other guys can't play it next game either, right? Not just you, but the other guys can't either. You see a champion once and it's done. So hard to then adapt to the draft, and I'm so interested to see how the next phase of these playoff games go, and how teams adapt in the draft with the fearless mode.
Yeah, it was an entertaining day. We had a bit of an upset, and yeah, I think it is fair to call it an upset. Bulldog beating over the course of 3 games at the very least, taking down Radisac. Lost Tones look exceptionally clean in terms of their macro and micro as well. Very good mechanically. DMG still have a long way to go, but I am hopeful of a little bit of a miracle run down in the losers bracket. But having Radisac down there already as well, really hypes that lower side of the bracket up. I am very excited to see how that unfolds. But so far, so good. I want to say. I think yeah, a bit of everything today to start off playoffs. Really exciting.
I agree. Playoffs just started and we already delivered a really interesting show. But we're not done for this week. We still have tomorrow, January 30th, and we're going to watch Rich Gang versus Verdant and Nord versus Venom Crest. That is the BO3 we'll be watching tomorrow. Then, if you look into the schedule, we have on February 5, we'll start on the lower bracket. That's a 1 to the leader team. And that's... we finally meet Death at the bottom of it. And to start off Death, it's going to be LLS versus DMG. And there are players there that know each other extremely well. But that's obviously for another conversation. For today, this is all from us, Foxtrot and Duckling. Your goodbyes, so I can wrap it up.
Yeah, it was a great day, League of Legends. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you again tomorrow for some more beautiful League of Legends.
Oh,
Yep.
Duckling.
That's a perfect way to say it. I hope you all enjoyed today. We had loads of fun on the desk, and it looks like the team had loads of fun on the Rift too. That's it for us. Yeah, it has been exciting. More to come tomorrow. I'm excited to see how the rest of playoff unfold. More stories to be told, more miracles to be seen, and more upsets yet to happen. So yeah, just the beginning.
We didn't say it better, Duckling. That means that we wrap up for today. And until tomorrow, go to solo queue, have fun, hug your dog or cat if you can before he bites you. And until then, keep climbing. We love you very much. Without you, it's just not the same, okay? I'll see you soon. Have a lovely one. Goodbye.